Welcome to Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. I'm your host Mikey, a freelance filmmaker, tabletop RPG game master, and variety streamer on Twitch. And tonight, we conclude our first playthrough of Stray Gods, the role-playing musical. And yes, role-playing musical. The musical role-playing game, either way. The role-playing musical. That's what we're going to conclude today. We're going to go into Act 3, the final act of this story. A lot has happened since Grace, the character we play, was accused of murdering Calliope, the previous muse, but ever since Calliope passed on her powers as the muse, we have been able to uncover more of this world and the mystery of the old gods and where they fit into this new world. We concluded Act 2, however, on a very depressing note. Grace, we lost our best friend, Freddy. So, sad. The musical numbers have been okay so far. I mean, it's never played a game like this before. It's okay, and I really hope we get more musical games like this, but of course better, more refined, better songs, better songwriting. But it has been a very interesting journey so far. So let us conclude and pull the curtains on Act 3. Open the curtains. Is my controller working now? There we go. Hopefully the controller won't mess up this time. Welcome in, Do the Deer. Great to see that you're the first one here. Ha! All these rhyming. And if you have not checked out Do the Deer's channel, please do go check out Do the Deer, the streaming deer. Do the Deer. Alright, I think we did that correctly. Alright, everyone. Strap on in. Well, no, grab a seat. Grab some seat, as some people would say. And get ready for the conclusion of Stray Gods, the role-playing musical. Welcome to Act 3. Continue. Yep. I wonder if there's a way we could have saved Freddy. So sad.
Grace, I'm sorry. I know what Freddy meant to you.
I also wish we chose Persephone over Apollo, but hey, this is our first playthrough. It should have been me.
It should have been me, not her. This was my fight, my problem. I'm already slated to die if anyone paid the price.
And repeat history? Would you rather have died there, passing your eidolon onto Freddy instead? Freddy gave you a chance. Gracie, is that what happened to Calliope? Was she attacked by the Furies as you were?
We're looking into the mirror of Nyx.
She meant to use the mirror, but she never had the chance before they came.
The Furies. Sent by the same person, I imagine.
What was Calliope trying to do?
I know Calliope was there to use the mirror, but it was just feeling. I still don't understand why.
Well, apparently she wanted to speak to the Fates.
Yeah, okay, but why?
The Fates are primordial beings, like the Furies. They're said to control destiny. Perhaps Calliope wished to know her destiny. Or change it. I'm not sure.
Are the Fates that powerful?
Can these fates really control the future?
They're tied into fate, as I am. Perhaps they're even where my power stems from, or how Hecate's books are written.
So someone really didn't want Calliope messing with them.
Or you, apparently.
Could it have been the Fates? Maybe they don't like being called on now for anything.
I doubt it. If they didn't want to answer the mayor, I'm certain they simply wouldn't.
Who can command the Furies?
Who could send the Furies after me? Even Hecate had no idea who possessed that kind of power.
Even in our prime, none of the idols had the Furies at our beck and call. I mean, perhaps Zeus, but he's long gone. I honestly didn't know the Furies still existed.
Clearly someone can do it.
I mean, unless they weren't sent? Unless they were responding to something else, something you'd done unwittingly? I'm sorry, I'm afraid your guess is as good as mine.
Why did the Furies stop? Now, what are the Furies?
What are the Furies? They didn't seem like people.
They're not. Hecate called them embodiments of retribution, and I suppose that's the best description. They go back to well, the time before my memory. I was once told they were created to enforce the most ancient laws.
They're ancient laws now?
Decrees one couldn't break, written in blood. Laws even idols abided by in the days of old Olympus. But those surely died with Zeus. Even if they hadn't, you can't have broken any. They're not easy to overlook.
Why did the Furies stop?
If the Furies are so powerful, why did they stop? They just stabbed Freddy and left.
They're not assassins, Grace. They're enforcers of the old laws. I imagine they decided the debt was paid, whatever it was, when blood was spilled. The blood didn't have to be yours.
Welcome in, Vanwa.
So if
We just started.
Freddy hadn't interfered,
Then they would have come after you. And they wouldn't have stopped until they were through. Not ever.
We're just talking about the Furies, why they murdered Freddy and what's going on. If only we knew more.
I don't know what to do. We still have no idea why Calliope wanted to talk to the Fates.
There's
Why
Persephone.
not ask them? You too have caused quite the stir. Hecate is beside herself, and Athena is out of her mind. Well done.
How long have you been listening?
Long enough to know that you need another way to speak to the Fates, unless you're planning on trying the reliquary again.
No, not a chance. We'll find the truth on our own, Persephone.
If you sent Grace to wander about looking for Calliope's memories, you're already out of options.
Help us, Persephone. Stop fighting. What other way?
Wait, what's this about some other way? What are you talking about, Persephone?
May I explain it to Grace, or do you have another option, Apollo? If so, now's the time. I thought not. The Fates will respond to the ruler of Hades, the true underworld and realm of the dead. What I propose is that we go there and take back the throne that was stripped from me.
How does one find this throne?
How do we get to Hades? Do we need a key, like the reliquary?
Athena took my key, and the entrance at Lake Avernus was sealed long ago.
Avernus.
Which leaves only Hermes.
They won't take you.
They might, if you ask them to. So your promise to help Grace was an empty one? Step up, for once, and do what she needs you to do.
What can
Get
he
us
do?
there. I'll lead us to the throne, and Grace can speak with the Fates. It's simple.
We can overthrow Hades?
Is that something we can do? Just go to the land of the dead and...
Who is currently
Overthrow it?
ruling Hades?
Truth be told, there isn't much to overthrow. Few mortals still believe in Hades, and thus its halls have been nearly empty for eons.
Ah.
So how do you...
The throne itself is the key, both symbolically and literally. Claim it, and Hades is yours.
But you can't claim it because you're barred from Hades.
By a rule that we would need to break were we to do this, yes.
Let's do it then.
Was another crazy plan, right?
Grace,
I know, but there's no point in stopping now, is there?
I can't. I'm sorry, but this is a step too far.
And consider this, Apollo. Grace's mortal friend was slain by the Furies. According to the old laws.
Her soul is in Hades.
Oh, and she's a believer of all that, I guess. So maybe her soul is there. The red version of the ritual? No, what is this again? Oh, sorry, was it like in the message you sent? I wasn't able to check Discord. I just got like on stream right away. There we go. Favorite song in the game, The Ritual. But even the sound alone. Ooh, okay. I have not listened to it yet. Perhaps I'll listen to it after our first playthrough. The red version of The Ritual. Is The Ritual the one with Aphrodite? Yeah, I want to have a listen to like the single option soundtracks. I really want to hear if it's, you know, if it, well, you did say it flows so much better, right? So I'm really wondering how the others sound like. What does that mean?
Hold on, wait. What does that mean? If her soul is in Hades, then...
It means the ruler of Hades can release her.
That's assuming everything remained as it was. Fine. I'll get you into Hades. But I'm not going with you.
If that's what you prefer, by all means.
Yay, we're going
fine,
into
Rose.
Hades with Persephone.
Get this over with.
Okay, I like that she did come back. That he didn't like lock out entirely. Hey, it's up, Hermes.
Shall I wait here, or...?
No. I'm not gonna lie to them. Hermes has always treated me fairly.
What?
Oh, hey, if
What are
it
they
isn't
doing
Apollo and
there?
Grace and, Persephone. Wow, the whole gang, huh?
I'm afraid I have to call in that favor. I need you to take Grace and Persephone to Hades.
Oh, man, I don't know. Athena specifically said I wasn't supposed to take anyone, you know? No matter what.
Oh, this is pointless. They're never gonna help us, Apollo.
Can I ask what's going on? Nobody ever tells me anything, and you want me to get in huge trouble, but for what?
It's the last piece of the puzzle.
It's the only way to find out why Calliope was trying to contact the Fates.
The Fates?
There's something going on, Hermes. I'm at the edge of it. But without the Fates, I'll never know the truth.
And that means going to Hades, with or without Athena's permission.
Okay.
Yay! Just jump into the truck.
Signal when you need to come back.
You sure?
Yeah, feels like the right thing.
Be careful, Grace. And remember, the underworld doesn't give up its shades without a price.
I think I can tell her the rules, Apollo. Let's go.
Hey, we're back in Hades. Where's Zagreus?
Welcome to the real underworld.
Wow. It feels so empty. So lonely.
It's not completely empty. Neither is the throne, for that matter.
Yeah, who's sitting there?
A bitter shade named Orpheus has been squatting
Oh.
on it since my exile. I fully expect he'll be waiting for us.
Oh no, it's Orpheus. If I remember correctly, all the red choices were about, fighting, standing up and fighting. Oh right, another thing. Remember choice between Freddy and Pan, so it's articulated badly. Neither is actually. My life is on the line, so I'm not gonna pick sides. You get none at first, but a bit later you get both of them at the same time. Interesting. Yeah, in the moment it really felt like you're pushing both of them away. Like this is, and the way she was saying it, this is my time. It's my time to shine. So I was kind of doubting the intention of the red side. It seemed more like, yeah, I'm gonna use these powers. I don't need both of you. I don't need either of you. It's like, why would you push away your best? Well, I guess you could canonically say maybe she's just a roommate, not your best friend. So yeah, it is weird. But then you get both of them. I wonder how that would have worked out. Like I'm interested to see the scene now, how both of them would have come back to you after you push them away. Weird. So my life is on the line and not gonna pick sides. So it's more that sounds more, makes more sense. That doesn't really jive with the lyrics that was going on though. So alas. I'm okay with my decision so far though. I don't regret choosing Apollo anymore during that fight. Because, yeah, Persephone was the one riling up Apollo. So, in character-wise, it kind of made sense to just check up on Apollo. But I was so afraid we'd lock out Persephone. That's why I went back to Persephone to ask for her help. And, hey, look, she comes back. So, I like that it's a balance. It wasn't all Apollo until the end of the game. Now we get to hang out with Persephone. So, I'm good with this so far. Player knows a bit, but do tell us, who is Orpheus?
Who is this Orpheus? The name sounds familiar.
Don't look back.
It should. His is a popular tale among mortals regarding how he once came to the underworld to retrieve his love, Eurydice, and left with nothing. Hades tricked him, you see. And with Hades dead, the blame has evidently fallen to me.
So he's not a fan of yours?
He is not a fan, no. Not that it matters.
Damn it, I wish I could go, sounds exciting, but... Why haven't you mentioned him?
You didn't think to mention earlier that the throne was occupied?
Because it's irrelevant. Orpheus
is
isn't an
irrelevant.
idol. He's just an angry little man clinging to an existence that doesn't want him any longer.
Oh.
And what are we supposed to do? Organize an armed resistance? Challenge him to a duel?
That's what you're here for.
I'm gonna fight him?
Oh, you'll see.
I hope it's similar to the Orpheus in Hades. Actually, have you played Hades before? The one from Supergiant Games? I also loved Orpheus's and Eurydice's song. It's so good. Oh, you haven't played it? Well, amazing art, amazing roguelike action gameplay. I don't even like roguelikes, but amazing story as well. It's so good on all fronts. You may or may not buy Hades 2. Well, I would still highly recommend Hades 1. I'm definitely getting Hades 2. But the songs as well in Hades were so good. Supergiant Games is so talented. Let's get on with it.
Okay.
You
so
love the
there's an
rebel
angry
ending so much you're not
ghost
going to
sitting
play the
on your
game. I
throne.
see.
Anything else about this trip you've neglected to mention?
Come. It's time to cross the Styx.
Don't fall in. They'll add Ukrainian localization. That's good. But yeah, Hades, I just consumed it. Like I was gone for like a month. I played it for 100+ hours. It is so good.
The ferryman will come soon. As we are not dead, you will need to convince him you are worthy of passage. State your case clearly and with determination.
But yeah, to be fair, Baldur's Gate 3. If you ever get the opportunity to, maybe before Hades 2 comes out. What's up, Charon?
I am Persephone, also known as Despoina and Kore Sotiera, once queen of the underworld, and shall be again.
I'm not familiar with those other names.
No, Caron, I did not bring you any
Caron.
cards. I am not here to entertain you.
Also, have you played The Forgotten City? Really fun game as well. It's all dialogue. It's an RPG. Kind of, it used to be a Skyrim mod, but it was so popular that they made it into a standalone game, and they set it in a city in ancient Rome. And it also deals with Greek mythology. And I highly recommend it. It is one of the first games we ever streamed on this channel, alongside 12 Minutes and Wilderman. I'm not sure. It's one of the first games we streamed, and it is so good. I only played it once, but yeah, I don't want to spoil it. But again, when we're done with like Baldur's Gate 3, it's another thing I would highly recommend. The Forgotten City and Hades. Baldur's Gate 3.5. They don't have any expansions planned, but I really hope they do release a substantial expansion. And I hope they release modding tools. Because I want to play multiplayer in custom worlds like Neverwinter Nights. It's like it's dying for that kind of feature. Like, I'd love that. And then expand the party players to maybe 5 or 6. Hell, if you want, even up to 7. So you can play with your friends. You can have more companions. And you can have your custom worlds. Then it'll be amazing. It's such a great foundation. It'll be a shame if they didn't add to it. But what's great is, it's already a fully complete game. And that's what they're saying, right? They're saying, wow, this is done. You know, they had a crazy amount of budget. Okay, for sure. But they were still, but they're not exactly the biggest studio, and yet they were able to put together something so complete and so compelling and so fun that I think I remember watching a clip from Asmongold, if you know him. He was just commenting. He was just talking about how never before has he seen a single-player game have more players on its second week after release. Because usually it's hype, right? Hype, it spikes, and it's down from there. Yeah, I don't really like him either. I was just looking at his clips. But then it's like, oh yeah, I never thought of that as well. Like Elden Ring maybe, like if spike, and then naturally single player, it's gonna go down. But for some reason, I guess because of all the hype machines, all the hype trains, all the word of mouth, it somehow beat its concurrent players from the first week. It's insane. I mean, of course, we're expecting it to lower, but the fact that it did it on like its second week, you could really tell that it had a strong start, and it is so good that people said, oh, you gotta play this. So the people on the fence jumped on it. So second week skyrocketed even further. So we're in that phase now of people saying, oh, it's actually good. Let's tell my friend about it. So we'll see. I don't think Charon will like us saying, I'm here to save Freddy. Is it even Charon's problem? Charon just has to ferry them to the underworld. State your purpose clearly, and I will do it so. I'm here to save Freddy.
My name is Grace, and I'm here to save my friend Freddy. Have you seen her?
He says he has. She spoke a great deal as they crossed the river, and that made him very happy.
Aww.
Happy? Why happy?
I don't imagine Caron gets much company these days, Grace.
I've never heard it pronounced like that.
No, she didn't. Neither of us brought games to play with you, Caron. Stop asking.
Charon. We can find something to play.
Oh, I'm sure we can come up with something to amuse him.
Adorable. Adorable.
You don't even need to interpret that for me.
Yes, what fun. Thank you for encouraging him. Let's get underway, Caron. It's a long ride to the throne room.
Charon. It's so weird. But like the colors, the style, it is so reminiscent of Hades, the game. Even the shades.
I wouldn't touch that. Way too much for you.
Sticks.
Overload you. Blow a fuse. Every story. Every memory winds up here in the water. I used to dream that this river would rise, swallow the anger, tears in my eyes. Then suddenly I was found alone. I destroyed Hades, but was denied his throne.
Really is dead here, isn't it?
Everything here is fading away. She needs her queen.
We're here for Freddy, too.
I killed the king fair and square. They had no right to take it from me. A child in a garden, a prize for a king, property, bound and gagged with silver and satin. I gutted a god. This hell is mine. Won't let it be forgotten.
Ooh, who dat?
Someone's
Orpheus.
There's music floating through. Someone's coming. And it has me singing too. We have visitors. I think we all know what to do. To the throne room. This bard's about to meet a muse.
There's someone singing with us.
That would be Orpheus.
Is he a muse?
Oh, he's so much more than that.
Someone's
We
coming.
might have a problem.
A wolf is waiting in the
This
tomb.
bard's already
Someone's
dead,
coming.
but you can defeat him.
I can feel them howling at the moon.
My help.
Forget why we came here.
There's a name here
I won't forget,
that reeks
but you
of
can bet he
enemy.
knows someone's coming.
It's about time, Persephone.
Orpheus, I've been... What happened to the music?
Is he taking over? Does he have bard powers?
I have been waiting for you, Persephone.
He's so edgy. Look at those tears.
And you brought a muse. Hi. Lovely tune, by the way. Can't remember the last time I collaborated with someone so talented. No offense, Benny.
Oh, Benny.
Welcome to my underworld. Let me treat you to a song. A welcome gift. I have the floor. It is mine, after all. Muse. Any requests? Questions?
Freddy.
My friend is dead. Can you help me?
Loop. The river keeps secrets deep in the water. How far do you sink till you're buried below? I challenged the fates and found my Eurydice, but you had to kill her, and I won't let it go.
It's not Persephone's fault.
You're asking the wrong person.
I beg your pardon. I wanna behave properly. It's not your song. You better stay open. She's a friend and a god.
The throne is for me. I won't let it be forgotten.
Persephone, your part in this will never be forgotten.
The throne was stolen after I murdered the king. You should be grateful and thank me for everything, and yet you scream like a boy. You kick the ground. I was a slave.
Eurydice is gone because you did nothing.
Orpheus, there was nothing I could do.
I saw your whispers, poison behind your king.
Wasn't me.
If I cannot have my revenge, you're the next best thing.
Orpheus, instead of a life of despair, Hades would have ended you there. This place would still be humming.
Oh, I rather doubt that.
Doesn't make it any less true.
Am I the one on trial now?
That's a him speak. That's
I never sleep now, and I never wake properly. He took everything, yet I'll never have justice. Now the music is gone.
It's all history. Why can't you let it be forgotten? Forgotten. Forgotten. Forgotten.
let's both move on.
You both exist somewhere on the border between real and imagined, the living, the dead. So how can this place be everything you dreamed of? You both deserve more, you must let it go. You both deserve more than this stupid throne.
Smash it! Interesting. Again, I'm not a songwriter, but it still feels like it's just dialogue, and they just said, okay, sing that dialogue. But I'm curious now, like, who these actors are. Like, some of these guys are actually supposed to be from Broadway. So you can really tell the difference actually. Like I don't know which ones from Broadway. I'm not familiar with many Broadway actors and who they are here, but you can already see how inconsistent it is in terms of people who are able to sing, act, um, versus those who are just, I don't know, trying to hold a tune while they talk. I'm not sure if Persephone. I'm curious right now. Persephone voice actor, Stray Gods, Persephone voice actor. Mary Elizabeth McGlynn. No stranger to singing in video games, providing music for several of the Silent Hill games. Voice actress, writer, singer, and director. Okay, she isn't from. I don't think she is from Broadway, but she's pretty good. Like on the boat ride, when there wasn't any input, it sounded like she was acting quite well. But hey, I'm just a guy who loves musicals, and I cannot sing for my life. So I'm just commenting right now. Anyway,
We have been fools.
You're right. Yet, what about the throne? We can't just leave it empty, can we?
turn it into a democracy. Oh, look at this. Oh, this is a shame. You could have taken. Did you take the throne? I'm gonna destroy it, but it's cute how if you chose Rebel Grace, you could take the throne for yourself. That's a big change. That is a big change. You have? Yeah. Oh man. Sad. Oh well. We're gonna have destroying it. So
All that
badass if
going
you do
around in
though.
circles, digging up old wounds, and for what? So you can fight over a chair.
How
There.
did she do that? I'm not even gonna ask.
Dare. What gives you the right to interfere in this manner? That throne was not yours to break.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, it felt like the right thing to do.
Oh, Grace, you are infuriating. Is there a voice in your head that tells you to make decisions for everyone else?
There really isn't even a small part of you that knows this had to happen.
Knows what? I should toss aside something I paid for, bought with the blood of my husband? So what's your plan now, Grace? I assume you must have one after that big demonstration.
Yes, this is all part of the plan after all. There was never a plan. I don't know. They go by the way. I'm going to find Freddy. Let's have our own Greek tragedy. Let's repeat what happened.
You said Freddy was here, right? Then we should be able to find her. We just need to look.
Let's say you do. Okay, what then? You expect to walk out of Hades with her spirit in tow?
Why not? It would have worked for Orpheus if he hadn't looked back, right?
You don't get it, do you? There is no way to free someone from the land of the dead. Not for Orpheus, and certainly not for you.
And the fates.
Oh no! Hi, Blushing
Even if
Peony.
you
We're
could.
we're online now. Hmm. Yeah, the stream is working. Yeah, maybe just restart the stream or refresh.
Contact them, Grace. I assure you, they simply wouldn't care.
You sure fooled me.
I shouldn't be surprised. I mean, You're you. And I believed what I wanted to believe.
And neither of us will get what we want today.
As opposed to your original plan, where that would have only been me.
At the very least, I had hoped we might find your friend's spirit.
Why? We can't bring her back.
Not without great sacrifice, no. No, the rules of death are clear. Yet, you might have spoken to her.
Welcome back, Blush and Peony.
I know what it's like not to get the chance to say goodbye.
Things aren't working out for us right now. We have to destroy the throne of Hades. Oh no.
Freddy!
At least
You're
she's
here.
corporeal.
Yeah. Yeah, I've actually been watching you since you arrived. It's not like there's much else going on.
Fred,
No, don't even start, Grace. I made my decision. I don't regret it one bit.
I wish I could undo it.
I do. I want to go back. I want it all to go back. It's not supposed to end like this.
This isn't the end. Hey, it's not by a long shot. You still have a whole story to finish.
Without you.
Yeah. Without me.
I don't want to.
Well, I don't blame you. I happen to be really good company. Hey, no.
I guess this is it, huh?
Almost. I found someone while I was down here. Someone you really need to meet.
All the answers. Speak with the dead, literally. The spell will save the day.
Calliope? This... You can't be real. Your soul is inside Grace. Idols don't...
Is inside Grace. The rest of me,
Ugh, dialogue mixing.
I'm here, Persephone.
And this is real.
Also, the dialogue mixing just throwing me off. They need another pass. It always takes me out when in a musical, audio's not balanced. The subs? Oh, what happened? Oh, the subtitles? Yep, it's especially bad in her case. Oh, yeah. It's like... I had to turn it up. Like, I'm managing the volume right now. I hope they get to patch it. They really need to... Like, this is something that they should patch for a better experience. I'm still confused about the soul.
I don't get it. I thought the Eidolon was Calliope's soul. But if that's true, then...
The Eidolon is what makes us an idol, but it's not our soul. Each of us adds a piece to it as it passes on.
Oh.
But what about the memories?
The memories are but a reflection. And after the Eidolon is passed on, old memories become a reflection of a reflection. That's why the idols have forgotten so much. You knew this truth once, Persephone.
Tell us what happened.
We need to know what happened to you, Calliope. How did you die?
Why didn't you come to me? If you were in trouble, I would have protected you.
I know you would have. But I couldn't let you be drawn into Apollo's prophecy as well.
Apollo's prophecy.
Apollo's prophecy?
He didn't tell you? No.
Called
I
it.
suppose he could have. It's a long story.
That's why Apollo's so dead. I think I understand.
You don't mean to say that Apollo is responsible for your death, right? But his prophecy is.
Yes. It said I needed to die.
Someone else knew about the prophecy. Athena.
No.
Then she sent the Furies after me when I went to the reliquary. I barely escaped. I fled back to the mortal world. To you.
Tell me about this prophecy.
Apollo hates using his power. Why would he have given a prophecy to Athena?
Because she demanded it. She was desperate.
How did you even find out?
Apollo was horrified after he delivered the prophecy, and he refused to stay silent. And he came to warn me. He was torn. Telling me meant I was locked into it. I still think he did the right thing. Though I expect he disagrees.
What did the prophecy say?
What was the prophecy? Surely I need to hear it.
If I tell you, you'll be locked into it, just like me.
But the prophecy doesn't just say you have to die. There's more to it, right? They always require interpretation.
Apollo told Athena that. He begged her not to jump to conclusions, but maybe she was right.
Tell us.
I don't care. I have to know.
Athena wanted to know if there was a way to save the idols. The answer was this. The idols cannot continue so long as the last muse lives.
And I'm the last muse.
And now you know the prophecy.
Why did you go to the reliquary, and why did you... Wait. Sorry, what is that? What did they say? Damn it, this is why you need a text log. Something about... Okay, the last muse had to die. For what? To bring the idols back? Or the last muse dying... I guess to bring the idols back. That's why Athena was so hell-bent on doing it. So why did she pass on her eidolon and spirit to us then? If the idols would have come back if Calliope died. Yeah, okay. Idols cannot continue as long as the last muse lives. So again, I'm just thinking out loud. Please don't tell me. It's just... Okay, so it was already fulfilled when she died. So why did she come to us? Why did you go to the reliquary first?
Why did you go to the reliquary? We know about the mirror, but...
You wanted to annul the prophecy.
And the Fates are the only ones who could. If they would even help me. I doubted it, but I was desperate. I never got the chance to ask. Someone told Athena where I was going, and she must have realized what I meant to do.
Someone told
But
Athena.
how did she get the Furies to attack you? They aren't pets. You didn't break any of the old laws.
I don't know. Maybe it's something the ruler of the idols can do. But you'd have to ask Athena.
Or it's part of the mirror. You went to Pan for the key.
You went to Pan for the key to the reliquary, right?
Yes. He's the reason I knew about Nyx's mirror, actually. He told me about
Oh, wait. Pan was the one that sold her out also.
He told Medusa where you
There.
went. She, I expect, told Athena.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh. Pan couldn't have known what it would mean. I didn't explain.
That's it. You forgive him, just like that.
I'm sure he feels guilty enough, my love.
You're just trying to survive, so he would say. Why me then? Why pass on to me if your death would have meant, well, possibly the idols continuing? Why me?
Why come to me? Of all the places you could have run to, why come to my apartment?
Because I was dying.
But I couldn't save you. I barely even knew you.
I was wandering the streets that night, wondering if I should go to the reliquary or just flee. And I heard you singing. I followed you home after to see where you lived. I didn't know what would happen to me, but I thought, just in case, I knew I had to hold out until I reached you.
Mixed feelings. But overall, none of this is your fault. It's Athena's fault. It's prophecy's fault. It's the fate's fault. It is the world. Oh, whatever. None of this is your fault.
I don't blame you, in case you're wondering.
You don't?
You didn't ask for all this to happen. You did the best you could, Calliope.
Thank you for saying that, Grace. Truly.
Athena will pay. Oh, we're not rebellious enough for that. Now we know the truth. Oh, should have told us. Do you blame Athena?
Do you blame Athena for what she did?
She wanted to save the idols. And I wanted that too.
Well, I blame her. And Apollo for not telling us what she'd done.
If he had, Grace would have been locked into the same fate as Calliope.
We don't know that.
I guess this is it.
Time to say goodbye, I guess.
Oh, wait. I thought that this is about Athena. God damn it. If it is about them, I would have said, this is not fair. But to add to the drama, but oh well. Say goodbye to them.
So many years of history, the fights, the highs, the miseries. I'm so proud of you, but it's time to go.
I never truly saw before how trapped we were, so far from shore. Great at the time, but it's time to go.
It's time to go.
How can I let go now? I won't.
There we go.
It's just not fair. We took our first steps together.
Deny first.
Now you'd have me walk alone.
You were always there for me, from heartbreak and through injury. We'd do it again, but now it's time to go. It's time to go.
If I could bring you back, I would give it all to you, my best friend. If I could choose a muse, you would give up godhood to bring her
Defy the fates!
Who knows what comes next? But I will face it beside you.
We're breaking the rules, chat. I don't even know what the rules are. Game over. What happened? Oh, did we move? Did we become Freddy? Wait, no. Huh?
You did it. You actually brought me back from the dead.
Of course I did.
Did you get a chance to speak to the Fates?
Look at Persephone. She's pissed.
No.
Then what happened?
You chose the other option. Yeah, like me as a direct. If I was directing the play, I would be like, okay, it's time to say goodbye. Then the audience will cry. Like, you know, like you tried so hard, but then players like, nah. Give everything. Change the rules. Defy fate. Destroy the throne. Break prophecy. You know? Yeah, what's gonna happen now? If it locks us out of a musical number, I swear to God. But we don't have the power anymore. Yeah, but... Hey, we don't need muse powers to punch Athena in the face. Let's try it out. Okay, the moment just happened. I'm not the muse anymore. Oh, Freddy's the muse now.
I'm no longer an idol.
Oh.
Freddy is the muse now. That was the only way to bring her back.
Oh.
Then you're not the last muse.
And you know why that was a problem, don't you?
Okay. It's okay. I just hope she's not upset, angry. It's a lot of mixed feelings, chat.
That's right. We learned about the prophecy, as well as all your lies. You knew. You knew the truth this entire time, even when you said you were helping Grace.
Yes. Yes, I did.
I understand why.
You were trying to protect me, right? You didn't want me to share Calliope's fate?
I thought I could nudge you in the right direction. Help you find the truth without learning about the prophecy.
Yeah, that's tough.
Well, you failed. We know it now.
Well, then it's done. You're locked into it, as is Freddy. Athena will want her dead, too.
You're right. I actually hadn't considered that part.
I'm so sorry, Grace. I never meant for this to happen.
No, we're gonna punch her in the face. We're gonna stop all this.
That's right. Leave. It's what you're best at. I don't know how this.
No, but
will
it's
affect
Spidey.
your
Welcome
trial.
in. I'm not sure when you
We
guys
could
tuned
tell them
in,
what
but
we've learned. Even without proof, it makes enough sense.
We're
that
trying to
Athena
clear her
couldn't
name.
Just brush it off. You're not the last muse any longer. After all, your Freddy isn't on trial. Yet if Athena believes you both need to die in order to save the idols, she'll find a way.
you know how we solve this, chat? Murder! Just murder. We saw what happened with Kratos, right? The entirety of God of War happened because Kratos was because he was locked into a prophecy, and Kratos was like, oh shit. And he started killing everything. And ended up fulfilling the prophecy anyway. Fate sucks. Prophecies suck. It's so annoying. again, like, that's why I said last session, like in our Pendragon games, the moment the Lady of the Lake or some wise, important character comes into your game and is about to say, prophecy, just shut your ears. Just don't listen. Please don't. Like gag her and take her away from court before she can curse everyone with prophecy. Well, but then again, you know, whether they utter it or not, it is going to happen. So what do you do? I mean, that's if you're someone like Apollo. I have mixed feelings about fate, destiny, and all of that stuff. In stories, I mean. Like, for me, I truly believe that our actions are able to dictate our future. That they do dictate our future. Every single thing we do. But yeah, leave prophecy to the prophets higher in their mountain. Whether there is that mountain where they start weaving the threads of fate and everything's out of hand, I'd rather not know. Because knowing is just a curse to me. Better not to know, right? Whether it's real or not. But being aware of the fact that there is a prophecy, now that is when a lot of complex feelings and complications can come out. Like, yeah, we don't know. We don't know if there's prophecy to begin with. But if you know that there is prophecy, then it starts to get muddled. Like, then you start to doubt everything you do. Like, has everything we've done led up to a certain point? And where, like, since there are so many possibilities, or you could do a cop-out answer and say that they're just like a very powerful, okay, how Assassin's Creed did it. Yes, risk tables and working insurance. Essentially, like, how Assassin's Creed handled fate was basically, it's not some magic or it's not something that's pre-written. It is, the cop-out answer is, these prophets are basically people who constantly see the shiftings of the fates based on everyone's actions. The input is everyone's actions. It runs through the prophet machine, and the prophet machine calculates all the different outcomes, and it shifts every second, every decision, every movement. So, like, Assassin's Creed Prophecy was just basically one massive calculation in terms of the way things are going right now, and having access to see all the different timelines via the Animus. This is what's going to happen, and this guy will meet this guy, and the prophecy will be fulfilled. So they basically just got all the inputs right now. They saw the timelines, they stuffed more into their spreadsheet, and then, based on my calculations, this is going to happen. And that becomes a prophecy. But humans cannot comprehend it. They're not that big brain to make those calculations. So to humans, when the Greek gods bestow upon prophecy to them, they're like, oh man. And that's already factored into the calculations, the revelation of it. So I guess if you look at it that way, you still are free then. It's just, you just gotta print out. The prophecy is just a printout of a snapshot of all possible, like, the most likely outcome, and the machine just printed it out for you if you want to treat it that way. But yeah, it's just, again, I have a mixed relationship with fate and destiny. It comes up a lot in The Witcher as well, but I also liked how they tackled destiny there in The Witcher, because there, prophecy is very important as well. Hell, prophecy is so important in a lot of fantasy stories actually, but whenever they bring up, oh, the chosen one, the prophecy, bring balance to the force, I'm always, it's a similar relationship with me and time travel. It's hard for me to kind of get on board with time travel. It's, unless you do multiple timelines, it doesn't make sense. The grandfather paradox, Back to the Future. I love Back to the Future. It's fun, but you should not think too hard about time loops and shit. But anyway, it's like fate as well. I don't know. I'm not totally sold on it. Anyway, consequences of our actions is right, indeed, Demented Spidey. And now, welcome in. We have just defied. We didn't exactly defy the fate. There's still the last muse. We brought our friend back. Everything is fun. Exactly. It's that. It's just those are the prophets. So you take away all the mysticism, the veils of mysticism. I can see that's why I was so amused when they revealed that part in Assassin's Creed's meta story about who the prophets actually were and how they actually predict it. It's just a prediction machine. The most reason I want to do it, I think, is well, anyway, there's also a machine that this nation used. I forgot which one. The name escapes me. Essentially the same thing. They put all the inputs and it outputs. This is the most likely thing. This is the most likely outcome that's going to happen. Divination magic, all sorts of stuff like that. Okay. Time loop's the scariest horror thing for me. Especially when you close the loop. It gets so... I don't know if you played Quantum Break. It's from the Remedy developers, the Max Payne developers. Was it Quantum Break? That's like a time travel story as well. And you're right. It can be a source of horror in terms of once it's slowly revealed, like when is the loop coming to a close, and then everything just starts and you look at everything differently. I don't want to make a deal with Athena. The deal? Oh no. We're gonna make a deal, and it involves punching her face. I do not want to compromise with Athena, but again, prophecy, right? It's prophecy pushing everyone in this story. It's pushed. It's typical. You see the prophecy. Oh no, we're going to die. I need to look at this one clause in the prophecy, which is easy on the surface to understand about the idols cannot continue as long as the last muse lives. Interpret that however you want. So it's Athena, of course, acting upon that, and like, yeah, it's a very soft prophecy. It's a very vague and ambiguous one. So I mean, I'm not gonna forgive Athena for that, not right now, but we do need to negotiate and talk to her and see where do we go from here, and also punch her in the face. Could the prophecy be true?
Do you think the prophecy could be true? That in order for the idols to live...
It didn't say live. It said continue.
That
word bothers me.
Athena seems pretty certain what it means.
Athena sees what she wants. I don't know that I agree with her. And I won't just give in like Apollo.
Mm-hmm.
When you go to the trial, I'll back your play, up to and including overthrowing Athena. Calliope would approve.
Hell yeah.
But what about...
Just so you understand, our chances aren't good. I suggest you do whatever necessary to prepare.
Oh no, Freddy. I don't know. Freddy's the muse now. I like this outcome. This is my last chance to speak to anyone before the trial. Confront Freddy. She's in the room right now. But why is it confront? That's so strong a word. Okay, confront Freddy and talk about it. We need to start with Freddy. No, Freddy will set up the scene and we will be the one to punch her in the face. Or we can both do
Freddy,
it.
can we talk? Freddy, please. Whatever I did, I need to make it right. Talk to me. Hey.
Oh no.
Freddy, are you okay?
No. No, I'm really not.
Exactly.
Why did you do it, Grace? You brought me back. You made me the muse.
Well, the game's telling me that this is a romantic option, so I couldn't choose it. No, I mean, she would say anyway in this moment. And I do it again. Also, I'd like to think that she. Well, we don't know the rules. Did she have consent? Could she have stopped it? Could she have like just say no? Or was she also confused in the moment? We don't know. I don't know. But apparently, it's a plus to our romance if I say I do it again. So yeah, let's go for it. And I do it again. She literally said it is time for me time to let me go. Yeah. And I do it again.
Yeah, what's giving up immortality for your best friend in the entire universe?
No, I'm serious.
And I'm not. Freddy, I'd do anything for you. Just like you'd do anything for me.
Grace, I told you that I was at peace with my decision.
There we go.
I've watched the struggles you've had as the muse, and now you've thrown them all on me. You didn't even ask.
You don't wish you were still dead, do you? Did I screw up?
I don't know.
To be fair, we had no idea what the rules were. I didn't expect her to become the next muse, so I like that. I like that development. Because for me, it is like you give up you use the power of your immortality to bring someone back to life, not bring them back to life as the next muse. So I got the rule. Ugh, these two don't know how the rules work. Player also thought we're gonna like use this power as a source, and then poof, you're alive, and then it's gone. You're mortal now. You're no longer a god. But when she's like, oh shit, she's the next muse. If you want to get into that, okay, GM, excuse me. So that means if we, okay, you could kill Grace, and then we'll go back to the underworld. We'll play some cards with Charon, and then I pass the idol on to you. You found a loophole, Vanoa. You found the cheese. You could cheese the system. We can cheese the system, chat. That's what we discovered. So if she doesn't like it, just kill me now. Meet me in the underworld. Give you back the Eidolon. And then we'll both be alive, but I'll be the muse. Infinite resurrection glitch. We can break the game. No, we're not gonna do that. But fun thought. Of course, I'm sorry I didn't ask you. I'm sorry I didn't ask you.
I should have asked you first. I'm really sorry. It just kind of happened.
It's not that. It's not just that. I came back from the dead. And I was actually dead. And I'm not the same now. I've changed. And it's not just being the muse. I'm different, and so are you, and nothing between us can ever be the same again.
What?
Of course it'll be the same. Why wouldn't it?
Grace, I sacrificed myself because I love you. I'm in love with you. And I have been for a really long time.
And they were just roommates, chat. I'm in love with you too.
Well, that's ironic.
Did I choose the right thing?
What?
Did my controller?
What is?
I,
Just gal pals.
feel the same way. I always have.
Oh, they didn't know. Grace and Freddy stare at each other in astonishment, saying nothing for a moment. Why is there a subtitle for that? A caption for that.
Why do you think I joined your band? After college, we started drifting apart.
Why do you think I started the band? All this time. And neither of us said anything.
Oh, they didn't know. Okay. I was like, okay, they weren't clear. I thought, okay, I thought they were both aware of how they felt for each other. So, okay, this is actually the reveal. The confession. I just gotta be honest. I didn't want to lose you.
I never said anything because I didn't want to lose my best friend.
Oh, what?
I still don't.
Oh.
You still might. The trial's tomorrow. Athena doesn't know about me. Once she does, I'm the last muse. She's gonna want me dead, isn't she?
We can still get through this, Fred.
Yeah, but even if we do, I'll keep changing. And when I start becoming Calliope, will I still love you?
I don't know.
Right. That rule. The veil.
Now every word's been said. I can't think of any more to fix what's broken. So many books I've read, and still not a word of anything could reveal how this feels. Only if we could have been brave on time, knowing how we should have been loving all this time. I would prefer that we were late then, never together again. What you don't get is death. I died. You and I are not the same people who we once knew. Only if we could have been brave on time, knowing how we should have been loving all this time. Only if we could just escape to Mars. I'll always love you, Grace. But is it too late? Too late?
Damn, I'm here for this drama. Okay, pretty okay with that. Who do we confront next? What would make a nice scene? Yeah, it's more that she's just confused. Like, yeah, we can't really say how we'd feel after going through Hades and coming back from the dead and becoming the last muse. It's a lot to take in the moment. So for me, it is more, yeah, it's not really like drama. It's more, we can get through this. We can fight. We can break the rules. That's a theme. That's the ongoing theme, the recurring theme we've had so far. But I'm glad it's not just easy. Like, there's doubt, there's confusion, there's a bit more complexity in terms of it. It's not just, hey, I'm alive now, and you're telling me to like get over it, and now we're gonna be lovers and it's gonna be all okay. So, you know, something about the story as well is like letting go of the past, moving on, moving forward. Again, those recurring themes. So handling kind of that, like what happens if you bring your best friend back despite your best friend saying that she didn't want to be brought back and now she's here and now she's the next muse. It's like, oh, what? Oh shit, that's like so messy. So to unpack that, I would have wanted more, of course. But what can you really say to that? These extraordinary events right in this moment, and that compared to like that also in contrast to that supposed high, which is, oh, we both love each other after all. It's just like, oh no. That's even more, oh. It's the mess. It's the that added to everything. Basically, that stirred the pot, and that's what I'm here for. Like, I don't want things to be too easy and too, you know, I like being left in that scene as not everything's not okay yet, but it could be. So it makes me want to hope. It makes me want to dare. It makes me want to... Yeah, the worst that could have happened is that they have a lifetime together. Well... Or she dies. The situation is more messy. The muse dead, that's it. Yeah, remember, our lives are still being threatened, so we'll see how that works out. It could be a short one, ending in a violent death, and having admitted your feelings. Would it have been better not to know? Oh, whatever. It's life, and that's what everyone gets. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking the Eidolon would disappear. So, like, oh, it just passed on. Screw you, prophecy. Okay, following from that scene, trying to untangle that with your best friend, maybe we should go to Apollo next, because it feels like it's more pressing that, you know, he didn't tell us about the prophecy. We need to clear the air about it. And then we're going to confront Persephone before we confront Pan, who may have inadvertently been masterminding everything. Let's see if the scenes play out well.
Oh, it's you. Paul comes in, mopier than his usual mopey self, and won't say a word about why. But of course, it's you.
That's the Oracle. I know you care about Paul.
Look, I know you care about Apollo. I'm not here to hurt him.
Uh-huh, yeah. And, why should I believe you?
Because I know he did what he did with the best of intentions.
That does sound like him, yeah. I guess I can go ask him if he wants to talk to you. Don't be surprised if he says no, though.
It's all right, Oracle. I think Grace and I need a moment alone, if you please.
Oh, sure. Don't mind me. Sound like I was in the middle of anything.
Damn, now I want some chips.
I didn't mean for it to end up this way.
You're locked into prophecy as well. That sucks. What did you think would happen? But I also want to tell him, stop blaming yourself. But what did you think would happen?
How did you mean for it to end up? I'm not angry, but I am curious.
I wanted you to find out about Athena without learning the prophecy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was difficult to help without helping too much. Even pointing you at Pan. I was hoping he could be pressured into assisting more. When I first became Apollo, I was so sure I could help people. Help the world. I ignored the warnings. You have no idea how many lives I ruined before I stopped. I never should have given in to Athena. This one time, I thought that maybe it will be different.
We still don't know everything. You don't know everything.
You don't know everything, Apollo. Half the problem is that you and every other idol thinks they do.
What do you mean?
Trying to prevent the prophecy is what's making it come true.
So you want to, what? Stop trying?
Maybe.
I hope you can forgive me, Grace.
Get over yourself. Look, I know you meant well.
I hope that one day we'll be as close friends as you were with Calliope.
I guess all that remains is the trial. Whatever happens, Grace, I'll be standing right there by you.
Thank you.
I would not wish for powers like Apollo, like knowing the future, the prophecy. I just go insane. I think I probably would go insane. I wouldn't be able to handle that. Controller, work. Controller! Confront Persephone. About other visual novels, Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood. Oh, that's out in 2 days? Nice, you did say you enjoyed the demo. Yeah, and I still haven't caught up with The Expanse yet. So, if I don't get to finish The Expanse television series, because I wanted to fill this slot with The Expanse Telltale game. If I don't finish it, then I'll probably look at the Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood and other stuff. I'm going to use the bathroom really quick, then we're going to talk to Persephone, Pan, and then we're going to close out the play. BRB. We are back. Demented Spidey, are you going to play Baldur's Gate 3? I've been playing it. I've been playing it a lot, and I want to play it more. We've been streaming it over the weekend, so our weekends are actually full of Baldur's Gate 3. Anytime I can stream on the weekend is Baldur's Gate 3. We're still in Act 1. I'm playing a human warlock Dark Urge. I basically brought my Call of Cthulhu character in. And yeah, we stream that every Friday and Sunday. We're almost done with all the side quests. By the way, Vanoa, we dealt... Oh, thank you, Anon, for the... I don't know if it appears or if that's just for me. Thank you, Anon, for the gift sub. Enjoy your ad reviewing and cat emotes. And yeah, Vanoa, we also finished... We were able to defeat the Hag. and I was on my edge the whole fight because we committed to a no saves coming playthrough. So if an important NPC dies or we don't get to save someone, I will try my hardest not to load, because you can always just reload if things go wrong, right? So I'm committed to a no reloading playthrough. So the stakes are so high, and I was trying to save somebody, and then after saving that person, there's this unexpected twist, and then the possibility of magic resurrecting certain loved ones with a cost. And it's like, I don't know if I should. So I have to make decisions like that. I mean, I could always just like try it out, then reload. But then for me, it's like, I want to go through the first playthrough, not loading, reloading, or anything. Just live with the consequences of our actions, you know, in true tabletop fashion. So it's been super fun. Like, I almost broke my rule. Why isn't it working? Like, I almost broke my rule because I'm at the point in this quest where I could use this item from a hag to possibly revive someone's loved one. But then, they added certain layers of doubt and complexity into it, because this loved one, as far as we read from some of the optional notes, was that they divorced their they divorced their wife, possibly because basically we deduced that he left his wife because his wife was pregnant and she had an ailing mind. So either whether he knew about the baby or not, he chose to leave. He got caught up in the hag schemes, didn't pay one of them, got screwed over, and then now got murdered. And the prize was his ex-wife, who the hags wanted to turn into something. They wanted her and her baby, possibly for the continuity of the coven, right? And yeah, also, I'm thinking, a hag's gift is always poison. There's always a cost. They were always, they introduced that to you at the beginning of the dungeon, where they show you the consequences of deals gone wrong, twisted. It's like they made a deal with the devil, and they twisted their words, and they got what they wanted, technically, but not in the way they expected. So going into that, I have this item now from one of the hags. I could bring him back, but I'm like thinking, no, this is not gonna end well. So, but my character's also thinking, should I tell the wife that this might work? This item that I found could bring her husband back? Or should I just like destroy the artifact and not tell her anything? But now, her brothers are dead, her ex-husband's dead, and she has this baby to think of, and her mind is falling apart. So it's like, I don't know how to help her. So anyway, that's what's happening in the Baldur's Gate. So that's where we ended last session. And next session, we're gonna commit to not revealing that hag artifact. It's basically a hag-made wand out of her husband's hair or something that could potentially revive him or resurrect him, but we're not gonna. I don't think it's a good idea to do so. And that's how we're playing it, because we could always just try it and then reload the game, right? No, don't tell us, Vanoa. Like, I don't want to know. Is it the right? You chose what? Not to resurrect the husband, or did you choose to try and resurrect the husband? Because we're choosing right now. I'm thinking about it over the week. I'm choosing not to try to resurrect the husband. Okay. Because I could also argue for try to resurrect. So you could say that you tried as much as you could. No, I don't want to know right now. That's what I'm stewing over this time. That's a major decision I'll have to make once we start next session on Friday. Yeah, I want to know. I want to basically... I'm thinking about it, if I want to revive him or not. Essentially that. That's the major decision we're going to do when we start on Friday. And we're going to live with the consequences. Accepting help from a hag would always result in a worse result. Yeah, mechanically, it's weird. Okay, mechanically, the journal, that is where the computer RPG stuff is weird. Yes, the quest actually says, show the wand to the girl. But roleplay-wise, it's like, how do I erase this? How do I erase this from my quest log without showing her the wand? Like, I just wanna, like, you can't just ignore the quest, and the quest will auto-fail if you advance to the next act, right? Quests you didn't do will kind of auto-fail or auto-resolve. So then I'm also thinking about, but quest rewards, if I don't complete it, what about my XP from that reward? Anyway, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Yeah, I wish there was a way to just like tell her to end the quest by saying good luck. Like, I helped as much as I could. Goodbye. Then the quest is ended. But yeah, but for some reason the quest is making us give the wand. And I'm trying not to meta it, because the meta is picking up the wand is totally optional, by the way. You probably don't even find it if you don't loot the whole place. So my meta brain is thinking it's a reward for you exploring that area, getting the wand, and then giving it. Give or break. I haven't received the option yet, but do we have to show her and then we give it or break it, and then that ends the quest? Can I just break it without telling her? Anyway, we'll figure it out. I just want to like end the quest without using the wand. Because it's even worse if you say, hey, this wand might revive your husband. Imagine all the trauma she's been through at that point already. It's like, hey, guess what? This wand might work. Snap. I feel like that's even more cruel. Like, just leave her to mourn already. I just want to... Maybe let's try breaking it, and then let's see if it resolves the quest log. That's what I'm currently planning to do. Like, on my own, I'm just going to try and destroy it. If you can destroy items in the inventory. We'll see. That's what I plan to do with all the hag artifacts. If I can destroy it, I want to destroy all the artifacts. Okay. We're going to confront Persephone next. Yeah, that's why I couldn't find the... You can only drop it, but you can't like destroy it. So, again, weird computer RPG rules. They can't account for everything, admittedly. So we'll see.
Did you forget something, Grace?
It felt like we hadn't quite finished our conversation.
It seemed pretty finished to me. What more is there to discuss?
All right, neither of us are the muse. We can't break into song here. We didn't finish things in Hades.
We could talk about what happened in Hades. We were kind of interrupted by Freddy, and then everything.
What else could we have said, Grace? Yelled at each other more, perhaps?
If it'd help, yeah.
Calliope would not have approved of the way I acted. But then she seldom did. It was so good to see her in Hades. To have her say she forgives me. I just wish it were as easy to forgive myself.
We could start over.
You could apologize, you know. We could start over, from square one.
You shatter my throne without so much as a by your leave. And I'm the one who apologizes?
Yeah, Grace.
I could go first, if you like. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, too. Believe it or not. Is that better?
It's a start.
It didn't come out like that. I didn't want her to apologize. I'm the one who's supposed to be apologizing.
Do you regret it? Surrendering your Eidolon?
Ooh, here we are. Not yet. Honestly, not yet. It wasn't even a hard choice. In the moment, no. Not yet.
Not yet. But we'll see what happens at the trial.
I wonder if I could have done as much for anyone. You do realize you may have brought your friend back, only to doom her to a quick death.
We're gonna protect her.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
You gave her your new life. And you get to walk away as if nothing ever happened.
Only if we survive. And I would never walk away from a friend.
Parallels? I hope she comes to help us. Someone found an exploit with one wild form. Oh! This is the owlbear, isn't it? Again, I cannot avoid Baldur's Gate content. My algorithms keep showing it to me, but like, I've seen it across like 5 channels about, oh, owlbear does the most damage jumping from the height, and you know, does the most damage, blah 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 blah. But yeah, owlbear from up high. I also heard about stacking up crates so high that you could like drop a shoe and kill most things. Let's confront Pan. It has been a while.
Pan? Are you here? Pan! All right then. Guess I'll just head off.
I thought you didn't want to see me anymore. You're not here to yell at me, are you?
Still think I'm a lost cause?
That depends. Do you still think I'm a lost cause? Dead woman walking?
I think if anyone could find a way out of this predicament, it would be you.
Very carefully said.
I certainly thought so. I've been practicing in a mirror and everything. Ah, you've learned something. Something not altogether pleasant, I'm guessing. Tell you what, Grace. Let's indulge in one last transaction. Relay what you've learned, and I'll see if I have any advice to offer.
How is Pan, like, as far as we know, he told Medusa. He was the one that told Medusa, but why? He gave the key to Calliope. What did he stand to gain by telling Medusa where Calliope was going? He didn't know. He for sure he didn't know about the prophecy. Favors. Okay, yeah, he's out for favors. He's out for he's looking out for number 1 himself, and he wanted to. Okay, you're right. Favors, getting on the good side of Athena, but he didn't know anything about the whole prophecy bullshit. And he was honest when he was saying he didn't know it would lead to Calliope getting killed. It's all Athena who goes up to the top. So I understand why Apollo did what he did, and now I understand why Pan did what he did. So I don't think he's a threat right now. Tell him everything.
Okay, where do I begin?
Well, of course it was Athena.
Wait, you knew?
No, how could I?
So what now?
Let the prophecy play out.
Huh?
Let it play out. It doesn't say the last muse will die.
Volume.
Just that she must for the idols to continue. Perhaps the idol shouldn't continue. Seems reasonable enough.
Just let them die? Can you just give up your Eidolon and make it disappear? Just let them die?
Oh, so just let the idols die off. You'd be okay with that?
Did the prophecy say precisely that? Prophecies can be such tricksy little bastards. Frankly, change is long overdue. Continuing on as we have been isn't appealing, and I doubt I'm the only one who thinks so.
Yep.
I'm rather looking forward to the trial now. How exciting.
Alright, let's end it. Well, I'm assuming this is going to be the final act. Well, we're no longer the muse. It's up to us now. It's up to Freddy. We're not gonna leave her. You're intrigued? Ah, right, because he chose to let Freddy go. I wonder how different it'll be. I'm not expecting a huge difference, but here we are, back where it all began.
So this is it. You're back where you started, with nothing to show for it.
Oh.
Tomorrow we head to the trial. And who knows what'll happen. Like a boat lost at sea.
Adrift again. Reprise.
With no sails, not a breeze. I am drifting cold waters, no star to be seen. All my life I have been carried through. At the mercy of tides, I lay unproved. But now I stand oar in hand, hoping my choices won't sink me. What can I do? If I'm a boat lost at sea, can I build sails, find a breeze, own my own destiny?
They said nothing in this case. That's what I'm worried about. Only Apollo said he'd support us.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, actually, I think this week they should be releasing the soundtracks. As you notice, there's like 3 traits: rebellious, charming, and clever. So they're releasing soundtracks for each song path, quote unquote. And as Vano was saying, if you stick to one, it's hard to like make it flow really well if you go jump between traits, right? So the soundtracks are all rebel, all clever, all charming. So just choose your flavor. So it flows. It's consistently rebellious. It's consistently charming, etc., etc. But organically playing it, of course, I was mixing mostly clever. Actually, I think we've been flexible enough. We've had some when it called for rebelliousness, forcefulness. I felt like, especially with around Persephone, I tried to do more of that as well. So it is still role playable. So yeah, I'm worried. I'm very worried. Our best friend is the new muse. Athena is hell bent on preventing this prophecy, which we all know will end up fulfilling the prophecy itself. Apollo's the only one who outwardly said they would be supporting us. We're no longer the muse. Pan and Persephone, I don't know what they're going to do. if they're just gonna observe, but we'll see. If it generally follows the tropes for Greek tragedy, if you're always rebellious, or romance if it's always charming. Good question. I've only done one playthrough. But I would assume, like, yeah, a lot of the charming stuff have mostly been about reconciliation, forgiveness, empathizing with other people, mending bridges. That's what the charming trait has been. Rebellious is all about, seize the throne for yourself, snap people out of their woes, punch hand to fist to face problem solving. And clever, which is the trait we chose at the very beginning. Clever is, you're more like a tricksy kind of person. You have greater insight into some other things, and you get to call out people on their bullshit. Yeah, rebellious could have been epic. And Vanua did go full rebel route. And now I'm curious about that. Because there was an option. Seize the throne for yourself. Become god of the underworld. So we missed out on that opportunity because we chose clever. If you didn't give away the Eidolon, you'd be a whole on she's really dead forever state right now. Exactly. And interesting. I'm not sure how this is going to end. Let's find out.
Hello?
Athena's terrifying, by the way. Those cookies are poison, I swear.
There you are. Everyone is already waiting for you on Olympus.
Clever, like Odysseus, yes. Medusa, right. Because Medusa, for me, she's a victim. She's misunderstood. She was cursed by Athena, for God's sakes. She didn't deserve that. Okay, let's stand our ground. This is... We need to talk.
Athena, we really need to talk. Like right now.
There's nothing left to talk about, Grace. Whatever you have to say, you can say it at the trial.
How far Athena has fallen.
Welcome to Old Olympus, dear.
Sweet.
Is this...
That's Aphrodite in
a real
arrows.
place?
It's the memory of a real place, which for us is the same thing.
That's Hermes.
Let's begin, shall we?
We're not the Muse. It's okay. This is part of the story where we don't need our superpowers. Watch a mundane take down a god. I hope.
Brothers, sisters, everyone, look around you. We few who remain fled to this new land to escape the war, but we are not out of danger. I waited to tell you until I was certain, and now I am. The idols are dying.
No.
It will not be long before even our immortality deserts us. The time for extreme measures has arrived.
See there, we didn't choose rebellion, such as murder. And you're certain the idols are dying?
How do you know it's true? How can you be so certain?
Each time we pass on our Eidolon, we become a little less. It is, however, not solely that. I have had Hecate researching the matter for decades, and her results are conclusive. We are diminishing. I am at this trial to tell you that, as always, I will look out for you. I will save you. Trust in me, Pallas Athena, daughter of Zeus and leader of the chorus, and I will do anything it takes to keep you all alive.
Anything, huh?
Freddy! You showed up!
And who might you be, my dear?
It's so cheesy, but I will say it. She's the woman I love.
That's Freddie, the woman I love. And she's also the new muse.
Why would you reveal that? Ugh, whatever. Not like it matters now.
That's impossible. Do you think us fools? Grace is standing right here, alive and well.
Yeah, you see, Grace gave up her Eidolon to bring me back from Hades. Seems that's a thing you can do.
Seems that's a thing you can do.
Don't suppose that changes your plans for the trial at all, does it?
The Eidolon was not Grace's to pass on, so I'm afraid you'll have to share her fate, Freddie.
We don't even have proof. All we have is witness testimony. We have to play this correctly. Seriously, are we gonna talk no jutsu? Well, this is a unique option to us because we have been charming. We've got enough charm points. Because we've already tried to meet her force to force. Force against force, and she's in charge, she's in power. We don't have proof. Let's go. Let's understand the villain. This doesn't mean I'm excusing her. But we have to get her to talk about the prophecy at some point. We have to tell her that we understand about this prophecy. What you think was the right thing to do. Exactly. Inside Athena's head, I don't know what's happening, but let's just kill them all. In the very beginning of the game, by the way, the first thing she tells you is like, oh, you're sentenced to death. It's like, why are you so eager to kill me? Like, God, aren't you supposed to be the goddess of wisdom? So she was sus since the very beginning. It was very predictable. But the whole prophecy angle, okay. That's a little twist. Have a cookie, which probably would have killed us. Let's go. We need to... Everything needs to come out. Prophecy. Why you're acting this way. It's been hard for you.
It must be difficult. Feeling as if everything is on your shoulders. And yours alone. One moment of weakness and it all falls apart. You've been doing this for so long, you don't even know how to stop, do you?
Oh, dear child. Why on earth would I stop?
Because what you've done is wrong. If it wasn't, then why not come clean? Go on. Tell them about Apollo's prophecy.
Yeah, tell them.
The idols cannot continue so long as the last muse lives. Isn't that how it goes?
Oh, wow.
It's true.
Yay. Thank you. We know the truth. There, our clever background comes into play. hit her with evidence and witness testimony and whatever we can find out. We know the truth.
We spoke to Calliope in Hades. She told us how you sent the Furies after her. You couldn't have.
Why?
Yes, she could. Just like she gave up her Eidolon to me.
Oh, yeah, to clarify that, Athena was not expecting that because no one was allowed to go to the underworld. But we convinced Hermes, who works for Athena, we convinced Hermes that we need to go to the underworld. So the reason why she forbade everyone from going to the underworld was precisely to cover up that avenue of questioning, to prevent anyone from talking to Calliope's soul. So, joke's on her. Hermes felt like doing the right thing for us. So, gotta thank them.
Maybe you even knew that once, but you've forgotten it. Just like all the idols have. You don't know everything, Athena.
No. I do not accept this. You are lying.
You're the one who's been lying. Or would you like to explain to the idols how you murdered Calliope based on a vague prophecy? Tell them.
Oh no, we're not the Muse.
Yes, it's me.
Oh, okay. Freddy, activate.
It's me. Of course, it's me. The one who gets it done. Don't you see? It had to be. You all turn away when I got the fish. Then you cry, hooray, once it's on the dish. That's how we do this. Yes, we. Yes, you and me. I have always cared for you. I'll always do all these things for you. All these things that you are not prepared to do.
You say you care, Athena, look around. The way you care grinds these idols down. From up above, you played your puppet show. You called it love. Athena, did you know you're turning them to ghosts?
Sorry, little bird, time to wring your neck.
If only you knew that you can't force the future. If only you knew it's not just another thing you can subdue.
If only I lived in a quaint little pond like you. Only if I could just lie there, and any time I moved, I'd tremble a reed or two.
Let's try to appeal to her in some way.
Yes, there's a lot at stake.
Reminder of the past.
Remember when the idols came to this new world, it was the right call for you to make, the right chance to take.
None of you see. So it's down to me. It's fine. I'll take all the blame. I'll take all the pain.
So,
Think you see it all. You just see a scrap. You wanna make the call. You need to hold the map. You cloistered children. It's time for you and all who stand with you. Yes, you too. Form a queue. Time to follow through.
Hey, y'all, now listen, I'll be crystal clear.
I'm saying this to everybody here. No substitutions, no, you're all too dear. We're keeping
The
everybody,
Furies.
everybody, everybody leaves this place alive.
What are you gonna do?
I'm okay dying again. If it's with you, you're the only place to be. I was so low, I nearly withdrew.
Okay, this makes sense. Aphrodite.
Now I'm here
Then Apollo.
because she inspired me.
Athena, here's one more you'll need to cut through. Grace, you've shown me how the world should be.
Make love, not war. Tell it to the goddess of war.
Of course, it's me. Because of me, this prophecy would come to be. My Olympus is gone, and you're all looking on at a stranger wearing my face. My Olympus is gone. Now I'm some other one. Just how long has she been in place? You can talk about your journey, honey, I don't care. The only thing that matters is you put yourself there.
Oh, that's a bit much. Okay.
There was a voice in me that shouted, Athena, you be strong. Be strong. No cost is great enough. It was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong, and now I don't know what the right thing is. I leave it up to you what to do with this.
Oh, I wanted to punch her. I'm directing the scene, being consistent with my grace. Being consistent with my grace, punching would have been so fun in her head, but we're gonna go with the whole. She's clever. We tore her down, and I wanted to punch her. Okay, I wanted to punch her as well, but it's not how we've been. It wouldn't be consistent with our character, and I'm not gonna forgive her. So, your time as a leader's over. Okay, Freddy, can you punch her? Can let's like someone punch her for me? Oh well, let's continue the scene. I was gonna just say, it's just... Yeah, just someone has to punch her. Her whole song is basically... You know Farquaad from the Shrek? And he was calling everyone to like fight for him. What does he say? Like, your death is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. All right, so she needs to be gone. She needs to be gone.
All these years you ruled this place. I think it's time you made some space. Enough of you. It's overdue. Step away. Let it go. Fresher hands should steer this boat and sail it to something new.
Okay, so what happens to Athena? Brand new chorus. They can no longer be trusted to lead. I got that achievement. Oh, I'm so happy Freddy's here though. And that she came for us. And that she sang and everything's cool.
Are you finished? You've been talking forever.
We're done, yes.
And?
They're like the council, by the way, these three. Plus Athena.
So you're in charge now, I'm guessing.
I am.
Yeah!
Though I'll admit, the victory seems rather hollow.
Why?
The idols could still be dying. If that's so, then I'll simply be presiding over our final days.
What's this supposed to imply? You can't rule in Hades, rule here? Why have a chorus at all? Well, it's difficult. The whole secret society thing, it's kind of still needed. You think you can fix it? I don't really... This feels like a disrespect against Persephone. It's kind of vague, this option. If you can't rule in Hades, rule here. So... Farquaad from Shrek and what's his face from Futurama. Yeah. Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, the other major gods, they... Okay, the war they're talking about, as far as we know, is World War II. From the old world. So they were displaced after World War II. Because Ares missed out on World War I. So he started World War II, but he sided with the Axis powers. And Hephaestus, we're talking about the major gods, Hephaestus did this whole thing to stop the war by giving humankind inspiration to make nuclear bombs. So that stopped the war in the Pacific at the cost of Hephaestus. So Ares and Hephaestus are gone. Zeus and Poseidon, all we got was them saying, you know, fuck this, and they just drifted away into the ether. They just gave up. Poseidon as well gave up. Hades was murdered by Persephone. That is fun. In this world, Persephone murdered Hades, and she was punished for it by she basically usurped Hades. She murdered Hades, took over the underworld. The other idols said, "Oh no, you murdered Hades," and so penalized her, took away the underworld from her, and that's why you saw it in that terrible state, because no one ruled the underworld after that. And here we are. We just have Athena, Zeus. We just have Athena. You saw Aphrodite. You saw the Minotaur, Hecate, Hermes, and a bunch of other faceless ones. They didn't give a definite number, but they all live in this high-end condominium in the big city, which they call Olympus, and it's hidden from mortal sight. You can only find it if they allow you to find it. One of those glamour things, right? Hecate, care of Hecate. So they don't have much power anymore. They can't really do much. So they're wasting away. And now they're finding a way now to what's next. You think you can fix it?
Is there some way to fix it? Athena obviously didn't know everything, no matter how wise she was.
I don't know. where would we even begin?
I've not
Such an
read
effort
Percy Jackson.
could prove futile. We might have to accept the possibility that the idols can't be saved.
Maybe you're just gonna be mortals.
Perhaps what the idols need most is change. I don't know if I have any say in this, but have you considered rejoining the real world?
See, that's why I love Freddy. And I'm so glad I brought her back. I'm glad that we gave more to her story arc. She just sacrificed her life for us. She was fridged for us. So that's why also subconsciously I'm like, I want you back. And now she's become a main character. We're now like the main characters. So now we're inseparable, right? So she's having an arc as well because she was a believer. She was a believer of all of this. And she met her heroes. This is her meeting her heroes and her being very disappointed in them. So Freddy has a whole thing going on as well. And I'm glad that she's, in a way, adapted to this. She's a new muse now. And she has a way to help her heroes, you know, like Avenger style. Like Kamala Khan meeting her heroes, they're all depressed. And her becoming a hero herself and snapping them out of that reality by being a model to follow, an example to follow. And that's why I also like Miss Marvel in the Avengers. Because she maintained that hope. She maintained that spirit of, you know, helping the world, being a good person when the Avengers lost their way. And it is Kamala Khan and the new generation and the kids who helped snap them out of that jaded reality.
Stop hiding in the shadows, get rid of the chorus and all its rules, and just help each other instead.
Well. I'm with Freddy. Because at the end of the day, they are refugees of war. They need to help each other, and doing it this way may not be the best way. But yeah, I'm with Freddy.
I'm with Freddy. How much has hiding really helped you?
Yeah.
We know what happened the last time mortals found out about us.
Maybe I was the only one listening to Grace's song. Surviving is what's been killing you. We need to do something new.
She's right.
I should know better than anyone the futility of doing the same thing over and
Hell
over
yeah.
again to no result.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Heavens help me. But yes.
Aphrodite's was such a... It was pretty heavy. Aphrodite's arc here. In Rebel Play, you're the one who inspired them to choose the option. Okay, at least Freddy's the one speaking up for it. For me, it makes sense. Freddy is the more aggressive one here.
I didn't really want this chair anyhow. I agree. Let's do it.
Ooh, our last step. I have some ideas. What about Athena? Oh, questions. What about Athena?
What about Athena? There's no way she'll be okay with this.
She won't fight it. She said, and I quote, "Whatever your decision, I will abide by it."
The new improved meek Athena?
The fight's just not in her anymore. She was so certain she was doing the right thing.
Well, we'll see how long this new Athena lasts.
Is she about this? Question mark doesn't advance the story, right? So we can still choose. I have some ideas. Okay. You sure about this?
Just like that? You're sure about this? I was expecting more argument.
So was I. Usually we can't even order breakfast without arguing.
Yeah, I was not expecting you to just run with it like that.
We've all been thinking about it for years. It's what Calliope fought for, in fact.
I wish she could have been here to see this day.
In a way, she is.
I have some ideas.
I have a few thoughts as to how you could go about revealing yourselves.
Oh?
You'll need to give any idols who don't agree time to hide, right? That means you can prepare a campaign.
Something online, maybe.
The idols would be stars before you know it. If you're famous enough, there's only so much that can be done to you.
Why not just be normal?
That sounds like a good idea. We'll need your help with that, Grace.
I didn't say I was going anywhere, right?
I mean,
Well,
okay.
We have a lot of anxious idols to inform. Shall we?
If it's okay, could we catch up with you? I'd just like to talk to Grace for a minute.
We'll be outside. Make it quick.
Yeah, I mean, like, initially it's like, what? I thought just they don't know about you. Just keep it that way. Just be yourselves.
So, well, that was pretty wild, huh? You did it. You got through your trial unscathed.
We fulfilled the prophecy. Did we? Ah, right. For the idols to continue, the prophecy must, the muse must die. But the muse didn't die. We did it.
We did it. We got through the trial together, side by side.
I didn't have a choice, Grace.
Uh-oh.
Sure you did. Athena didn't know you were the muse. You could have stayed away.
And let you go through that alone? Not a chance.
I would have been lost without you.
What now?
I
Are we gonna
know
break
things
up?
were pretty intense before the trial. I still don't know how I feel about us, about everything. And I understand if you wanted to get as far away from me and the idols as you could. Especially now that things are about to get weird.
Well, I would rephrase this. You need me? No. I would put the heart here. I'm not going anywhere. Like, I don't want to tell her that she needs us. She doesn't need us. Why would you tell that to someone? Anyway, I'm sure it's not going to be this verbatim. It's just the vague spirit of the answer, but I'm choosing the heart. I want to continue this. Kind of like saying to someone who's gone vegan, why did you just eat this whole roast cow in a single leap? Yeah, I guess that's what we're going to talk about it. They're going to talk about it. It's like, okay, do you want to reveal yourselves as gods? And what powers do you even have remaining? Do you even need to do anything like that? Why don't you just be yourselves? They already run mundane clubs. They already run, like, Persephone runs the underworld bar. Medusa has the Viper's Nest, which... Wait, it was a murdered... Medusa's something else. We have to deal with Medusa at some point. But they all have, like, covers already. Apollo has a literal geek hacker who calls himself Oracle and doesn't believe that Paul is actually God Apollo. So, they're fine. Anyway, I do not like this wording, you need me, but mechanically, I will choose the heart. My heart will say, I'm not going anywhere. I'll be here by your side if you need me, if you want me. But heart.
You need me. The idols need me.
But we'll get by. Probably. What I'm saying is, you don't need to feel obligated.
I like being needed.
Oh, thank God. I was so sure that you were going to leave. I mean, you're free to go now, right?
And miss being high priestess to the goddess of late-night lattes? Absolutely not.
I still need some time to figure us out.
Yeah, take all the time you need. We have that now.
Okay, then. Ready to go out there and face the music?
Always.
Act 3, 2 months later. Weird fridge. Hi.
Of course you're all here. Why wouldn't you be?
We were waiting for you.
They just showed up. I didn't think you'd mind too much.
How does it feel to be the idol spokesperson, appearing on every newscast, reputable and otherwise?
I'm exhausted.
The Oracle has been keenly following your progress. She records every appearance, every interview. She may be your biggest fan.
The way she talks, you'd think she never doubted who you were.
Well, at least she's been of great help to your online campaign.
A lot's been going on here, too. You want to hear the gauze?
Ask about Freddy, then Aphrodite and Eros, and then Athena.
I'd like to know what you've been up to, Freddy.
You mean other than incessantly talking about you?
I don't talk about Grace that much. Do I?
I think it's rather commendable how you've taken the remaining idols at Olympus under your wing.
Well, someone has to do it. Just yesterday, I was teaching Athena how to ride a bus. She was so mortified.
All this while preparing for your next big venture. Busy is our new muse.
That's supposed to be a secret.
Wait, what's this?
Well, I figured once you were done with all the promotional tours, you might want to, I don't know, come with me.
Thank you for the lurk, Banwa.
I mean, I thought maybe you missed being the muse. A little. So, we could try the band again. Go on tour.
Oh, right, the band. I forgot about them. I love that idea. It started off, we were in band rehearsals. So these two are actually in a band. There are two other guys. They never appeared in the story again. The game totally forgot about them. They weren't really important characters, but they were our bandmates. So yeah, let's bring the band together. Makes sense. I love that idea.
Muse teams up with former Muse to spread music to the world.
I guess. Maybe.
That's awesome. I love it.
Good, because I've been arranging dates at clubs across the country. You two only need to give me the word.
Yay! Ask about... Well, Apollo's right there.
What about you, Apollo? Still planning on leaving the city?
Not immediately. There's so much to wrap up here, and I want to ensure the Oracle will be fine on her own.
You're not responsible for the child, Apollo.
I believe I am. I need to be confident that both she and the idols won't suffer for my absence.
And after that?
I don't know. I was thinking of traveling for a time. Despite my age, there are so many places I haven't been.
What he means is he hates all the public attention on his abs.
It is a bit disconcerting. The photographers following me around, the letters addressed to the sun god. I don't know what to do with it all. Even so, I'm not running away. I'll be back. I simply think it's time to see the world again with my own eyes.
Sad boy forever. Ask about Persephone.
How about you, Persephone? Any big changes?
Not yet, though I may be selling the club very soon.
The underworld? Why?
I don't need a substitute for the real thing. That's all it ever was, and I'm fine with having neither. That said, I've been itching for a change. I believe it's time to move on to something else.
Do we get to know what that something else is?
No, you don't. I came by to give you all my regards, such as they are. After this, you likely won't see me for quite some time.
You will be missed, sister. More than you'll ever believe.
Ask about Aphrodite and Eros.
Is there any word yet on Aphrodite and Eros? They left the city a while ago.
Eros sent word, yes. Aphrodite has started a spiritual retreat in the mountains?
Let's call it a cult.
Whatever it is, he says it's been helping her. Being the goddess of love to the world once more has at last brought her peace.
Isn't she at all concerned about, being captured by mortals again?
Hence why she surrounded herself with only those who shower her with adoration.
As I recall, sister, you also headed several cults across the centuries.
The Eleusinian mysteries weren't about shoring up my ego, Apollo.
Eleusinian mysteries?
What about Venus? Did she go with them?
Oh, yeah.
The mortal? I don't believe so. Last I heard, she opened a gallery. Aphrodite's become her patron.
Venus has painted most of the idols. I sat for her last week, in fact. It's made her rather successful.
So it's just epilogue stuff. Ask about Hecate and Asterion.
What about Hecate and Asterion? Are they still at the reliquary?
Hecate leave the reliquary? I'd sooner believe the sun would go out.
Oh, you should see them, Grace. They are so cute. Asterion dotes on Kate day and night. He even wrote his own song to serenade her.
Did you just call her Kate?
Am I doing it now? I am, aren't I? I've been around them a lot.
You are turning into quite the fixture there, Freddie. Hecate talks about you as if you were her apprentice.
Please, I wouldn't go that far. Did you really say that?
Not in so many words, but she did mention it was time to pass on her arcane knowledge.
A sorceress muse? That'll certainly be new.
This also kind of makes sense because they already established that Hecate really liked, like a first impression, really liked Freddie. This is before Freddie got her muse powers. And they were having tea together. Ask about Medusa. This one's kind of iffy. I don't know if I understood it correctly, but I think Medusa has been like murdering people.
And Medusa? I take it she's no longer at the reliquary.
Medusa is with me at the moment. You did promise her my help.
Oh, how's that going?
It was difficult at first. She confessed something about Artemis, which I had long suspected but could never prove.
What?
I was...
Did she kill Artemis?
Upset. I then realized it was more Athena's fault than Medusa's. So, I recruited Athena to help work on removing the curse.
And now?
We're making more headway than I expected. If Athena had ever really tried, I suspect this could have been done long ago.
Athena having no pity? Oh, shocking.
At any rate, she's excited by the possibility. She insisted on paying me back by cleaning my house. The Oracle was thrilled.
Ask about Athena.
Has anyone heard about Athena? It's been a while.
The revelation of the idols to the mortal world went far better than she could have dreamed. I think it shook her.
Well, she was wrong about a great many things.
As the goddess of wisdom, that's not an easy realization. So she left.
What?
Back to the old world.
Well, isn't she at risk there? All alone?
Well, I asked her to go. There's so many of us who went missing during the war. The idols going public might bring them out of hiding.
Oh.
Athena wanted to leave, and this gave her a purpose. We'll see if anything comes of it.
Are they setting up a sequel? Hermes.
Is Hermes still around? I'm surprised they're not here with the rest of you.
Well, we've barely seen them of late.
I see them online all the time. They're a big hit. Their videos are hilarious.
Hermes has been busy. They've become a social media darling, or so the Oracle tells me.
They're a TikToker.
The truly amusing part is that they're not even trying to be famous. They simply can't help it.
Hermes likes to people please, it's true.
And they get a lot of free shoes and concert tickets.
Hopefully it won't backfire on them. Fame is a double-edged sword.
Hermes lives a charmed life. Never fear.
Well, it's odd seeing their face on so many billboards, but I agree. Let Hermes have their fun.
Pan? Ah, right. Almost forgot about Pan.
What about Pan? I haven't seen him since the trial.
No one's seen him.
Should we be worried? It is Pan, and what he does will reflect on us all.
He's probably off fleecing widows out of their pensions as we speak.
Pan is harmless.
Mostly harmless.
As far as I can tell, he did regret his involvement in Calliope's death. He'll lay low. At least for a time.
He'll be back with some new scheme to make us all groan.
You're not wrong.
He'll be back. Okay, that's all I want to ask about. Oh, I didn't notice the photos. Cute.
I still can't believe it's all over.
Oh, it's scarcely over, Grace. Now that you've toppled the castle, it's barely just begun.
Oh, I didn't do that.
Come on, Grace, we both did. And it was amazing.
Perhaps we should leave you alone, Grace. You must be tired from your trip.
Perhaps a round of drinks at the underworld, in Calliope's honor.
I'd like that, actually.
If you both don't mind, could Grace and I catch up?
Oh, did we already?
Don't take too long, you two, or we'll start drinking without you.
More catching up. Okay.
Okay, so I have been doing some thinking, and I have something to say. The way I obsessed over you all those years, it wasn't healthy, was it? And maybe our relationship changing is a good thing. I'm an adult now. We need to do this over and do it right.
Does that mean you forgive me?
Okay, so the Muse last song.
Within me there will always be something left behind in shadow. I'm tethered to you, I'm free. I've known, I've loved you before. We were grown, never alone.
Bonebreaker, welcome in. We're wrapping up the game.
Only if only
I'm hoping for a happy ending.
we can be brave this time. Finally, Grace, you and me. It wasn't too late, it was fate. I've spent so long yearning, observing, seeking the light of your eyes. Now I return, nothing left in reserve. Your eyes, a sunrise. Only
I think we're getting a happy ending.
only we can be brave this time. Finally, Grace, you and me. It wasn't too late. It was fate.
Clap, 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 clap. Return to Freddy's feelings. You just caught us right when it is all over, Bonebreaker. But welcome in. We've actually had a happy ending. A lot of things happened. Let me give you a shout out over here, Bonebreaker. If you've not already checked out Bonebreaker's channel, an awesome chill streamer. But welcome in, Bonebreaker. Initial impressions upon everything. They're setting up the world. It was all kind of course rushed in the end. How everything just, well, what is it? Was it a satisfying conclusion? Yeah, I think overall I'm pretty happy with my playthrough and what happened to the characters. I did not expect to be able to bring Freddy back, but I could not let her go, and that, of course, was pretty... That's a lot. But now we have a happy ending, and I think they were able to deal with that well. Now, again, what is up with the sound mixing? It is so distracting. It's like all of Freddy's lines were recorded in another studio, and they didn't bother to try and balance it with the rest of the people. Calliope's lines were also all basically almost muted. And Pan also had a few lines that were too loud and then too soft. It's like just a basic thing. Like, okay, art, amazing. Some songs may stand out on its own. On their own, I mean. Like Adrift was okay. I liked Adrift. I could like play in my head all over again. Minotaur's audio was all over the place. The audio mixing was all over the place. It's just so unfortunate. It just kept taking me out of the scene, which may have added up over time. Like, once in a while, okay, cool. But if it happened, it is happening every single scene. The only ones who were consistent were Persephone and Apollo. And Aphrodite. So I'm thinking like they were recorded in batches at different times, which, yeah, it happens. You're recording in different places. It's an international production. You don't have the luxury to have everyone in the same studio, which is why I coordinate with the studios. And once you get the mix, you have your audio engineer and sound mixer work those kinks out. It didn't even come close. I had to constantly keep adjusting the volume. That's my biggest criticism right now of this, in addition to the songwriting. Look, I don't know how to write songs. I'm no lyricist. But you have to admit, as an audience member participating in this musical, being able to influence the musical as well in terms of changing the tone of it, that's fun. But I think they had to sacrifice the integrity of the song itself. It didn't really sound like a musical to me. And more like, basically they just got a screenplay without a musical in mind, and they just tried to sing the lines. And I think we already talked about this before, like Bonebreaker. Like, you mentioned it also. The little you saw with the Hecate and Asterion, it was just sung dialogue. In fact, there were even some lines that I would expect... Look, I don't know how to direct a musical as well, okay? But there were moments where they didn't have to sing that line. They could have just said it, which happens all the time in musicals. They're singing, and they're like, what did you say, Grace? And then you go back to the song. But there were times when they like oversung. they oversung. And yeah, like it may sound like, though, isn't that basically a musical? It's like hard to describe. It's not really... It's not a song, right? There. It didn't sound like songs. It sounded like dialogue, and they tried to force melody into it. And that's not exactly how a musical really ought to go. You can see a huge difference in the standalone songs. The standalone songs here, I mean, where they were actually a song that you couldn't really influence with your traits. So I'm not sure if it was a design challenge to try and make a song that's consistent, because you could mix and match the three colors. And I can understand how that can get messy. So, you know, a song which is supposed to take you through different emotions, but if you're able to go clever and then rebellious and then loop back to charming, that's kind of hard. You have this dissonance in your song. So I'm actually very curious, and Vanwa really highly recommended just sticking to one color, which gameplay wise I wouldn't do as a role-playing game. It's fighting against its own identity in terms of it may sound better as a more coherent song, as a more coherent, consistent song, if you stick to one color. But that's not, you know, you role-play different emotions. So that's why most of it, which is dialogue, with forced melody on top of it. So it didn't really flow. But like, those are just my main gripes about it. Story-wise, okay, super predictable, but the little twists they added in terms of like Freddy the passing of the Eidolon, that's kind of like a Deus Ex Machina. They were just bending the rules at that point, and they were kind of lampshading it. Is that the right term in terms of we don't really know the rules, or those are the rules, or rules are meant to be broken. We don't know. So they bent in some ways. Not exactly sure. Like Freddy as well. She already admitted her religion. Like, well, no, she wasn't very clear about the religion. So where does your soul go after that? Or, you know, things like that. Not really important. Like, these are just details and nitpicking. But these are broad stroke rules to try and get the plot going, which is okay. Like, the focus is not on like the rules of the underworld and where your souls go about all that, but it is an emotional moment. I really like that in terms of course, going, it's classic. You lose a loved one and you go to hell and back for them, right? Like that's a classic trope that it's a universal story that a lot of people can relate to. Orpheus and Eurydice being one of the poster childs for that story. You're going to hell and back for the one you love. And the inevitability of death and not being able to do that. But the whole game is about breaking tradition, breaking the rules, forging your own path forward, breaking from the past. So in that vein, I understand it going in that direction. You needed something new. You couldn't hold on to the past. And Athena was too stuck in the past. She put it upon herself to save everyone because of what she did after World War II, when the gods were displaced. So now they also bring into question the other pantheons. The ending, they revealed themselves to the world, which is weird for me. Like, why would you? Anyway, it happened to go well. Everything's fine. And they're setting up a world, which I would revisit. I want to see what other stories they have in this. But more than that, I actually want more musical visual novels. I really do. I want this to help kickstart a new wave of musicals, playable musicals. It can be done. I think it can be done. Didn't Van also point out in order to get a certain ending, you have to stick to one set of decisions, no in-betweens or nuanced endings? Oh, no problem. That didn't come out, Bonebreaker. We ended up with a very similar ending to Vanua, actually. And that was us mixing colors. We mixed colors, and we have... Oh, Premier Avenue, welcome in. We just finished. Welcome in. Sorry, we just finished Stray Gods, but it is pretty early. So I might like play a few numbers to show you guys how it's like. But thank you for the follow, 60D. Let me give you a shout out to your Premier Avenue. Guys, if you have not checked out Premier Avenue yet, please do go check them out. Really awesome streamer with a YouTube channel as well with some very interesting videos. They'll be going through a bunch of really awesome games, which we will be streaming ourselves as well. Mostly like Alan Wake 2 and all that. So if you want to check out their playthroughs, go check them out. And for those who are just coming in for the first time, welcome in to Tabletop Cinema. Hi, I'm Mikey. I'm a freelance filmmaker, tabletop RPG game master, and variety streamer on Twitch. And we just finished our Tuesday slot game, which is Stray Gods, the role-playing musical. This may feature This features an all-star cast of voice actors and some actors from Broadway as well, who decided to put together a musical that you could play. So it's like a visual novel mixed with some role-playing, and there you have it. The role-playing musical. So you have song numbers that you get to change on the fly. And if you love musicals, this might be worth checking out. It is a bit rough around the edges, technically. Songwriting-wise as well, I didn't really feel like it's really up there. But if they get, like this could be the start of something. I really hope it becomes the start of something. Because I want higher level quality of songwriting, and to be able to participate it in this way was so fun for me at the end of the day, because I mean, I've always wanted to be part of musicals. I was involved in theater, but I cannot sing, therefore I couldn't be on stage for musicals. So I ended up doing stage plays, non-musicals. But I've always wanted to be in a musical, and this feels like a way to be able to participate in that, because you as a character get to choose. It also felt like you were directing the scene. And my headspace was like, we're making this musical as we go. We're changing the song, we're shifting the mood. I'm thinking about what might serve well for the next scene. And it is a great exercise in that. And I want more, not necessarily Stray Gods 2. I really want this to get out there and entice people from Broadway, from West End, from all the other different theater companies all around the world to consider this as a possible way to stage your plays. Like, it may not exactly be the most unique thing ever, but this is the first visual novel musical that I have played. I don't know if there are anything else out there, but consider that. Like, if you know someone who are into musicals, invite them to play Stray Gods. It is inviting, it is welcoming, the art is good, the songs are okay, and it'll get your imagination stirring, especially if you're involved in musicals, to really imagine this as a interesting platform to spread musicals to other people in a fun way. And to have people, you pitch it to people, like, do you want to write, do you want to be part, do you want to go up on stage and be part of this story? And that's a very enticing thing for me. So I really enjoyed playing Stray Gods. Again, a lot of cringe for me, it needs better songwriting, okay? It needs better songwriting. Sound mixing is, of all things, get your sound mixing right first, please. But other than that, and the story-wise, it's serviceable, but the characters were okay. Some of the deliveries were, I was not happy with Apollo. He was starting to get annoying at some point. Apollo voiced by Troy Baker. I don't know what was wrong with him here. I get where his character is coming from, but I don't know why I think I was annoyed at the character, not Troy Baker. He sung okay with some of the songs as well, but sorry, I'm just like rambling right now. But yeah, you're doing a short stream for your Spider-Man recap. Oh god, Spider-Man 2 coming up soon. Didn't watch the playthrough, but it's disappointing to hear the songs are evidently the weakest part. It feels like, hey, welcome in, Paula J. Cruz. It feels like this is building on non-gaming influences with strong songwriting like Hades Down. Yeah, I have to say, I will admit it, the songs, only some songs stood out. Or Good Riddance, or Hades. We had amazing songs from Hades. Like, I freaking loved Orpheus' songs. I loved Eurydice's solo. I loved their duet. Like, those were amazing songs, which we didn't really get here. And I was just talking about it earlier. Yeah, for me, the songs are, unfortunately, they weren't songs. They were sung dialogue. And if you're into musicals, you would understand that there's a kind of difference to that. You don't just sing everything you say. Or you don't just have dialogue and then force a melody over it, which is what most of the game was. So the only songs that actually felt like a musical to me were the ones that you didn't have much influence over. And I understand that, which is why I was musing about, was it a creative challenge? Was it a compromise they had to arrive at? Or was it simply that these people are just not experienced musical songwriters? Because you have composers like Austin Wintory and an artist from Eurovision Australia or something. But I don't think any of the songwriting credits belong to people who have experience in musicals. I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong. I know there are some Broadway actors, but you gotta have strong songwriters. So there'll be a couple of standout songs that I really like. But when I look back at it, those are the ones I didn't really have options over. So those ones felt stronger, more like a musical to deliver the message. And I have a feeling it's a mix of like us being able to choose between the three moods. And admittedly, going from one trait to another definitely breaks the flow sometimes. And again, the sung dialogue, I don't know what happened. There were some scenes where they got the nice balance of it, where when they needed to speak, they speak, and they return back to their song. And then they go back to speaking normally again, and they return to the song. But at some point, it just became all sung, which was weird. So anyway, Sixto, you never really played tabletop games, but I know they're very detailed and beautifully crafted. You think you saw a trailer for this game before? Same here, can't sing. Oh, yeah, it's one of my things. Like, I really wish I could sing. But again, I want more like this. I want more musical experiences where you can participate on stage. Because I feel like there's something here. This is a formula that you could take and build upon. Get strong songwriters, musical songwriters, and you could go places with it. I want more. And I think that's a really good thing that I hope Stray Gods will be able to accomplish. And given its A-lister cast at this point, especially with some of the actors who were involved are now even more popular today, I really hope Stray Gods ends up becoming a viral hit that will inspire actual theater companies to look at this format and consider staging shows like this. It is like an on-demand musical that you get to participate in. And it strives for that. It tries to reach that point. And overall, I felt like I was a participant in this journey, in this song, in this musical. The illusion of choice was overall decent. Roleplay-wise, visual novel-wise, I didn't have many big problems with it. It tried to tackle some very heavy themes as well. And using song to be able to do that. Those are some of the more powerful moments when the stakes were high. So they understood when you should break into song. When it's an important turning point in the story and you have a chance to shift the story, push it forward, challenge the characters. The timing of those were okay. And like you could edit this down. You could edit this down into an actual musical movie you can watch. And I might go ahead and check the soundtracks. The soundtracks, how did, like, you might wonder, how will they release a soundtrack for this where there are many options? What they did was they released three soundtracks of each color, one of each color, red, blue, green. So Vanua says he did a full red playthrough, and from start to finish, it felt like a very powerful, consistent, overall good musical. It wasn't like going all over the place. So, initial impressions aside, I'm wondering what happens if you do stick to a color, which would go against the visual novel role-playing aspect, right? Unless you really want to commit to one color and just stick to one note. But again, it's like the identity of the game may have been pushing against each other, but it's not a disaster. It's not a bad game. I just wish they had better songwriters, honestly. Like, it's just that. Maybe if the songs were better written, I would have even given this a higher score in my head. But those are my initial impressions of Stray Gods. I don't want this to be the last visual novel musical. I want to play more games like this. I have never played a game like this before. So this has opened up it is a game that I never thought I knew I wanted. And this is the pitch many years ago when I first backed this game, when it used to be called Chorus, almost a decade ago. When they were promising a musical role-playing experience, and I was on board immediately. And almost 10 years later, finally getting to play it, overall, I really hope this is the start of something new. Whether it be Stray Gods 2, or or they get more involvement from people in theater. That's also another difference. We have a lot of very big voice actors, but as far as I can tell, they don't have much theatrical experience. So Tego pointed it out in terms of sing acting, which is very important in musicals. It's a very different discipline. Which is why you can't just get an amazing singer and stuff them in a play. I have seen this happen many times when a person who's a very good singer and they think they get them for the stage play. but they use their name to sell tickets and bring in an audience. But they fully understand that their singing skills aren't going to be enough to really strengthen their presence in the midst of the. You can tell. The last play I watched, I'm not gonna name it. They used a big name singer, big name actor to draw in sales, and I understand it. Theater is a difficult business, especially locally. It's very difficult. It is very difficult to break into theater here, from what I hear from my theater friends. So they get this big name actor who can sing decently well. They plug that person in as the main character, and that sells tickets because celebrity worship. But you could tell that that person was one of the weakest performers there. But it is a team effort. You could tell that whoever that person was singing across or singing with, you could tell that they were trying to like bring each other, you ought to bring the most out of each other. So I could see them try that. But again, it just doesn't work if like you have a good voice, you have good sing, you can sing well. It doesn't mean that you can like deliver well in like a game like Stray Gods. So I hope they get more. They did have a few Broadway actors here. I'm not sure who, and I'm not familiar with Broadway actors, sorry. But they did say that not only do they have really big voice actors from the industry, they also got some Broadway actors in Stray Gods. So okay, fine, it's that. You're right on the money, Paolo. That's the last play I watched locally. Which also had audio problems. I was complaining about that. Like, we have audio problems in Stray Gods, by the way. The audio mixing is terrible. Who thought that they could release this game with terrible dialogue mixing? I'm just glad the songs didn't like fluctuate in volumes, but the dialogue, what is wrong with that? It's like they released it with a wrong audio mix. I don't know if they acknowledged it anywhere. I don't know if someone's talking about it in the forums. Like, I just want to tell them if there's somewhere like, your audio needs another pass. But yeah, like, it always throws me off, especially like watching a live production where they rely on audio equipment that too much, and then it fizzles. You can tell it's a microphone. There's all sorts of malfunctions. They forget to turn on an actor's mic. There's feedback, and it just kills the immersion for me. So that's what happened here with the sound mixing. You want a musical game where scenes verses are unlocked via keywords like Sam Barlow's games. You know what? Yeah, exactly. Like, we can explore things like that. Like, which is why, yeah, I had some major problems with this game, but I don't want this to be the end. I want that. I want more musical games. You could try that. How do we solve that? The inconsistency of bouncing between different emotions. Do we have to give the player less freedom? Or like exactly that. Like, should we allow them to mix that? Or as you said, keyword and then you have the whole song. Compared to like you write the song as you go, which is very promising, which is why I backed this game, because they promised that you could like write the song in the moment as you go, which was, I understand why they had to stick to 3 colors. And overall, it's a great experimental game. I think it is worth the risk, and give me more, please. Does the game feature other dubs? That is a good question. Oh, they have German, Spanish, French, Japanese, and Chinese simplified. Damn, I wonder how the songs sound like in German or like Japanese. Let's try it out. Thank you so much for raiding Premier Avenue. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you so much for being here. Take care, and I'll see you around as well. See you in the next game. You think it's just text? No, subtitles. You're right. Let's try it. Let's try. I don't know. Oh, is it just text? Yeah, it's probably just text.
Within me there will always be.
Yeah, I mean, it's too much to ask. Recording songs in different languages. That's another level of production budget. Atras. Wait, that's exit, right? Menu principal. Opciones. But yeah, we just finished it, and for those, actually, I was talking a lot. Wait, oh no, not Spanish. Confirm. Load game. But yeah, let's play the few of the opening numbers. The opening act is actually one of the stronger songs. But that is a nice journey. But anyway, this is for the ones who just joined in. This is basically how the game is like.
4 hours in a rented gym that still smells like socks and childhood trauma. And where did it get us? Other than bored? The band wasn't even looking for anything specific. We just wanted change. We wanted to see who was out there, if they'd show up. Well, they showed up all right.
By Kieron Gillen.
You know, I had a dream where
Unfortunately, I have not read that. The Wicked and the Divine. So I have no comparison for that. Sorry.
Okay, it was just me. I was naked. I think this one better.
And I haven't really consumed much in terms of like urban fantasy. It wasn't never really like my genre. You know, the gods in the modern world kind of thing. I know that's very popular, but I don't know. I never really grew up on that. But I should. I hear really great things about The Wicked and the Divine. And I did love Kieron Gillen's writing in Vader, of all things. That's how I discovered him through the Vader comics, which are very well done, by the way. And that's when I learned that, oh, he wrote other stuff like Wicked and the Divine. I heard great things about that as well. I should probably check it out.
In your dream, was the stage on fire? Because otherwise, I find that hard to believe.
Whoa, can we do that for our next gig?
We are not setting the stage on fire.
But it's definitely a character-driven drama. It lives or dies by that. They tried to do some world building. But it makes a lot of logic. It's not that compelling to me. They try to hint about a big history, what happened in the war. There's a lot to explore in terms of different stories that way, but it was really just focusing on these characters and whether you care about them or not. The plot was really just to aren't plots a way to like push the narrative forward, but you get what I mean. It's like it is predictable. It wasn't anything very deep. It doesn't really make a commentary on anything. Well, no. Let's just say I'm going to give it like a 6 out of 10. A 6.5 out of 10 in terms of like being as the plot-wise. About, how do I say this? Well, no, actually, if I'm thinking back on it now, it's like, no, it sticks to what it knows. It's Greek tragedy. There's a prophecy, and people do utterly stupid things because of their misunderstanding of the prophecy, and that's basically it. And it's about you as the muse. Actually, no. If you like the idea of being a force for change and being able to use your powers to reach out and help lost, as the game says, help stray gods find their purpose again, find their hope, find meaning in a broken world. That's what the story is really about. They talk about stuff that happened, like eidolons, the war, a greater lore, a greater mythos to things, what happened to the other big gods. But at the end of the day, it's really just trying to move on from a painful past and the power of love and friendship to help you see clearly and change fate. Is this the first song you got excited about? Oh, it's not the song yet, Bonebreaker. Karen Gillan also has a background in video games journalism, really varied CV. Ooh, that's cool. Who was the one that wrote the Fade Out? The Fade Out. What's that? No, that's Ed Brubaker. Yeah, I was thinking of another comic book writer that I found out through comics that also had a very varied CV. I enjoyed Ed Brubaker, who wrote the Fade Out, who also writes for television and also has... But I didn't know about that Karen Gillan. That's cool. He also wrote Die, right? The RPG, and they turned Die, the comic about... Basically, it's goth Jumanji. Die is basically about a group of kids a group of people who play, not even teens. Basically, goth Jumanji. It is a comic about people getting sucked into a tabletop RPG world. And then it's come full circle, and they made an RPG based on the RPG within that comic. I don't know if I could have phrased that better, but Die, I have not read it. I've read like the first few issues. Again, like urban fantasy. I love Jumanji. The Goth Jumanji was an interesting pitch, but the whole isekai thing, like, it is intriguing, but clearly, like, I didn't continue reading it. I heard the RPG is fun, though. I heard the RPG is very emotionally driven.
Yeah, I don't know. Nothing is going the way I thought it would. I feel like I'm this close to...
Punching something? Do I need to back up?
Screaming, more like. Not that anyone would listen.
Well, I'll always listen.
See, the audio's balanced here.
Music is your life, Freddie. You're the drummer, the lyricist. All of this was your idea.
Actually, not really.
I wish I knew where I fit.
I think you fit. You know that, right?
Yeah.
I'm really happy with her playthrough, though. I was so worried it would end terribly.
You coming?
And it was interesting.
I'm gonna hang out a bit and lock up. I'll see you at home.
Yeah, but is it a world with much potential to tell other stories? I think so.
Like a boat lost at sea, with no sails, not a breeze. I am drifting cold waters, no star to be seen. Is the world too much, or is it just me? Everything I set upon unravels at my feet. Everything I've learned wasted on a girl who doesn't know how to be free. Like a boat lost at sea, with no sails, not a breeze. I am drifting cold waters, no star to be seen.
Oh,
Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I heard you from outside. My name's Calliope. You have an amazing voice. I hope you know that.
Thanks. I'm Grace. Are you here for the audition, or?
Yes. Yes, I am.
they weren't clear about the year, but modern day, present day. Yeah, the character designs, the art and everything, like I love it. I would watch an animated musical if they would like to translate this into an animated musical. Like I would watch it.
Well, I'm afraid it's just me, Calliope. The rest of the band already left, so...
Well, I don't mind if you don't.
Alright, well...
With the fire furious, I have burned my tongue. Grief from all the promises, too many dreams unsung. All the steps I didn't take and paths proved untrue. Is there any path through?
Yep. It is Calliope.
Like a boat lost at sea. Though I'm about to you still have your life ahead. I am drifting cold waters, no star to be seen. All things that lose their way can find it again. There is no inertia in the ocean.
That's a bit of a weird line, but this is when you choose. This is when you start down the path and how you want to influence each song. You can be, sorry, not rebellious. You can be kick-ass, you can be clever, or you can be like charming. And yes, that is the Calliope. So they'll be releasing 3 soundtracks. 1 kick-ass soundtrack, 1 clever soundtrack, and 1 charming soundtrack. And our playthrough was around 12 hours. There are 3 acts, and we did all the optional encounters because you can, I think, just jump into it straight away, cutting down it significantly. But about 12 hours. 10-ish hours was our first playthrough. It's not that long, but you know, for a musical plus visual novel RPG, it's fine. Also, sorry, that as well. They call it the musical role-playing game, and technically, I guess a lot of games are literal role-playing games, but there is not much game here. All right, I'll tell you now. There's barely any game. You don't really do any investigating. It's all just talk. Click, 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 click. Anyway, so if you do the kick-ass, you chime in as, in your face, this Grace is very punk rock and not afraid to get reckless and aggressive when it's called for. We chose, for our playthrough, we chose clever. Sometimes you need to think your way out of a problem, right? This Grace is sneakier, smarter, witty, and a lot of her lines in the songs, they do fall under that vein. And charming. This is Grace with soul and charisma. She tries to do the right thing and everyone likes her more for it. So not only does this influence the emotions you push forward in the song, but also roleplay wise, this allows you to make some significant decisions. And for what I'm told, I'm not sure if there are 3 tracks, which I think it pays attention. Now, there are some options that you're locked out entirely based on this decision. That's what I was told. And I think there's another system where if you have 3, if this is like 3 tracks, and we chose charming a lot. So I think we got enough charm points that allowed us to pick some green options. But at other times, there were times where we could not choose charming or kick-ass. We could only choose clever. And it was brought to my attention that we could only choose clever because we chose clever in the beginning. So I'm not sure yet, like pulling the veil, I'm not sure how the point system works here. Or for the lack of a better term, the morality system, the trait system. But I found that I had enough room to roleplay. Not to the extent of Scarlet Hollow. Scarlet Hollow, for me, if you have not checked out Scarlet Hollow, it's an early access visual novel with really well done dialogue, and you feel like you have a lot of agency over your dialogue, and you can roleplay really, really well. And the writing's very organic, and the illusion of choice is actually not an illusion, but there's so many branches in Scarlet Hollow. It's not to that extent. But overall, I felt like it was my grace, and your grace might be very different from mine. So enough to differentiate that. I think that's a win. But anyway, sorry about interrupting the song, but that's basically how the game works. And I chose Clever to begin with. And this is Vanua's personal favorite, which is Kick-Ass. And let's have a more punk rock kind of grace. And let's see how this affects the song. Because I saw how it is Clever. Let's see it now, Kick-Ass.
Maybe if I paddle hard enough, I'll fight the waves, try to be tough. Can I belong to the sea?
Wow. What was that?
Your song was just so wonderful. I had to finish it with you. I hope that's all right. I also know what it feels like to be lost. To feel as if you have no place to turn. That's why I had to come inside.
See, and if we chose Clever, we would be able to get more insight into it. Like, you aren't here to audition. So it locks you out of certain choices.
It's really weird. I feel like... Have we met before?
I don't think so, but artists often find me familiar.
What does that mean?
It means I've traveled in many circles. May I ask you why you feel so adrift? You're so young. Surely your life is just beginning.
You sound like my guidance counselor.
Then I should apologize.
No, it's fine. There's just only so many times someone can ask what's wrong with you before you start to think there's really something wrong with you. But what does she know? If only she could see me now, right?
I think she'd see what I see. I should go.
About the audition. I'm sure everyone will agree you're in, if you want to be, that is.
I hope to see you again, Grace. Perhaps soon.
Right. See you then.
And that is the first musical act. Musical number. Feels like 90s because it reminds you of Vertigo comics from that period, like House of Secrets, Death, Solo miniseries, High Cost of Living. You know, now that you mention it.
Did you lose your keys, Fred? I thought you'd be...
Oh, alright. This is the murder!
I didn't know.
Sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Spoilers,
Grace.
she's dead. She's dying.
What happened?
Inciting incident.
Who did this?
It doesn't matter now. I didn't want to do this to you. Not like this. I'm so sorry.
What do you mean? Hey! Calliope! on. What is that?
Yeah, Bonebreaker, like, yeah, Laura Bailey's great overall. She can help carry this game, but like you got people like Calliope, right? But yeah, I was stunned by this as well, Paolo. But this is basically the inciting incident, and who's gonna pick us up? I wanted Hermes to have a musical number.
Oh, I can wait. Take your time.
Is that my door?
Technically, it's my door. Or our door, maybe? I came as soon as I could.
You're right, we didn't get a musical number with Hermes.
Hold on. Who are you? How did you get here?
Through the door? I mean, geez, how did you get here? She really is dead, huh? Man. So, the course is gonna want to talk to you. Sucks, but, you know.
Yeah, of course you're dressed like a messenger courier. Oh, since we were like, kick-ass. Explain this right now. We're gonna choose all red options from here on out.
You are gonna tell me what's going on right now.
Whoa.
Who are you? How did you get here? What is happening?
All right, jeez. Let me go. Look, I can see you don't know squat about this, so I'm gonna explain real quick, but then you gotta come with me, okay? When Cal died, you saw a shiny thing come out of her, right? That was her soul. That's what made her a god.
A what?
It's in you now, which makes you a god. Surprise, right? With me so far? Cool. Let's go.
Whoosh.
Where are we?
Sorry to drop you and run, but when an idol dies, there's like 100 different things I gotta do.
No, wait. Where did you bring me? How did we get here?
The chorus can explain. Don't touch anything. Okay?
Wait! Come back! Okay. Yeah. I'll just wait here and,
Yeah,
touch anything.
wait till you see Athena. She's the most terrifying character in this game. QTE counter for response. The musical numbers are timed. You can actually turn it off. Time choices. You can actually turn it on or off. But this only applies within song numbers. Because it's the important decisions are within the song numbers themselves. So I left it on because I didn't want to ruin the timing of the song, and I wanted that telltale feel, right? Like you just had to trust in your gut and choose it. But the mundane stuff where it's more flavor than consequence, it tells you if it's an important decision. If there's an exclamation point, I think, then you know that this is no longer an illusion. What you choose will affect the story. Those aren't outside of that, like it's not timed. It's just regular dialogue. But yeah, anyway, time choices, you can have it on or off. Suits your preferences if you want that pressure during a song. Hidden ending for never hit a time. You know, I never tried not choosing, Bonebreaker. I never tried not choosing. Will Grace even sing? Let's experiment. Yeah, what happens if you don't choose? Huh. Don't touch anything. There they are.
Our beloved sister, the last of the muses, has passed on to you, our new sister, delivered to us by dear sweet Hermes. It's, Grace, yes?
Yes?
Oh, my. You have had quite the day, haven't you?
It must be a mistake. I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
Nor should you.
Another raid!
We go to great lengths to ensure mortals believe they are alone in their great big world.
Welcome in, Vetricale.
We aren't?
No.
Oh no.
Oh, my poor dear. I should explain. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Athena, goddess of wisdom. This is Apollo, god of prophecy, dressed for the occasion, as always. The wondrous Aphrodite, goddess of love. And the one glaring at you is Persephone, once queen of the underworld. Together, we are the chorus. We rule over the idols, our name for the gods who remain. All of us, hidden in your modern world.
So it's basically the world. The world building over there. Thank you so much for choosing to raid Vetricale. We're actually in our second. Technically, I'm just showing, like, for people who came into the other raid, how the game is played. We already finished the game. Overall satisfying. Overall, I want more musical visual novels. Just with better songwriting and better audio mixing. But thank you for coming in, Vetricale. If you have not checked out Vetricale's channel, please do go check them out. And for those who are here for the first time, thank you for coming in on the raid and welcome to Tabletop Cinema. I'm Mikey. I'm a freelance filmmaker, tabletop RPG game master, and variety streamer on Twitch. And today we've just concluded our first playthrough of Stray Gods, the role-playing musical. If you like musicals, if you like visual novels, if you're liking this art style right now, and as Paolo mentioned, yes, definitely Wicked and Divine vibes. The art looks amazing. If you want to participate in your own musical, if you want to perform in your own musical, this is a visual novel for that. So we're just going through it again just to preview some numbers, and we're going to choose preview numbers. We're going to preview some more songs and choose the what do you call it? The kick-ass option, because you can choose how the song should go.
Gods aren't real. They can't be. They're just
stories, myths, legends.
If you're real, you'd be all-powerful. You wouldn't be hiding or...
Don't pay much attention to those old tales about us, Grace. They weren't very true to begin with, and, well, truth be told, we've diminished since those days. That doesn't mean we're helpless, of course. Far from it. Yet, at the end of the day, we too are just people, trying to get by.
You expect me to believe that idols, have been living among us for what, thousands of years? You're thousands of years old.
Oh, no, I'm not trying to make you believe anything, not at all. If you'd like to believe this office is right outside your front door, or that we are, I don't know, actors, religious fanatics.
Thank you for the follow, May and Mary.
The only thing I do need you to grasp is that you are here. This is real, and like it or not, it is happening.
Right, and you live here, not in some city in Europe or a...
On top of a mountain? Oh, I know. Once we roamed marble halls, and now fashionably appointed apartments. We have Wi-Fi.
She's such a
We move with the times, Grace. We have to, if we're going to remain hidden and survive. The mortals grow more and more clever with each passing century. Television! I do what I must.
Wait, you said, and Hermes said, that I'm a god now too. And an idol.
That is true.
That thing that came out of her that went into me.
We call it an eidolon, the part of Calliope's soul which made her an idol, which now makes you one.
Athena, we are wasting time.
The reason you're here, Grace, the reason why we made you wait so long while we debated, is because we have rules. Those rules mean we can't admit into our ranks a usurper, never mind a possible murderer. I know this will all come as a shock, and I'm so sorry to say it, but I'm afraid you have to die.
Die? You don't have that right. What, you think I'm just gonna stand here and...
Grace, please stop.
No, I'm not gonna stop. Who do you think you are, threatening me like that?
Calliope's blood is literally on your hands.
But... it isn't...
Oh, she looks so helpless. Maybe we
should do as we agreed. Calliope's line would end, yes, but what other option do we have? Let a usurper remain an idol?
Justice has to be done, for Calliope's sake.
But... this isn't justice!
Alright, and this is one of those musicals where everyone is aware of the singing and dancing. That's another major thing you have to consider.
You cannot hide from this reality.
I'm not hiding, though a little lost here.
If you are lost, little girl, this bears explanation. Dear child, please listen. Have usurped a muse, no recourse to be arranged.
But it's unfair.
I know, but our laws cannot be changed.
But she came to me.
You must realize there are simple rules. If one of us dies, these rules have been the tools that
You must know I didn't do it.
Is it weird this isn't song?
Now that the muse is gone,
Now that she's gone,
I'm afraid you'll have to see. The chorus is in accord. Justice won't be ignored.
I disagree.
Did I hear that correctly?
You've been quiet this entire time, Apollo. Why speak up now?
I grieve Calliope's loss.
Athena's not exactly one of the strong.
I can't let you do this.
She doesn't even get She doesn't get much singing time here, and for a reason, I think.
What if Calliope chose her?
And what if Calliope was murdered by her? What if Grace stole her eidolon?
Then we need to find out. Don't you want justice?
Oh, Apollo, I thought we'd agreed this was justice. What would you have us do?
I can prove myself. If you let me. I can try.
But yeah, the disparity between the different singing voices, it's very clear.
Considering this.
Very well. This one time. I put a motion before the chorus. Do we allow Grace the right to prove her innocence?
Yes.
I think so. Yes.
Fine.
And there we have it. Have what? What just happened? Am I free? Do I get my day in court?
Yes, you shall. You say Calliope chose you. I would like to believe that. I truly would. You have 1 week to find out what happened, Grace.
What happens after a week?
There will be a trial. If you cannot provide proof of your innocence by then, our original verdict stands.
This is not real. I fell down some stairs, right? I'm in a coma. A nice, normal coma.
Oh, would that were so. For then Calliope would still be with us.
You can wake up any minute now, Grace. Any minute.
We're not going to keep you, Grace. You have much to do. Before you go, however, a few rules. Do not reveal our existence to the mortal world. This includes mortal authorities. They cannot help you. Do not harm another idol. Do not leave the city. Do as the chorus commands. Otherwise, do whatever you must to find the true killer. If they exist.
Oh, that's all?
Welcome, dear sister.
And do help yourself to a cookie.
I really want to see what happens if you eat the cookie. You're probably choking it, and Athena would be like, "Oh dear, I guess she's dead." Yeah, Athena is Felicia Day, and let me pull up the better cast. Hermes, who you heard earlier, was Erika Ishii. Troy Baker is Apollo. Mary Elizabeth McLean is Persephone. Janina Gavankar is Freddy. That's familiar. Janina Gavankar. Oh! What's her name? She was also in Forspoken and... Oh, anyway. Janina Gavankar is Persephone. Sorry, Freddy. Carrie Payton Pan. Yeah, Felicia Day, Athena. You have Allegra Clark as Hecate. Merle Dandridge, that is Aphrodite. Ashley Johnson was Calliope. Ashley Johnson, you should know her from Critical Role and also as Ellie, Last of Us. Not the HBO series, as in original Ellie. Laura Bailey sounds just fine. She was audio sweetener, like you turned the role, but I'm curious to see how it carries a whole musical. Yeah. And actually, now that I think about it, well, Laura Bailey's okay. Like start to finish, she's okay. She doesn't stand out, but she also doesn't sound like the weakest. So I think her in the lead role as the player insert is, I mean, it would be nice to stand out more, but at least it's not like weak in comparison to the others.
Grace? Grace!
Yeah, Vex with Trinket.
Hi! You're kidding, right?
She's also Kaine in Nier Replicant, and Abby in Last of Us Part 2,
Grace,
and a whole bunch of other anime and
we
titles.
thought something happened to you. Wait, did something happen to you?
When you got home, there wasn't a body here? No blood or anything?
A body? What do you mean, like a dead body?
Yeah. A woman named Calliope. She showed up and she was...
You were gone all night. Why didn't you answer your phone? I was calling and calling.
I forgot.
This wasn't
Pam.
some hookup, was it? Because, you can say it's none of your business, Freddy.
Freddy? You might not want to turn around.
Thank you for dropping by, Bonebreaker. Are you going to be jumping into the stream?
Did they bring flowers? Are they preparing to serenade?
Thank you for your presence. Always appreciated. We'll just play a few more musical numbers,
Hi
but
there.
that is a great first playthrough.
Who is this, Grace?
Why does he have horns?
And I would recommend this. I would recommend people to play this.
Another one of the gods, I'm guessing.
Another one of the what and the who now?
To answer your question, my dear, you see the horns because I allow you to see the horns. That's crazy, right? As for who I am, I've been known most often as Pan. So you call me that, if you must call me anything.
Pan, of the Greek gods, Pan, right? What are you, some kind of cosplayer?
The days of idols being called gods are well behind us, I'm afraid, but I assure you, I am the real article. I've come to offer our newest idol a helping hand. Or perhaps two. You do look lost, don't you?
So we can just talk about this in front of Freddy.
Haven't you? Darling. And here I drop my glamour and everything.
It's just, I was told we're not supposed to. Talk about it, that is.
Talk about what? Grace, tell me.
The prohibition is against revealing the idols to the mortal world. She's not the mortal world, is she? She can be trusted, can't she?
Why do I have the feeling that I'm gonna regret not leaving with Brian and Kaz?
Oh, I can guarantee it.
Okay, Freddy.
Oh, we were so sweet and
Have a
innocent
seat.
in the beginning.
Let's talk.
That long?
Huh.
That's it?
Huh? I guess. Do you believe in this, Grace?
You know, I'm taking it one slow breath at a time. It's been a long night.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, I have a million questions, but I can ask them later. The important thing is that I am here to support my best friend.
Well, this is like a second playthrough, right? We're just like previewing some songs. Let's try something different.
You are taking this way better than I did.
Yes, well, nobody's threatening me.
That is a good point.
You need help, so I help. Even if it means tracking down god killers.
Such darling camaraderie. It brings a tear to my eye. It truly does.
Speaking of killers.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You wound me, dear lady. I've come to offer advice to our newest idol, a foundling who was set adrift most cruelly.
So you're here purely for my sake, then? Like a charity case?
My dear sweet girl, as far as you're concerned, I am the god of charity cases.
But you're not, are you? Pan was the god of lust and mischief. Doesn't sound too charitable to me.
Ah, yes. The old tales of the gods. Such antics, such fantasy. Pay them no mind.
I still don't trust you. Nobody does anything for free.
Now. Who said I was doing anything for free?
Here we go.
I have not, however, asked for anything. As of yet.
Seems rather convenient, you showing up with advice. How did you even know I existed?
A little bird told me, if you must know. Very useful, those little birds.
He's not gonna tell you, Grace.
There's not much to tell. Among the idols, news travels swiftly. We are a tiny village of godly busybodies. I heard of your arrival, and I know how obtuse the chorus can be. So here I am. You're welcome.
You know, you could be the killer, for all I know.
Come to mislead you, perhaps. How fiendishly clever of me. Well called, darling.
And maybe even true.
Poor Pan! To be eternally maligned and mistrusted. Alas, and alas, and alas.
Sound mixing.
I doubt there's a line of idols waiting to offer you advice, Grace. But whether you accept mine or not is for you to decide.
Okay, I'll bite. What's your advice? I have to admit, I don't really know where to start.
Well, I'm not normally one to run amok telling others how to live their lives. But have you considered using your powers?
My powers.
Music, art, passion. You are the last muse, and all these are now your province.
What do you mean, my province?
Each of us has, how shall I say, our talents. Yours is music, as befits a muse.
You're like the original rock star, Grace.
Okay, but how does that help me find Calliope's murderer?
Allow me to expedite the process of understanding. Now then, close your eyes. You hear that? It's coming from
Carrie Payton, yes, he's also in Last of Us, I believe.
What emotion does it summon?
And he's Cyborg in one of the DC stuff.
You open your eyes, you look into the crowd.
Voice of Cyborg.
And you feel.
Anyway, these two numbers are actually in the demo, like the Adrift and this song. They'll probably play up to here.
You've been given powers you don't understand. I'm the guy who can help you. All that you hear is at your command.
Wait.
No, it's okay, Freddy. This is all me? What do I do?
Start singing.
Now?
Why not? Time's a wasting.
Thank you for the follow. Well, numbers though. 760.
Not about to just trust you. You barge in and take over the place. I don't know what I must do, but here's what you can do. Get out of my face. I'm doing it right now.
You're a natural girl.
I don't follow.
Are those really actual horns? And this singing is so hard to swallow. Can you hear me, Grace? What's going on?
So sorry you had to be here for this. I'm in the dark too as you're hearing this. Like I know that I'm in full control, cause the words and the tunes I feel here in my soul. If this is a power, I'm not overthinking it. If this was a drink, I'd be drinking it. But someone is dead and I'm losing my head. Like the ghost said, this is my time, time to shine. This is my time, time to shine.
Grace, nothing makes sense here. And won't the carpet be covered in fleece? And you said someone died here. Shouldn't we then just call the police?
Can we all loosen up now? Remember, this madness is happening to me. This music makes sense to me somehow. But pulling me round is not what I need.
Is that gonna be here all the time?
How dare you? You don't know me.
If she has to be, pass me some wine.
Grace, is this how you let strangers speak to me?
There's a good chance I could throw the both of you out. Still got no idea what all this is about. But I don't feel like an amateur wannabe. If this is a dream, then it's gonna be my time. Time to shine.
Yes.
This is my time. Time to shine. I don't need either of you.
Well, what happens next?
How about a solo?
Grace, are you sure about this?
Yes, a solo. Do it. We got time.
I never knew I had that in me. That said, I'll never do that again.
Grace, you're starting to comprehend. Let me show you.
Good question.
Or show me the door.
Good idea. I just sang soprano.
The showing of the door part.
My body's shivering, blood is thickening, skin is shimmering. You guys are bickering.
Not sure about the song title.
That's it. Shut up.
work this out. It's just gonna be my time. Time to shine.
Time for you to decide.
My time. Time to shine.
Time to shine, maybe. I wish there was a song list.
I could go it alone. Time to shine.
All right, enough. This isn't a game to me. I'm not picking sides. My life is on the line.
Right. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, I suppose we did get carried away. But this is your power, Grace. You draw the passions
Apartment.
from within.
I think that's the name of the song.
I trust you can see how that might be useful
Wait, is
in
it?
your investigation.
Oh, it's on Spotify. The musical... Oh, okay. If you have Spotify, the soundtrack seems to be on there right now. Right. The apartment, Mount Olympus. These are probably like the ambient music. The actual musical numbers here. The chorus is in a chord. I Can Teach You. Austin Wintory. Laura Bailey. Janina Gavankar. That's probably I Can Teach You. Yeah, but it is on Spotify.
You mean no one has a choice but to sing along?
We all have a song in our hearts, Grace. You can make us sing, but the song will always be ours. A muse does not command. She evokes, she elicits, she inspires.
Are you done? You've helped Grace already, right?
Indeed I have. But I do have one more thing to impart. For all your powers, you still need a place to begin your search. And this I can provide.
I don't see the
An
colors.
address in the city where Calliope was staying.
But there are 44 tracks. And they do have... They call it the Pantheon Edition. What's the difference then with the colors? Maybe... Huh. Maybe there's a canon. A canon... Well, at least for the songwriters. Maybe there's like a canon mix of colors? Huh. I mean... And the red, green, and blue color editions are basically maybe the all of the same color. But what is the Pantheon Edition? Is the complete official soundtrack Pantheon Edition? So maybe this is like, I'm assuming it might be like the director's cut in a way. I could be very wrong. And then you have the green edition, red edition, blue edition. Played entirely charming, played entirely kick-ass. Okay, yeah, it makes sense. So like the main Pantheon Edition soundtrack, as far as I know, let's have a listen to it. We just listened to one of the songs. We just listened to I Can Teach You. Here we go.
You're lost now. You've been given powers you don't understand. I'm the guy who can help you. All that you hear is at your command.
Wait.
No, it's okay, Freddy. This is all me? What do I do?
Start singing.
Now?
It'll be interesting to hear because we get DMCA'd for this, but then we literally played the songs. I don't know if there's like a difference there. It's fine. They'll mute it. I'll cut it out when we upload the VOD. But I'm just so curious what they chose. What kind of mix they chose. We saw all red.
Not about to just trust you. You barge in and take over the place. I don't know
This is red.
what I must do, but here's what you can do. Get out of my face. I'm doing it right now.
You're a natural girl.
I don't follow.
Are those really actual horns? And this singing is so hard to swallow.
I know.
Can you hear me, Grace? What's going on?
Okay, that's... This is different. They chose Pan.
Grace, I have a bad feeling, and grin is a giveaway. That much is clear. What is this creep concealing?
Very different.
How does he know you, and why is he here? Sing it, Freddy, I hear you.
Then you choose Freddy. Okay. Wait. Oh, okay.
What will he want in the end?
Is that gonna be here all the time?
How
Remember this part.
you don't know me?
If she has to be, pass me some wine.
Okay, what did the directors choose?
Strangers speak to me.
Morning's gone and the day wastes.
He chose Pan again?
So give me space then to play. If it's my time, fine, let me shine. How can I, with you in the way?
The floor's yours.
Time to play. The floor's all mine, you say?
It is now.
How about a solo then? Are you sure about this?
Go for it, girl.
Okay, then the choice we made. Interesting. So this Pantheon edition on Spotify, it is a mix of colors. It is director's choice, or
Grace, you're starting to comprehend. Let me show you more, or show me the door.
Good idea.
I like this
The
mix.
showing of the door part.
My body's shivering, blood is thickening, skin is shimmering. You guys are bickering.
Morning fades and the day wastes away.
Morning fades and the day wastes away. I'm okay, 'cause I wasted with you.
It's also much longer.
Freddy's been by my side.
Ah, okay, no. Then he chose Freddy.
We'll age well together too.
You think I'm the danger? You have no idea. I wouldn't blame you for wanting to hide, but do we make merry or should you get ready? Finally grow up and take it outside.
So wait, are you saying you won't work with Freddy?
She couldn't be less qualified.
We're in a band, you do understand.
She could go solo. Let's let the idol decide.
Ah, okay. Oh, that sounded more like a musical. Like, maybe it's also the problem with the audio mixing of the game. Like, yeah, they give you, like, it's just the transitions between the lines of the song also didn't flow as smoothly as I would expect. That with the varying audio levels, I think the audio mix really is doing this game a disservice. We just listened to a track that was mastered, chosen with a mix of colors according to the team, and that's compare that to what we just got in game. That sounded way more fluid and way better, honestly. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with the in-game mixes of the game. Like if we chose the same colors, it still wouldn't have come out that way in terms of the mixing. So I'm not sure. And then we're at this point. So that is an interesting thing to figure out. I like that. And I like that they also have a Pantheon edition and soundtrack on Spotify with, I guess, the canonical mix of the colors based on how they wanted Stray Gods to sound like. And then if you really want to see a full red, blue, or green soundtrack, they will also be releasing those later this week, I think. So, fun times. I might actually listen to the whole soundtrack and see how it's like. And that just even makes me want to see this come to life as an animated film with this as the soundtrack, the Pantheon edition. But again, now being able to participate in it, I love that. I love being able to participate in the song. It makes me more invested in the path that we chose. So it's a different experience compared to just watching the musical. And I stand by my impression thinking that I think this should be a beginning. I really hope this starts more games like this. All right. So we already hit the why go there yourself? Now I want to listen to even more. But that's actually the end of the demo. If the demo's free, I think the demo is still available. If you want to try it yourself, the demo goes up to this musical number if you want to experiment with the different colors, the different traits.
If you had that all along, why not look into it yourself?
Me? Conduct a search like some plebeian. Unheard of. Now this I consider a favor. One I hope you'll remember in future dealings.
Yeah, we took around 10 hours for our first playthrough, and that was us reading all the journal
Who's
entries.
there? What this Calliope was doing? Who her enemies were?
Welcome back, Vanua. We were just experimenting with with all red.
A killer is on the loose, no?
Oh, Vanua, I just found out the soundtrack that's available on Spotify right now, Pantheon Edition. We just listened to Pan's song, I Can Teach You, and the Pantheon Edition soundtrack mixes the colors. They go back and forth between the colors for what I think is the directorial... Think of it like a director's cut, I think. So this is probably how they want, or their intended thing. But yeah. So if you want to hear the mix of colors based on the production team's choices, check it out. I guess it's available elsewhere. But yeah, Stray Gods Pantheon Edition original soundtrack. So it has everything, all the songs, all the tracks, but it's their mix. It's their remix. So I wouldn't say necessarily better or worse, because I enjoyed my mix. So that's part of the sales pitch. You get to mix it the way you want. It's just, I really think the audio design is not it's not up to standard. Relationship with Pan has changed, for sure.
No worries, I got this.
Oh?
Whatever my magical song powers can't handle, I'm sure a boot to the head will.
I see.
I need to find Kaz and Brian. Just tell them you're okay. If, not the other stuff.
Then I guess I'll go check this place out on my own.
So glad that's settled. I'll let you get to it. I've drinking to resume. Ta-ta.
Ta-ta. How does Pan? Vanua, I really loved our ending. It worked out. It worked out. If you want to hear Troy Baker sing...
Oh, it's open.
He's next.
That's not a good sign.
I really like the development that we got with Freddy and everything that happened.
This is Calliope's apartment? I don't know what I was expecting, but... not this. Hello?
I think you can speedrun this in 3 hours.
Just announce to the killer that you're here. I better have a look around.
Do we have to look at everything?
So many instruments in here. Did she play all of them?
Yeah, no skip button.
Giant
ESFP?
harp. Of course there's a giant harp.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, if you want to replay 3 times, you can't really skip it. Like, also, I wish there was a way... they should also add the mode that you could just like jump into the songs and just play with the songs. That would be a nice little feature after you finish the game.
I want to believe this is just
No
an ironic
investigation,
photo of Elvis, and
sadly.
She wasn't like his muse. Or...
Like this is all just flavor. I was expecting that there would be more gameplay, but it's really just all dialogue and song. This one is all just flavor.
Right. These aren't... Do I inherit these as the new muse? Is that even okay to ask?
And there's only like 2 scenes with look at like this. I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to recall if there are other scenes. There's only like 2 look at gameplay segments, and then they're inconsequential. But of course, flavor's cool. Flavor's nice. It's better that they have this than not. But it's not a very involving game. Yeah, a jukebox version, something like that. That'd be nice.
Here. Maybe there's something upstairs? Oh man. Keep it together, Grace. It's just your average, everyday...
We're playing red right now, so we'll end up in the ritual.
Not 9. Whenever they found someone who made something truly masterful or created a new art form, they'd pass on their eidolon. Take a new name. See, that's how the mortals became confused. They got it wrong. Like they got almost everything about us wrong.
What are you doing? Sitting here in the dark?
What does it look like I'm doing?
Preparing your villainous monologue?
I'm grieving. For a dear friend. If I may ask, how did you find this place? And what are you doing here?
And we're locked out because we chose red stuff.
Why do you think? 1 week to prove my innocence, remember?
I do remember, yes.
This is Calliope's home. Seemed as good a place as any to start.
I honestly wish I could help you, Grace. You and Calliope both deserved better.
Can you tell me about Calliope? I barely knew her, but she seemed...
She was a beautiful soul, if troubled.
Troubled?
She thought the idols had lost their way. She argued with us, with all of us, that we needed to change. We hadn't spoken in years. I hadn't seen her home before today. I'd rather not talk about it.
I should thank you for, speaking up for me.
It wasn't right, what they were doing.
It still isn't. I still need help.
I'm not disputing that, Grace. I just don't think that I'm the one to help you.
Why can't you help me exactly? Pan said there's no specific rule against it.
You've already met Pan? How odd. It's not that I'm forbidden to help you, Grace. It's that you don't want my help.
Of course I do! You have to know more than me about almost everything!
My help will only make things worse.
How is that possible? I've been sentenced to death.
And without my help, you stand a chance of avoiding that fate.
Okay, red.
So you won't answer my questions. You're sitting here in the dark. You say you're mourning Calliope.
What are you insinuating?
I don't know you. For all I know, you could be the killer. You came to get rid of evidence, maybe, or you knew I was coming and you're here to throw me off.
That's ridiculous.
Is it? The only thing you've said is that I don't want your help, but that's ridiculous?
Oh shit, you know what? You're right, it makes sense. I totally forgot about Fables. It also looks similar.
Can't do this.
I've only read volume 1 and 2 though.
I don't have anywhere else to go.
Meaning?
Meaning, I'm not leaving until you give me something.
Where's
I wouldn't
Big
do this
B
if
when
it
you
wasn't
need him?
literally life or death. But I need to know what the problem is.
Alright, musical time.
I haven't sung in centuries.
According to Pan, I can't force anyone to do anything.
Phantom pains from a missing friend, feeding thoughts, thoughts that never end. What did I do? What didn't I do? Here she is, only in your head. Long gone fights, but they're never dead. What did I do? What didn't I do?
Anytime I'm stuck on what I did and didn't do, I just scan the distance for the next thing. What is the next thing for you?
Oh damn, I should play Wolf Among Us.
Next thing. She often said that too. We were statues hiding under sheets, collecting dust. She burst through the door and shouted, "Next thing, come to the next thing."
Shit, this is so different from my playthrough.
Calliope, she's the way to be. Facing out, finding ways to see beyond what's dead. Reaching ahead.
I actually haven't heard Troy Baker sing anywhere else.
That was her, a meteor, a blazing star, and she was no more. What did I do? What didn't I do?
You can be the guy who just stays clinging to his kin, closing all his shutters, but the next thing, a foreign army sweeps in.
But I've tried.
Never with me. We haven't tried.
Let's see.
Oh, I didn't realize he turns on the lighthouse here and then Athena turns it off.
Would come around.
That hidden voice, it will always play. It's on a loop, it will always say, what did I do? What didn't I do? It's a song you can't erase, but you can make a tiny space for something new.
It's so different from mine.
Next thing.
The next thing. The next thing.
Huh.
Very well, I'll help.
It's different enough.
Though I'm uncertain what you expect me to do.
Athena called you the god of prophecy.
Okay,
didn't she?
narratively, of course,
Isn't
it
that
doesn't change
telling the
much, but
future?
musical-wise, that is a very different experience.
Prophecy is the last thing you need, Grace.
Calliope was able to. Oh, she definitely was. That's why I was very happy that the ending we got was about finishing, finishing where she started. So I was very satisfied with that.
It'd be helpful if you could explain why, exactly. This is all new to me, remember?
Yes, of course, that's true. It's so easy to forget that. To receive a prophecy is not simply to be told what might happen, it's to be told what will happen. To know a prophecy is to be bound to its outcome. Only in ignorance is one free to choose.
We asked this before about fate.
What? That makes no sense. If you tell me I'm gonna fall into a hole...
Then you will.
No, but I'll just avoid holes. All holes, any hole.
And the act of trying to avoid them is what will make you fall. Worse, prophecies are never crystal clear. Sometimes you won't understand the full meaning until it's too late.
Like how Grace is a clear adrift, lost at sea motif for through arc. That is a good thing to point out. And the title itself, Stray Gods. And about people losing their way, not knowing what to do in the face of change. These gods themselves, refugees of a war, and finding the strength to figure out the path forward. And you have a lighthouse, and you have Grace as the protagonist who is lost herself. Like, why her of all people? Because I guess, you know, she's resilient. She can survive, and she can inspire. Like, it's okay to be lost, as Calliope said. You may find your way back. You will find your way back. So thanks to Calliope, we will find our way back and hopefully bring these gods ashore with us. Nice. Didn't really put that together with like the lighthouse and everything. I was busy being distracted by how disjointed my choices seemed. In some songs, it just really didn't work for me. Like choosing, of course we don't know. Like if I choose green and then red and then red and then green and then blue, and then sometimes it just does not flow. So it's very different that we're just like sticking to red. It hammers that motif a bit more, actually. Because the way we played that was we were trying to get to know about Calliope more, and the story was focusing less on what Apollo should be doing now and more about who Calliope was as a person. So it had a very different effect on me. How's that a power? So I'm doomed.
So you're saying I'm doomed. All roads lead to doom, and there's nothing I can do about it.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You're still free to act, Grace. But there might be something else I can do to help. Come with me. There's someone I'd like you to meet.
Meta-level commentary and gameplay-driven narrative reloading. You could look at it that way as well. We were just talking about prophecies earlier. Because... just cover your ears when someone starts to utter a prophecy.
Oh, yes. Sometimes. And excuse the mess. I don't get many visitors.
Jesus, I know a lot of people like Apollo.
This really explains why you didn't notice anything at Calliope's apartment.
Well, don't hold back on my account, Grace.
You said I'm here to meet someone?
Ah, yes. Do you know what an oracle is?
Someone who tells the future?
Not quite. They serve as a channel of sorts for my powers. This allows them to offer insight, knowledge they have no earthly means to possess. There's always been one. Over the ages, no matter where I go, one manages to find me.
Meaning there's an oracle here.
There is.
I also find it hilarious that they never confirm or deny if this person is actually an oracle.
What?
I've brought someone to see you.
Or just a lost sassy child.
How many times do I have to tell you? I'm not a magic fortune cookie. Is that what Paul told you? Oracle's my handle. And even if I was the oracle, I'm certainly not his oracle.
You know what Apollo is, right?
Oh, I know what Paul says he is. Just because someone says they can fly does not make them the Tooth Fairy. Look, I'm sure he told you all sorts of nonsense. I use computers. I'm a hacker. That's it.
I ask very little of you, Oracle. Your help here would be appreciated.
Fine. Don't put your abs in a twist. Okay, so Paul brought you all this way just to see little old me. What's on your mind, sis?
You keep saying Paul. Do you mean Apollo?
Yeah, I know. Apollo, if that is his real name, says he's a god of prophecy, blah, 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 blah.
But you don't believe him.
Believe him? Who'd believe that? It's super weird, but he's a decent guy, so he can be Apollo if he wants, but I just can't call him that.
So you're an oracle who uses the internet, huh?
Like I said, it's my handle, and yeah. It's a sweet setup, huh? Some of it's even legit.
The parts
I saw
purchased
Discord.
were presumably.
Bargain for, fair and square. And I keep telling you to get me an Ethernet cable.
I don't know what that is.
It's the 21st century, Paul. And your 21st century Oracle needs her some download speed, okay?
I'm looking for information about someone named Calliope. Can you help?
Oh, the lady from that apartment I sent Paul to. Yeah, I've been checking that out.
What did I tell you?
I looked it up. You could do the same if you learned to use a computer. Here, hold up, I'll show you. There. The apartment was originally purchased 2 years ago by a holding company, Core with a K Enterprises.
Oh, I see. That would be Persephone.
Persephone is in the one from the chorus. The one who wanted me dead, Persephone.
I wasn't aware Persephone and Calliope were friendly. Certainly not friendly enough for Persephone to give Calliope an apartment. The good news is that Persephone is easy to find. I can take you to her if you like.
Whatever happened to, I can't help you, Grace. I'll just make it worse, Grace.
I admit, you've got me curious.
Great! We're all done now.
Thank you for your help, Oracle. Please, do try to get out from behind your screens at least once today. Perhaps go for a walk.
Yeah, sure, will do. Leave a tip on your way out.
So it's already here that he ends up. He has basically adopted this child. Of course, it's called the Underworld. Always is.
Welcome to the Underworld.
Wow. How have I never heard of this place?
Persephone keeps it a secret, while still managing to draw a crowd every night. Don't ask me how. Here in the Underworld, idols can be themselves, even if they don't look human.
There are idols here other than Persephone?
Almost guaranteed.
Is it dangerous?
Shouldn't be. But before Calliope, I would have said an idol getting murdered was next to impossible. If we're to find Persephone in all this, we'll need to split up. Have you considered what you'll say to her?
All I know is if she's spoiling for a fight, she'll get one.
It might come to that, I suppose.
You're not gonna try to stop me?
Sometimes strength is the only thing Persephone respects. You need to be prepared to use your powers, as you did with me. Come find me in the crown if you need anything. Otherwise, be careful, Grace.
The Wolf Among Us color palette. Oh, right! The trailers were like this. And season 2 should be coming out soon, right? Well, I mean, they just worked on The Expanse. I guess they're working on season 2 now. Actually, after this, we will be playing The Expanse. After I finish this damn series. You get to meet Eros here, Hermes and Pan. Let's talk to the people we know. Just to get to know more about them.
Whoa, you're here. I mean, you gotta be somewhere, but you're here.
Hello, Hermes.
Sorry about running off on you back at the thing. Didn't really have a choice, but sorry anyway.
You're not much like the other idols, are you?
No? I haven't been an idol very long. Maybe like a year? I've lost track. So, I'm not the one to ask about the idol stuff. It's all cool, but mostly I do whatever Athena asks. Athena says one day I'll sit on the chorus. That'll be sick. Can you imagine me in charge?
Wouldn't Athena still be in charge?
Yeah, you're probably right.
Different dev teams?
That
Okay, I
doesn't
don't know.
bother you?
Why would it? Athena's the nicest of the bunch. She makes the best cookies.
Oh, Hermes has had her cookies.
You've only been an idol for a year? How did that happen?
Probably same way it did with you.
Oh, the old Hermes died in your arms and then they accused you of his murder?
No. Well, yes. I mean, no, not like that. But yeah. I was there when he died. We were friends, and I was having trouble at home, and he helped me out. I miss him.
You knew it was gonna happen? It wasn't a surprise?
He asked me before he left. So no, not a surprise.
Is that usually how it happens?
Usually, yeah.
When Calliope died, you were right there, within moments. How did you know?
I told you. I got word, so I came.
But how did you get word?
Look, when an idol dies, I have to be there. So I just know. It's a Hermes thing.
To take the body, clean up the blood, that sort of thing?
Oh, that too, yeah. But that's on Athena's orders.
To keep the idol's secret?
Sure. Can you imagine the questions? I don't know how we hide so well as it is.
This is probably a stupid question, but... do you know who might have killed Calliope?
Ugh, why would I know anything about that?
When you came to the apartment, it seemed like you knew her.
Oh no, I only met her once. She didn't live with the rest of the idols or hang out with us very much. She seemed nice though. Angry, maybe. But I don't know who'd want to hurt her.
How was she angry?
Pissed off. But more because she cared about everyone too much not to be. I don't know, that's what I thought anyhow. I'm probably wrong.
Do you know if Persephone is here? I need to talk to her.
Oh, you're serious. Why would you want to talk to Persephone? Nobody ever wants that. One time, I laughed too loud near her, and she threatened to ban me from the club. I don't want to be banned.
Enjoy the food, Vanilla.
I like it here.
Oh. New option.
Pull yourself together. Are you gonna let Persephone boss you around forever?
Maybe?
No, you do that, she'll be walking all over you for centuries. You're a god.
Yeah, I'm a god.
Yeah.
You never know, she might be impressed, right?
Oh, heck yeah. Yeah, let me know when you want to find her. I'll even stand way, way back while you chat.
Oh, interesting. So you can actually do that with Hermes. Last time we did it, it is Eros who showed us to Persephone. Structurally like the MCU Eternals movie. I've not watched the Eternals, but I didn't hear many great things about it. Let's see what Pan's up to.
As I live and breathe, if it isn't our dear muse.
His audio keeps peaking.
Hi, Pan.
Tell me, have you decided to leave your troubles behind and join us in the land of shadows and revelry?
No food yet? Ah, damn.
I'm guessing it's a total coincidence that I'm running into you here.
It must be. The alternative would be that I knew a great many things ahead of time.
Well, did you?
Do I look like an oracle? I am here to listen to thrilling music and meet delicious people. My tastes are simple.
Uh-huh.
Speaking of simple tastes, my glass is empty again. The service here is appalling.
Well, we already talked to him, so...
I should get going. I'm sure I'll see you soon.
One can only hope.
And then I'll introduce you guys to Eros.
Oh, hey. You're the new muse, aren't you?
I guess I am, yeah.
Aphrodite mentioned it. Didn't figure I'd see you here, though. Oh, excuse the manners. Name's Eros, god of sex.
Wait, did you say that you're the god of sex?
Desire, really. Sensuality. Attraction. Why? Were you expecting a chubby little flying baby?
Are we gonna side with Persephone this time?
I wasn't.
Yes.
I actually prefer.
I'm gonna side Persephone.
Pan had to be the trickster. Spread all those stupid stories.
I'm sorry.
Why? It's not your fault. Just another grudge I get to carry around forever.
You know Aphrodite, right? I only met her the once.
Sure, she's my mother. You know how it is.
How would I know? New here, remember?
Oh, right. Yeah, sorry. I wasn't thinking. But you hear a lot of idols talk about each other like that. Mother, brother, sister, grandfather. None of us are actually related. We just played a family for so many centuries. It may as well be true.
So Aphrodite is your mother, but not really.
That's right. A long time ago, she took care of me when I needed taking care of. The mortals, they just assumed. These days, well, it's not like that anymore. We're not as invulnerable as we used to be. Least of all, Aphrodite.
The god of sex at a club. Looking for someone?
Once I might have, sure. Now I'm just here to see it happen.
See what happen?
Look out there. See all these people. The hope, the anticipation, the connections, they bounce off each other. To me, it's like lightning.
There are worse ways to spend a night out.
I used to make it happen, you know. Mortals once begged me to make it happen, to inspire true love. But now I only inspire sex. Not the same thing. It's just as well. People should find true love the hard way. They'll value it more.
You seem a little distracted. Is everything okay?
Of course it is. Sure. Not obvious, huh? Truth is, I don't come here that often. No, it's hard to get away. I just... No, never mind.
Even idols have their bad days, huh?
Bad weeks, bad months, bad centuries.
This guy has heavy problems.
Who am I talking to? You're the one with your life on the line.
We'll get to their musical numbers soon.
I'll see you around.
Count on it.
I thought this would be easier, but it's as if Persephone left instructions to thwart me. Every staff member I approach screams and runs off. I hope your search has been more successful.
It might help if I knew more about Persephone.
It couldn't hurt. What would you like to know, exactly?
And for those curious, this is when their version of Persephone's story.
What's Persephone's story? Her name rings a bell, but I don't...
No doubt you've heard the tale of how Hades, lord of the underworld, kidnapped a young sweet goddess and made her his wife.
That sweet young goddess was Persephone.
Mm-hmm. Her mother, Demeter, was so enraged she blanketed the world in ice, rendering it barren and infertile. Zeus was forced to act. He decreed that Persephone would be shared between Demeter and Hades, and thus the matter was resolved. Well, you asked. That's her story, as the mortals tell it.
So tell me, how much of Persephone's legend is true?
Well, let's see. Hades did kidnap Persephone. That certainly did happen. The idols almost went to war over it until Zeus intervened and ordered Hades and Persephone to wed. That quieted things. At least until Persephone killed Hades.
Whoa.
As I understand it, Hades was not kind to her. I'd like to say we handled it well, that Zeus and the idols were mindful of what Persephone had been through, but that would be a lie. Persephone was punished for the murder, the underworld taken from her, and we all stood by and let it happen. She has never forgiven us, and honestly, I can't blame her.
If I were her, I'd be mad at you all too.
Then you understand why things are difficult between us.
I found someone who will bring me to Persephone.
Finally! I'll be right behind you.
You're coming with me? But I thought...
She seems even angrier with you than she is with me. I might be able to mediate.
We'll see, I guess.
All right.
If you're angry with anyone, Persephone, be angry with me. It was I who...
I will deal with you later. I was willing to leave you be, Grace, to wait until your guilt was certain. And yet here you are, in my domain, uninvited. Why? Are you here to beg for mercy? Are you here to challenge me? Should I be afraid?
This isn't a challenge, Persephone. I have questions.
Questions for me? Good. Because I have questions for you. Do you really expect us to believe that Calliope chose you? What's the real story? Did you stumble across her as she lay dying and desperate? Are you an accident? Did you learn what she was? Did you torture her, hold her at the point of death until she agreed to hand over her eidolon?
Persephone, this isn't...
You have
Welcome
every
back,
reason
Manoa.
to
Hope you
try
enjoyed your
to
food.
prove your innocence, Grace. But I have no reason.
Yeah, another musical number.
That's it. I'm done talking.
Grace, I don't think
Forget it, Apollo. She's spoiling for a fight, so why not give it to her?
So, it's a challenge after all.
Full Renegade playthrough. Let's go. It's gonna be pretty much low commentary. We're just gonna get to the main beats. Hopefully it's an interesting musical experience. But I'm gonna listen to the Pantheon version after this.
You hear that? You're in my house, little muse. You want answers? Fight for them. A lost little girl. You shouldn't have come here. And I sure ain't in the mood
hard to make new friends. Go home, little girl. The shadows drawing near, and you all alone. We both know how this ends. Let's see how far she bends. We all know how this ends.
Hello? Testing 1, 2, testing 3. Is this thing on? Are you testing me with your coterie, ogling expectantly? Heads up, wrecking me won't come for free. See, it won't be easy, Persephone, when I use the moves I bring blessedly. Shadows don't scare me, see, I'll survive it. Maybe you want to do this in private.
You're lost, little girl. You're wasting our time now. The gall of a squeaking mouse in a lion's den.
You're right, Vano. I'm preferring the red.
Give up, little girl. The bus home is leaving. Seen it so many times. We all know how this ends. We all know how it ends.
Wait, you're she the Persephone? Oh boy, a celebrity dissing me. Now remind me, P, jog my memory. Sorry, not up on my ancient history. Underworld, now that rings a bell. Was it you who was married to the king of hell? It's hazy, Hades. So you're his lady? Before my time, because I'm such a baby.
What?
Please teach me my ABCs. Me, I never featured in Euripides. So where are they now? Wow, look around. You're the big cheese of a hole in the ground.
Yeah.
Don't you have any idea what you're dealing with, child? Surprise, surprise. Coins on your eyes.
Persephone, I think, is also one of the stronger performances.
Give them to the ferryman. Get it in your little head. You're spitting at the queen.
Relatively, at least.
Dead.
You're not my queen, P. I'm alive. You got a real life muse in this basement dive. You could use a boost. Should I play a gig? Hey, word of mouth works, P. It'll be big.
Get lost, little girl.
I need a room and a rider and a cut of the bar.
Making me angry.
I got needs, you see. Say please, I'll bring keys and a couple guitars.
You don't want to know how far we could
We
descend.
haven't fun yet? I'm sorry, what's up? Let me guess how it ends. Thank you, already said.
Back off, little girl.
We're young, you're old, we live,
You're
you die.
asking for trouble.
The end, see, that's how time works. Bye-bye.
You wanna push me, so look and then see how this ends. How this always ends.
Don't you have any idea how you sound right now? We hear it all the time. The world is full of ghosts, and nothing's ever born.
You're choking on dust down here now. Maybe that's your cue. Time's come to move on. Make space for someone new. Someone not as bored as you. Maybe this new muse will do.
Don't use that word. You have no right to use that word. After what you did to her. Why don't I just kill you and wipe the floor with you? Don't use that word. You have to fight to use that word. You don't go in and take. That's your biggest mistake. For Calliope's sake.
Wait, what word? Muse? Not use it at all? Not cool, screw you, see, it's not your call. Not a kid, but I'm innocent and I can explain. See my sunshine coming at the end of your rain. Say my name, say my name, say my name. Say, hey, you lost little girl. I'm stolen the show now. A breath of some fresher air, that's enough for them. Hello, underworld. I'm finding a flow now. I'm not
that enough, Persephone? Do we need to go another round?
Just tell me one thing. What prompted this little visit of yours?
We went to Calliope's apartment, and we know that you own it.
I see. Follow me, then.
Actually, Persephone was alright as well. But it's like, as long as they're acting while they're singing, that's
Calliope came
decent
to me
enough.
years ago. She'd grown tired of arguing with the idols, tired of being branded a troublemaker. She couldn't watch the idols wither away without a fight. I knew how she felt, so I gave her the apartment.
So you must know better than anyone what she's been up to.
Not exactly. Calliope and I haven't spoken for at least 2 years. After I heard the news, I went to the apartment and turned it upside down. I had to know the truth.
That was you?
I didn't find anything. Nothing to say what she had been involved with, or gotten into, or who she might have been fighting with.
I don't know. That sounds suspicious.
I hoped I could find evidence, something that made sense. But no, it was only you.
I made sense?
You were there. You were covered in her blood. There was no other explanation. But now I'm not so sure.
If it wasn't Grace, that means someone else was behind Calliope's death. Someone who could keep their involvement hidden.
One of us.
Does it have to be an idol? You thought I killed Calliope. Couldn't it have been some other mortal?
Despite how he might look, it's not a simple matter to kill an idol.
So what about
It was
me?
difficult enough to believe you had done it.
Oh.
If another mortal killed her, they somehow escaped detection. We found nothing, no evidence of a battle.
You looked?
Of course we looked. What do you think was happening while you waited? If Calliope was attacked elsewhere, even magic revealed no trace of it.
Did Calliope have any enemies? The way you talk about her, she must have. What? What am I missing?
Well, Calliope had a way of making people angry. She could be argumentative.
Yes, but enough to make enemies who wanted her dead?
Not that you or I know of, apparently, but that doesn't mean they didn't exist.
What about Pan? He showed up at my place out of nowhere, right after I left the chorus.
He did what?
I have to wonder what his angle is.
He has one, that's for certain. Though I've never thought of him as a killer. It would be too messy.
Still, we should consider the idea. For him to show up so quickly is odd.
What about Athena? She seemed awfully insistent on declaring me guilty, don't you think?
Athena? No, Athena follows the rules.
Well...
Athena has one goal, and one goal only. To protect the idols. And that included Calliope. She'll eventually drive us all mad with her vigilance, but break her own rules? I don't see it.
For all I know, either one of you could have done it, and you're just playing along.
Apollo is capable of many things, but lying? He was never any good at it.
Whereas we know how capable you are of murder.
Okay, this isn't...
The one and only god I killed?
Oh.
Deserved it.
Okay, so Apollo actually incited this.
Right. Sorry I brought it up.
Like, that's a low blow to, like, bring Hades up.
Couldn't we go to Athena with this? If you've changed your minds and you're both part of the chorus...
Athena would be sympathetic, but... the die has been cast.
She won't go back on the edict, not without clear evidence.
Oh, now you want evidence?
She acted on the information she had. If we want to sway her, we need something better.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do. You know the idols. Don't you have any ideas?
I told you I wouldn't be of much help, Grace.
Did you now? That's unsurprising. When are you ever of help to anyone but yourself?
Says the woman who forced Grace to challenge her rather than answer a simple question.
Calliope died, Apollo. Calliope, who came with us all the way from the old world.
You think I don't know that? Are you forgetting what the Muses meant to me?
Well, I'm not giving up. That's right. You heard me. Maybe it's easy for you to throw in the towel. Why not? Your life isn't at stake. But I'm gonna fight. If I have to kick every ass on Olympus, I am getting through this.
It's a very different Grace. Very, very different Grace from mine.
Calliope, I'm listening now. Tell us what end you were doomed to.
Calliope, blinded by fire, one match did you strike that consumed you.
How could you blame her? What could she have done to earn such a fate? You are blinded.
God of the sun hides from his own eyes. What would you know about fate?
You say that you knew her, she was family to us, yet you don't hesitate to accuse her. Oh, queen without a throne, go bitter with fury. Not everyone seeks to betray you.
Stop this. Every action comes with a cost.
And who could she have crossed and lost to?
Apollo, your help is not needed here. Go ahead and abandon another muse.
How could you throw that gauntlet at me? Could your heart shrivel any further?
You abandoned me to a terrible fate.
You replay your injuries till
far
it's too late.
You know how far I've been before I
trapped.
snapped.
This is not about you. Enough! This helps no one.
There he is, God of the sun.
Apollo, for my sake, take a deep breath. I need your help, not your anger.
Yeah, playing it again, knowing everything, it's a different light.
You paralyze Calliope, but want more from you.
She wanted so much more.
She is gone.
Stay with
Follow
Persephone.
him or stay. Now that Apollo isn't sucking all the oxygen out of the room, perhaps we can get somewhere.
Okay, this is uncharted territory for me. Because I chose Apollo last time.
Just as well. He said from the start that he didn't want to help, that he'd just make things worse.
Well, that's what you get when you live in a world of prophecies and riddles. Apollo will forever chase his own tail. But he brought you to me, so that's something. I'll admit the problem you present is a sticky one. If an idol is behind Calliope's death, they're clever. I need time to formulate a plan.
Glad to hear you're invested in it. Yeah, one of my kind of regrets was siding with Apollo, because he just, I don't know, Troy Baker just didn't really sell the role to me very well. But it tied up in the end quite well. Like, I was overall happy with the playthrough, but now I want to see Persephone's side of things. Ritual as the first task. Yeah, you were really hyping up the ritual. I want to see that. You're going to help me?
You've decided to help me then? I wasn't sure you would.
Well, what should I say? That I've changed my mind? That Calliope might have chosen you after all?
No, it's just...
You have fight in you. You've taken quickly to the Muse's powers. It's possible that she saw the potential. So yes, I'll help you. If, however, this has all been a desperate deception... Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Fair. We got the romancer. Well, yeah, new playthrough. This is better than fighting you.
I like this better than fighting with you. Way better.
Helping you rather than wanting you dead, you mean?
You seem like a woman who gets what she wants.
These days, yes.
Then I'd really rather have you on my side.
Wise choice.
I have to ask, is Athena really not an option? She wouldn't see what you see? At all?
She might. Athena's no fool. She sees everything in terms of risk. Anything with the slightest chance of being a danger to the idols will not be tolerated.
Well, that's harsh.
You'll notice I no longer live among my fellow idols. I left, as did Calliope.
Because of Athena?
Athena is why we survived. I'll give her that. But her fears can be smothering.
And after missing this opportunity again, oh, what? Oh, man. Now I have to choose if you want full... Well, we can always YouTube the red option. But I'm curious about... We already chose Freddy last playthrough. I want to try choosing Persephone. Let's make it happen. Well, we'll see when we get to that point. This is all new to me. Tell me what I should do.
What should I do while you're formulating? I don't like sitting on my hands.
Yeah, I've noticed. If you wish to keep busy, burn down the city, start a revolution, become a terror the likes of which mortals only dream.
Really?
No, Grace. Go home. Be patient. When you see me next, I'll have a better idea of what to do.
There's probably like a half joke. I wouldn't mind. The start a revolution. New achievement unlocked. Well, that is fast. Act 2. I'm trying to make it flow like a actual musical.
Hey, Freddy. Have you been waiting up this whole time?
Yeah? A goat man sends you off into the night. Your life is on the line. And I'm gonna, what, sleep? I was so worried after you left, and... Well, I also felt like crap. You were right to be mad. I said I'd support you as your friend, and I didn't. I don't know why I acted like that. I just had this image of you being swept off into some new world without me.
Knowing what she really feels for us, though, that's also another thing. Well, I'm glad we chose Freddy. I'm happy I chose Freddy for the first option. I liked how it tied up in the end. But not in this timeline, Freddy. I'm sorry. I can't do this without you.
I get it, Fred, but I do need you. I don't know if I can do this without your help.
I do know more when it comes to Greek mythology. Though I don't know if that last word applies now that we...
Just say you'll help me. I beg you.
Isn't that a given? Just tell me what happened since I saw you last. Huh. Persephone runs a club called the Underworld. That's a little on the nose.
I wouldn't suggest saying that to her face.
And you ended up staying with her instead of Apollo? I don't know, Grace. She sounds a little volatile.
She's not so bad.
She's not so bad. At least with Persephone, you know exactly where you stand.
I guess. Wow, she just sounds so different from the myths about her. So what are your options? You need to go back to Persephone at some point?
I could go back to Apollo's as well. Make sure he's not sore about what happened.
Oh, and, there's this. Pan left a card.
Right.
Says, come by Olympus. I doubt he means the mountain in Greece.
Huh. I wonder what he wants.
Probably to cash in his precious favor.
Still not a fan?
You know how some people just set your teeth on edge? That's Pan. I can't help it. But it doesn't matter. I said I'd help, and that's what I'll do. You can count on me, Grace.
Thanks, Freddy.
The muse? Oh, the embodiment of inspiration.
Different
Can you
recording.
believe it?
Yeah, kinda.
Wake up, Grace. We got a city to musical. Talk to Persephone, talk to Apollo, talk to Pan. Since this is new, let's talk to Apollo and then Pan. Persephone and then Pan. What does he have to say that we chose Persephone this timeline?
Grace,
Yeah, told you she'd be back.
what are you doing here? When you stayed with Persephone, I thought that... Well, I didn't expect to see you again.
Full red, right? He was now like I was wondering who started the fight first, and then since I'm replaying it now, it's like, oh shit, he brought up Hades. Like, what the hell, man? You were a jerk.
Thought you'd slink off without a word, huh?
I'm sorry.
You should be. That explosion of yours at the underworld? What the hell was that? You think that will help Calliope? Or are we back to making everything all about you again?
Hey,
whoa.
Nobody but me talks to Paul like that.
Oh.
It's all right, Oracle. Is that it, Grace? Are you through?
I came here to see if you still wanted to help, Apollo. I could keep yelling at you, though. Feels good.
I want to apologize for my outburst. Being around my family brings out the worst in me, I'm afraid. It's why I avoid them whenever possible, and why I should have resisted getting dragged into all this.
What do you mean, all this? Saving my life? Helping find your friend's murderer?
When we met, I said I would just make things worse. And I was right.
Sad boy.
You haven't. Even if you had, isn't now the time to fix it?
Goodbye, Grace. I hope you find what you're looking for.
Yo, what? He just like gives up? Okay.
Oh, back already, are you? It's just as well. I've asked around, called in some favors, just enough to get an idea of what all the idols are currently up to. Much as I'm loath to admit it, I'm back to thinking Pan may be our prime suspect after all.
Why Pan? I thought you'd rejected him as a suspect.
I did. It doesn't seem like his style. Pan has always preferred scheming over direct confrontation. But the thing is, how did he know about you so quickly? What does he hope to gain by sticking his nose in?
A favor or two, I guess.
Half the idols owe him a favor or two. No, he's up to something else. Until I know what it is, I can't discount the possibility that he's involved in all this.
You should know. Pan asked me to meet him at Olympus. I'm not sure why.
Oh, that's interesting. Did he happen to say what he wanted?
No. He probably wants to cash in his favor.
Huh. That's what he does. Collect favors and then use them to gather even more favors. To what end, I dare not guess.
Well, obviously there's a motive.
Should I not go see him then? If he's our best suspect...
No. Go see what he wants. It'll provide insight into his plans, if nothing else.
Just throw caution to the wind, huh?
Somehow you'll manage. I want to send you to a party, Grace. One Aphrodite is holding. She and Eros know Pan perhaps better than anyone. If you go, it'll give you a chance to find out what he's really up to.
There we go. Aphrodite.
Why a party? Couldn't I just go wherever she lives and ask her?
You could, but if you go to this party, she'll be grateful. She holds it from time to time and always asked Calliope to attend, but Calliope never would. You can put two and two together. A grateful Aphrodite might be willing to tell you what Pan is really up to.
You know Aphrodite better than I do. Can't you talk to her?
She and I don't get along.
Like how you and Apollo don't get along?
Even more intensely than that. I once said some things about her husband. They were true, but unwelcome. Suffice it to say, if I showed up at Aphrodite's party, revealing Pan's secrets would be the last thing on her mind.
One wild party with a goddess of love coming up.
It's less of a wild party and more of a somber affair.
You mean like a cocktail party?
Let me put it this way. Apollo will likely be there.
Gotcha. Expectations of fun downgraded considerably. I'll let you know what I find.
So it is always Apollo who ends up there.
Fancy party? Check. Bunch of strangers? Check. Grace totally not dressed for the occasion? Check. Now, if only I knew what I was supposed to be doing here.
Grace? You're here.
Yeah, I'm invited, aren't I?
I'm just surprised you even knew it was happening.
Persephone said I should come to this. Whatever this is.
Persephone didn't tell you? Why am I not surprised?
Persephone said Aphrodite could help me and that she'd be grateful I came. That's it.
Persephone's not wrong, but that's not the entire story. You don't have any of Calliope's memories, right? No déjà vu, recollections that aren't your own?
No. Should I have?
Not right away. For a while, you won't remember anything. We call it the veil. In time, the veil will start to lift, slowly at first, but eventually you'll remember almost everything Calliope did.
I like this arc, actually. Them delving into this. Because I was also wondering, don't I have the memories? How does that work? And here, they address it.
That doesn't seem so terrible. Am I missing something?
Well, remember how old we all are. There are so many memories. So the veil lifts gradually to protect you. Eventually, it's like a flood. It becomes difficult to separate what's you and what's them, and all who came before them.
I have a hard time believing I'll forget who I am.
You won't stop being you. You'll just also be everyone else who isn't you.
Yeah, I don't buy it.
I understand. Take some time to let it sink in. If you like, we can talk about it later.
What does this have to do with the party?
Aphrodite hasn't been the same since we came to the New World. She has horrific memories of what she endured during the war. Passing on her eidolon is a way to forget, for a while. That's what this party is for.
When you say she's gonna pass on her eidolon, you mean...
She's going to die, yes, and pass her soul on to a chosen successor.
In front of everyone?
We're here to help, Grace, to make it easier for Aphrodite to do what she feels she must. We're here to say goodbye, at least for a while.
I don't know, Apollo. I don't like the whole idea.
You want her help, don't you?
Yes, but...
At least speak with Aphrodite before you make a final decision. She's not here just yet. Until she arrives, I suggest mingling.
Mingling?
Yeah, mingling. Talk to Eros. Or we can talk more if you like. Just try to relax, Grace.
Sure, yeah. Relax. That's what this party is for, right?
That face. And now you know why Eros is so sad.
Hey, Eros. Nice to... Oh. Okay.
Aphrodite will be so happy you're here. It means so much, you have no idea.
Are you okay? You seem a bit...
Every time she does this, I don't know how to handle it. I almost want to run upstairs and demand she stop. Remind her that this never works. Sorry, I shouldn't unload on you. It's been a bad week.
I have to be honest, Eros. I'm not a fan of what's supposed to happen here.
I know exactly what you mean. Every time, Aphrodite forgets. At least for a while. But I don't. I remember everything. I'm there for the nightmares, the panic attacks, the days she doesn't even remember the war's over. And now I'm arranging her gathering again, so she can die again. And I'll watch it all again.
Is there no other way? Does Aphrodite really need to...
To die? I've asked that so many times. She's tried magic, drugs, psychotherapy, meditation, everything we could possibly think of. For a while, she'll deny anything's wrong. It all seems fine, and I start to hope. Maybe this time will be different. Then the nightmares begin, and the memories return. More with each passing day until... I hate it, but I see her agony. I can't deny her this.
Is it okay if I ask what happened? I don't mean to pry, but I'm new. I really don't know.
I know, but it happened to Aphrodite, not me. It's not my story to tell.
If I know what she was dealing with, I might be able to help.
Could you? I suppose it wouldn't hurt. What happened is that Brother Ares happened.
There's more about...
He missed out on the first world-spanning war.
World building.
So he was damned if he'd miss out on the next one. He found some jackbooted mortals, so full of themselves and their supremacy. And he told them about the idols. Then they came for us. Took us completely by surprise. Some they killed, but Aphrodite... her they captured.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh.
And that's what happened. And you'll hear about Hephaestus soon. But does the game lore suggest there are other pantheons? None from the gods themselves. Only... Actually, no. They didn't really hint at it. It's more... Freddy was the one raving about the possibility of it. Saying, if these gods exist, that means I might get to beat the other gods, right? And then she goes on about her gods and she would like to meet them. That's all we got about a hint to other gods. But I'm pretty sure they're out there. Like, I was also funnily joking that this is like an alternate timeline of God of War after Kratos. Same thing, right? They're decimated. And then this is what happens to the Greek pantheon at post-Kratos. Post-God of War. So there's all that lore, world lore there. And I'm pretty sure the other pantheons are out there somewhere. So if they do decide to build upon this world, I wouldn't mind exploring it a bit more. Like, imagine that, doing what they did with God of War by exploring the other pantheons. Since these Greek idols are out there in the world now, based on the ending we got, That's huge ramifications. People are going to ask questions. Well, if the Greek gods exist in our world, what about the others? So, it's nice seeds for a sequel.
Maybe I shouldn't ask, but is there any way to change Aphrodite's mind?
You say that as if I haven't tried. If only...
Yeah, imagine being
She'll
Eros
ask you to
here.
use your power as part of the celebration. Could you use it to inspire her?
I can't force anyone to do anything they don't want to, Eros.
That's not what I'm asking. I believe that deep down, she doesn't want to do this any longer. She must see it isn't working. She just needs the strength to try. Or I hope that's all she needs.
I'll try, if you think it'll do some good.
I don't know if it will. I just find it hard to believe it could get any worse.
Oh, did Eris do that in DCU? Oh, right.
Tell me about it. Do whatever you think is right, Grace. And thank you.
Yeah, typically, for such, like, unthinkable circumstances, you know, it's terrible war, and you go, oh, Ares is probably behind it. One of those tropes. Wait for Aphrodite. But here, they're not clear who they inspired, but... Because it basically, okay, we'll let Aphrodite tell the story through the song. Musical time. Wait, not yet. Ah, yeah, not yet. We're gonna talk first. But yeah, this is pretty grim. It's like, that's her new soul vessel.
My family. Having you all here, gathered once again to see me off, it moves me. More than I can say. My loves, my darlings, my dearest friends. And you. Oh, my dear sweet thing. I dare not hope that you, with all your troubles, might sing me to my sleep. Yet here you are. Yet here she is.
I chose this last time, right? Okay.
I was hoping we might have a chance to talk.
Oh, but we are talking, are we not?
I mean the two of us, in private.
And abandon my guests when I've just arrived. I have so many farewells to make.
Is this Grace, my lady? The new muse?
Oh, what manners I have. Grace, Grace, meet the lovely mortal woman who shall tonight become the new me.
Hi, my name's Venus, and yes, it really is Venus. Nice to meet you, Grace.
Well, what would Grace... Okay, we're role-playing Red Grace, right?
Hi. So, you're okay with this? You know what's gonna happen?
Of course. We've been working together, preparing for, 6 months now? Has it only been that long?
Must be nice to be prepared.
Ooh, I'm so sorry. Lady Aphrodite told me. I should have thought about that.
There will be so much time for you lovelies to speak later. Now, we must prepare for my departure.
I was hoping I could talk you out of it, actually.
Oh!
Forgive my saying so, but you seem fine.
Yes, it might seem that way. Well, tell me, Grace, why should I let you try to talk me out of this,
We chose this last time. I don't know if it has any ramifications with our chances.
You must know this isn't working. How many times have you done this? Has it gotten any better?
Better? I do not remember what better feels like. I remember many things. I remember virtue, heroism, even love. All of it eclipsed by the memories of pain. But tonight is not about becoming better. It's about respite from the pain and honoring the memory of what was. Go, enjoy the gathering, Grace. Tell me when you're ready to begin.
Just to be sure. I don't know if this has any impact on our chances.
I want to apologize again.
Let's go through
Grace. I really messed up. It looks like I'll be doing that a lot. Lady Aphrodite said I'm ready, but I don't know.
Being a god isn't something you can really be ready for.
I mean, you are not gods, though. Are you? Not really.
Huh?
You don't think so?
To me, you all just seem like people. Special people, sure, but flawed and lost, like the rest of us. If I can ask, what does it feel like after it happens? Do you feel different?
Not really. I still felt like me, if that's what you're asking.
You didn't remember anything? About her? Who she was? She was just gone?
Yeah. Isn't that the point of all this?
I just wanted to be sure. Sometimes it doesn't seem like it could be real.
How do you know Aphrodite exactly?
So I was working at this homeless shelter, right? A couple of years ago, and she came in with one of the older residents. And she was there in this, amazing dress. And she's sitting with this guy and really listening to him. Like they were old friends or something. I just thought, what is someone like her doing in a place like this? So, I just went over and introduced myself.
That's it? Just like that?
Yeah. She came back to the shelter a few times, but by then, I guess she'd taken an interest in me instead.
I have to ask, how does one choose, the next you? How did that conversation with Aphrodite even come up?
I didn't know what she really was. Not for a long time. I just figured she was this lonely rich lady. I loved her stories, though. Ooh, I could listen to her for hours, and she never asked for anything from me, not once. Then, one day, she brought it up, like it was nothing, like a job offer.
Did you believe her?
Hell no! Not at first. Then she brought me to Olympus, and, hard not to then.
What happened to Athena's rules? It's like nobody follows Athena's rules. Not even Athena herself.
You said earlier you're okay with all this, but how can you be?
I saw a lot of people in crisis at the shelter. I knew something was wrong with Lady Aphrodite. She's in so much pain, Grace. She won't let you see how much. Eros called me one night desperate. She wouldn't stop screaming. She didn't know where she was. She's a good person, Grace. A good soul. She deserves mercy.
But don't you feel this is wrong? I mean, you're ending your life. It's like some kind of murder-suicide pact.
I don't think of it like that. Lady Aphrodite is not committing suicide, and I'm not being murdered.
Aren't you? Your life is ending. It's being taken over, swallowed up by Aphrodite's grief.
I'm becoming part of something bigger. Something amazing. Or maybe you're right. It'll be terrible, and I'll end up in so much pain I'll regret it.
So why go through with it?
Because Lady Aphrodite needs me. Maybe, just maybe, if I'm added into the mix of all the people she's been, maybe things will be different.
Oh, right. That's what her goal was. Carefully crafting, like choosing people to hopefully make her more resilient to the memories. All right, musical time. All red, right, Vanwa?
I have tried so hard, fought for so long, but in the end, I must bid you all farewell once again. But before I go, I would like us all to remember the sacrifices that brought us here, to this strange new world. This time, it is with the help of our lovely muse that we shall be guided.
All right.
We let them rise. We let it happen. We waited far too long. We thought we shouldn't intervene. We were wrong. We were wrong. Since the beginning we were hidden. We held court from up above. 'Twas the golden age of reason, and I the queen of love. But a plague of hate was spreading, and there were vultures standing by. Before we fell to our knees begging, we fell from the sky. We let them rise, we let it happen. We waited far too long. We thought we shouldn't intervene. We were wrong. We were wrong. Our so-called brother Ares sold his soul forevermore. He so loved the military, he became their dog of war. He denounced his loving family, and with mortal guns and greed, on a plate gladly delivered everything that war dogs need. He betrayed us and we let him, and with their mortal souls long gone, we thought we were untouchable. We were wrong, we were wrong. I can feel we have the vigor of an idol coming in. Be wary as they find you to and tear you limb from limb, torture you and spit at you, parade you in a square. I thought my life was over, and a God answered my prayer. The man that I ignored saved me when I fell. Yes, the husband I abhorred rescued me from hell. I thought it was a joke when it was said to me. He struck a deal with our enemy's enemy, made a secret weapon so my captors let me go. He gave up his freedom, leaving just a memory, and this love I'll never know is what he gave to me.
I
Gotta say that I'm amazed I held my tongue for so long. Not such a fan of this old plan, but who's to say that you're wrong? Now shoulda gotta erase a memory when there's no chance of changing history. This guy that sacrificed his life so you can live in his place. Wish he'd drop by, cause man, I'd die to see the look on his face. You try to hide from your reality, but then come back with regularity. And if you notice a disparity, then what's the meaning of his legacy? Everybody. Who gives a damn about your suffering? Everybody.
Very
Who wants to
different.
see you be yourself again? Everybody. Who feels your pain in case you're wondering? Everybody. You got the time, but it's the stuttering. Everybody wants to see you fall in love.
I can't place your face, so let me give you a hand. An idol should embrace the things they don't understand. And you don't get it. My mind's a falling city, buildings crumbling down. What is more, the pity, all I hear is the sound. Bombs blanketing the ground, a screaming so profound. And you want to play around. Will you offend? Everybody is insulted by your acrimony. Everybody wants to wallow in my testimony. Everybody. So who is ready for the ceremony? Everybody. I'll be siding with the everybody.
Everybody wants to see you fall in love.
Nice framing.
I'd never thought
Arrows.
you'd let it get this way. I've stood by watching what we've built decay. We're just pretending that the ending is near.
I'm glad he gets the time here.
Isn't it clear? Your family's here. Everybody can see the agony you're going through. Everybody knows the goddess is inside of you. Everybody keeps repeating what they're meant to do. Everybody, I've got to stop it just to prove to you. Everybody wants to see you fall in love.
Everybody, who's gonna help me overcome the war? Everybody, who's gonna be there when I'm on the floor? Everybody, who's gonna cry when I walk out the door? Everybody, cause I'm not gonna do this anymore. Everybody wants to see you, wants to see you fall in love again.
I'm glad we got to hear Arrow sing. I was waiting for him to come in into our playthrough, but he didn't. That is a lot better. That is so much better than our choices.
Mother, is it true? You've chosen to.
Very different. Actually, not better. Different, but I really like this arrangement.
To live.
I like this arrangement. The playthrough we chose was more getting insight into, we allowed her to feel, we allowed her to accept the reality.
I'm so sorry, Venus.
And then we
I
went
made you
hard.
so many promises, dearest, and I won't be able to keep them.
My
Yeah.
lady, all
What
I
I
ever
loved-
wanted was for you to be happy. If this is your wish,
And she has your support
I'll be with
system
you
now.
at every
But,
step.
but what I love was the
I as well.
the everybody.
Always.
How it was intertwining with
I hope
everyone's
none of us regret
messages.
this choice in the days to come. But thank you.
Like, it's just like it's a tug of war, push and pull. It's like, who's gonna help me? Everybody. And then it is like going back and forth, and I really love that. It is good. And it definitely flowed, of course. Staying red flowed us red. And I appreciate it more because we got. Yeah, I really like this arrangement. I really like the red one. Now I'm curious what the directors chose. The quote-unquote director's cut in the official soundtrack. I wonder what they mixed into it. I'm pretty sure they chose the final outcome of Aphrodite choosing to fight and live again. But, getting to that point, if for us it was mostly emotional, letting her feel it. and then we give her some inspiration and tough love. But what I loved about that was Eros stepped in. For me, I was wondering why he didn't step in our playthrough. We also talked about Violet, but that is more us saying, look what you're going to do to, so not Violet, what you're going to do to Venus. Like, geez, you're going to burden her with this curse. But not even Venus had a part there. But this, with Eros stepping in, that was what I was waiting for. Like, that is the support. Like, from the Muse, and then from Eros, and then from Venus. And everybody. And changing the kind of support needed instead of forgetting to becoming her strength and helping her gain strength. So that's so much better. That I love the version with Eros in it. I can't imagine a version without Eros in it. That was what I found was very lacking when we did this musical number. So thank you for that suggestion for going all red and seeing it, like not just listening to it, but like seeing it play out. That is also really good.
It has to be better than doing the same thing over and over.
Does it? It could also be far worse.
And Aphrodite and Eros, they were pretty good as well.
I'm so very tired, my loves, but I will. I'll try.
I see in terms of performances.
You needed my help. No doubt regarding Calliope's death. Have you any suspicions as to who might be responsible?
I was, thinking maybe Pan.
Pan? Kill Calliope? Tish tosh, I don't believe it.
He showed up at my apartment right after I left Athena's office. He's very suspicious.
You favor him too much, Mother.
I happen to feel there are entities among us far more sinister.
You're thinking of Medusa, aren't you?
Wait, hold the phone. That chick who turns people into stone?
Yeah, that's the one.
She works for Athena as a watcher. She's everywhere, lurking in the shadows. If you look anywhere, Grace, start with her.
Yeah, it was.
Come now, Mother.
Think about Eros.
It's time you rested. It's been a long
not, of course, not to make her feel guilty, but to help her also find strength. What Hephaestus did, what Eros has been doing, what Venus is willing to do. You know, there are other ways to fight together, rather than just reset. So I also like that they brought in a bit more of that. What Hephaestus did.
Maybe.
Instead of just mentioning him once
What
and then
do you
that's
know
it.
about Medusa?
So I like that Eros got more screen time there.
That's a rather dark name to unearth. Are you thinking of seeking her out?
I am. Do you know where she is?
Not really, no. Medusa makes it her business to stay out of sight. Athena employs her as a spy master.
Exactly. What do they die
hound
for?
To do her bidding.
Yeah, I figured as much. Hitting it close to home.
To tell either of us where to find Medusa. I can't say for certain who would know.
It's like, don't let their sacrifices be in vain.
All right, Grace. You seem troubled.
We chose this last time.
What you said earlier about Calliope's memories coming back.
That wasn't how I wanted you to find out. I'm sorry. If I might suggest, speak with Persephone about it when you get a chance. It might be good for you.
You think she could help? Persephone?
Persephone and I have our problems, but I can't deny she is insightful. She'll surprise you.
I might do that. Thanks.
How are things with Persephone?
This is new.
Is she helping as much as you thought?
Yeah, I kind of like her. Way more than I thought I would. Why?
All I mean to ask is, Has she said anything?
About...
No. Never mind. It's none of my business. Please forget I asked.
What was she supposed to say?
Give my regards to Persephone when you see her.
Like, we know Apollo knows, but what was he expecting Persephone to talk about?
Apollo. Always so dramatic.
Yeah.
Well done, by the way. You may be the very first person ever to talk sense into Aphrodite.
Don't joke about it. It was a lot.
A lot that I didn't prepare you for. I know.
That too, yeah.
It's not something you can prepare for. I thought this was the best way. I remember the last time I passed on my Eidolon. 1952.
Oh.
I was married to, well, say you'd call him a gangster. More of a thug. A mean, vicious little thug. Persephone saved me from him. Tore his head clean off. But not before he fired a shotgun into her chest.
Oh, shit.
My chest? Whatever.
Do you remember who you were before?
I still am her. Chastity, that is. You can see why I switched names. Oh, I remember being disgusted I was ever that weak. Persephone made me strong. But it never really goes away. We all have our sordid history, our personal horrors, building up like sediment around our souls. You can't let it bury you, Grace. You are the only one who can keep your head afloat.
Is this the one you're talking about? The one Red or Heart? It's okay. It's not a song number, so we can choose the heart. I want to see this happen with Persephone. I much prefer dialogue compared to Apollo.
You're incredible. You know that?
There's no need to be facetious, Grace.
No, really.
I am incredible. It's true. It's good that you recognize this.
Okay, I take it back.
Oh, you can't take it back, Grace. I would have thought you'd learned that by now.
Eh? I didn't expect this.
After centuries of cruel injustice, everybody working against me, every idol but for one, violent with apathy. We couldn't reach a resolution, but you and I, I'm queen of the underworld, and you
Are we gonna go all red for this?
something seems familiar about you. Have we met some lifetime?
Nice framing.
Gods like me don't have too much to hope for. The rules been fixed throughout the ages. So I have forged a daring path. I would like to make some changes. You see, we can win a revolution, you and I, you and I. I'm queen of the underworld, and you, Grace, you are a queen, you're old, your dominion, and in my opinion, you're on the right track. It sounds like
time that you kick 'em right back. You've got one big mouth on you, don't you? Yet it's me who's closing in. Think I like that mouth on you, won't you?
You've overstayed your welcome.
What? No!
Time to go home. Get out of here, Grace.
What? I guess she's confused because she's probably still, of course, she has feelings for Calliope. We're not Calliope really, so I'm pretty sure it's like complicated for her. But cool. Well, I didn't expect the musical number there. Yeah, not yet. We'll get it in the end. It doesn't make sense roleplay wise to go back to Persephone. We'll update Freddy, then talk to Pan. But this timeline is friend zone Freddy.
Hey, so what's the news, Miss Muse?
Miss Muse.
Well, does a muse have a proper form of address? I just want to hear what exciting adventures you've been
That
having.
face, so enthusiastic.
Well, I stopped the goddess of love from killing herself, I guess.
Whoa. Do gods have interventions? You know, they're nothing like I thought they would be. Everything else okay, though? Do we know who the killer is yet?
Not just yet, no.
Okay, well, let me know if there's anything I can do. If I have to hustle to become your high priestess, well, so be it.
What are Kaz and Brian up to? You didn't tell them anything, did you?
No, I told them you came home, that you're okay, but that you're having a moment. They send their love.
Should we tell them, do you think?
What for? They have their own problems. Plus, Brian can't keep a secret to save his life, and Kaz is officially homeless.
Is he still crashing on Brian's couch?
Grace, you do know that Brian doesn't have a couch, right? Just some giant beanbag things?
Then where is Kaz Oh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's cute. They'll tell us when they're ready. But right now, it's best just to not mix them up in this.
And then they were never brought up again.
I should really apologize about the band. This kind of puts a dent in your plans, doesn't it?
You're right, Grace. How dare you sabotage my dreams? I am so mad I could spit.
You know what I mean. Nobody could have seen this coming, sure, but it's always been something.
Yeah, you were talking about Medusa. Let's see how that
There are two ways
goes.
this goes down. One, neither of us gets back to the band. It was just a thing we did for a while before I founded a cult in your name. Or two, we get back to it and the band now has the Muse as its lead singer. Edge of Elysium becomes the coolest and most appropriate band name ever.
Ugh, I still really hate that name.
Look, Grace, you can't be the source of all the drama and name the band, okay? That's the rule.
Exactly how much do you know about the Greek gods, Freddy?
I know my Greek mythology, but what I've read clearly doesn't line up with who they are today. Or who they ever were, maybe.
Still might be useful. There's got to be some truth to those stories, right?
Maybe. Who do you want to hear about?
So we can ask everything.
Just how many of these gods are there? From what I've heard, lots of idols live around here.
Well, there are tons of minor gods in Greek mythology. Hundreds even, depending on how you define them. Oddly, there's never any mention of the word idols in relation to them. Maybe it's like how people worshipped idols?
I sort of assumed it was related to the eidolon.
Which is a Greek word, but I think it means ghost. An image of someone after they die.
Makes sense.
Me? I'm more amazed at all the big names missing.
Yeah, this
Not just Zeus and Hades. Most of the Olympians seem to be gone. Makes you think about what's been lost. But also, what might still be out there.
Yeah, they're dangerously close to showing, to telling and not showing. But yeah, it's like they said enough, but it didn't sound like an entire history lesson. these dialogues are optional, and this doesn't even count because this is just our best friends speculating about the world. The actual answers we get about the world were through the songs, like the thing with Aphrodite. That was great showing. Well, of course, they didn't show us the war itself, but they didn't like smack our head on the book with their entire history. It's just, oh, the war. Right, the remembrance. And they're just focusing on the remembrance ceremony. So, but they were still able to drag that much into Athena brought them in. There was the war. There's the whole Eidolon thing. And you're never lost. It's very easy to follow along. So yes, while it's not exactly, of course, like, they did as much as they could with the 6 hours. And I would love to hear about the other pantheons and get them to do musical numbers as well. Imagine the potential. It's like God of War, but musical. And less murder. It's the power of love and friendship. And you have to get all the other pantheons working well together, because once the Greek pantheon is out and in public, that might be a potential threat, right? For all we know, the Norse pantheon is in like San Francisco, right? And they're like saying, what the shit? Why are they... Now they know gods are real, they're going to be hunting down the other pantheons. So I like that setup and that potential. And I'd love for them to explore it. And, you know, culturally, they could also explore, of course, like so many other pantheons with their own musical styles and all of that, right? Yeah, memory hole about the Titans. It's like all of that. It's like it's enough to make you feel like that it's not just a throwaway world. Yeah, follow the Roman Empire, like that gap, right? The gap between how did the Roman Empire, they stole the Greek gods, they made it their own, and then but mechanically, lore-wise, how does that factor into their gap when they became the Roman gods? Right, and it's fun to think about. It doesn't exactly have bearing on the main story, but it adds more of a lived-in feel. So they did enough of that. And while it's not exactly the most exciting, of course, because you're not actually playing it, you're focusing on the murder of this and clearing your name. It's like a snippet of this world, and that's how it's nice to enter into a new world. It's nice as an entry point. Grace is the perspective, Freddy as the hype girl, also bouncing off ideas with you, the gods slowly revealing the problems they have in the middle of it, and then the epilogue, it makes you ask a lot of questions, like, okay, now that this is happening, what's next? But it doesn't feel like it's incomplete. So it is good start to end, but it leaves you interested in more about the world. So that's a win. Here, like, ask about other gods. Speaking of the other gods.
You think there might be other gods out there?
Well, there are all those gods the idols say wandered off. We don't know they're dead for sure, right? They could be living it up in Australia. Who would know? Then there are all the other mythologies, hundreds of cultures, each with their own pantheon. So what's so special about the Greeks? That only their gods are real, right? And all those other pantheons could be living in secrecy, just like the idols. And that means they're hidden from each other, too. Oh, they could be everywhere, and no one would know.
It's like a whole other secret side to the world.
That's cool, right? I hope I get to meet Ganesha one day. Or maybe Lakshmi? Oh.
See, that's the same face I had as well with like Freddy. Like same feel. That's basically her teasing the audience. Those are the writers teasing the audience at this point. It's like, I'm sure you guys were thinking it. Here's Freddy kind of feeling the same way you are.
I wonder how much of those stories are true.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I'm giving you the quick version. There are reams of textbooks out there covering all this, but even they rarely agree with each other.
Really? Nothing definitive?
Ancient Greece was 3,000 years ago, Grace. Not much information survived all that time, if it was even valid to begin with.
Okay, that's enough questions for now.
You sure? I can talk all day. You know I can.
I'll check back with you soon, Freddy. Time for more mystery solving.
Dun-dun-dun. All right, let's move ahead with the next musical number. This is a musical number, right? With Pan. Wait, no, this is just him telling you about the... it's Astarion next.
I'd say hello, Grace, but I'm afraid that look on your face might be catching.
What is this place?
It's a garden, darling. Surely even mortals have them.
This building. All those people I pass getting up here. Are they all idols?
Oh, at least some of them. Welcome to Olympus, dear Grace. Our home hidden away in plain sight. Marvelous, isn't it?
Also, another thing about the world building, I think why I'm also... They keep the conversations moving and flowing. It's not like they don't volunteer the information to you until it's relevant or you ask about it. Like, Athena was the only time that Athena provided the synopsis that you as Grace and as the audience needed to just have a basis for the rest of the story. It's like if all you knew is about what Athena told you, like, that's enough. But all these other things, like, of course Grace is gonna wonder, oh, everyone living here, are they an idol? And then Pan is just naturally, yeah, it could be. So it's not like out of nowhere they're gonna say, let me tell you about the history of this building and like all the people within it. It flows more like a natural conversation. And here you can ask, how many idols? Is Olympus hidden?
How many idols are there? I've met, less than 12?
Oh, I don't know, 20, 30. Our numbers have dwindled so much I've stopped keeping track.
I didn't know there were that many gods.
We're not all equally legendary, it's true. Some idols were barely worshipped, others not at all. Indeed, not all of us are idols. Some are merely immortal. Hangers-on, if you will. You'll meet them all, given time.
Given sequels.
You asked me to meet you here?
I did. As I recall, you owe me a favor that I now wish to collect, if you'd be so kind.
Yeah, figured as much. Persephone was right about you.
Dear, sweet, suspicious Persephone. My vicious little pomegranate, what have I ever done to you? Here's the thing. A friend has begged for my help, and you're far better suited than I to offer what he requires. I'll give you a key to reach the reliquary where he resides. You help him, and then we're even. If that's not enough incentive, the reliquary is also where you'll find the lovely Hecate. A sorceress of her power could aid your quest. What do you say?
I'll think about it, but no promises.
Marvelous. The gentleman you seek is named Astarion. Lovely fellow, quite harmless. Now, if there's nothing else you need.
I was just supposed to play like the first two musical numbers, but then I'm like, I guess you're doing a second playthrough right away.
That depends. What can you tell me about Medusa?
That is a rather peculiar subject change.
Her name came up at Aphrodite's party. I'd like to look into it.
You'll find Medusa at a dingy little club appropriately named the Viper's Nest. Give her my regards. Do tell me you'll be careful if you go there, Grace. Medusa is a hideous creature and should be treated as such.
Okay, I give up. How does one treat a hideous creature?
With a great deal of respect. If you know what's good for you. I'll send a package to your domicile that contains directions and the key you'll need to reach the reliquary.
I said no promises.
Well, if you decide to go, Grace, you'll still need all those things. Say hello to darling Hecate on my behalf, will you?
What happens if we don't go to Medusa? Like, what if we just jump straight to the reliquary? Why I forgot why we even were supposed to check on Medusa. Like, how did she come up? Her Watcher, Enforcer, possible suspect. There we go. Possible suspect. You'll need to catch all clues anyway. Who knows? It just says here nothing left to do but go to the reliquary. Let's go to the reliquary right away. Let's see what happens to the timeline. Oh, Freddy joins you no matter
When I
what.
opened that shipping container, I was expecting, I don't know, rats.
Yeah.
Instead we have... Where the hell are we?
It's hard to say. Weren't we going to some kind of library?
That's how Pan described it. He said it was a, what's the word? A reliquary?
That is where relics are kept, like
What's the
magic
word again?
items, like when we played D&D.
This is nothing like D&D.
Why would
I
they?
don't know about you, Grace, but
they
if a
said
dragon
that
came
to-
flying out of that mist, I would not be the least bit surprised.
This is new.
You are such a nerd.
Speaking of, how much do you actually know about Hecate and this idol you're supposed to help?
It's just like a meta level joking there. I think that's like Grace is already on board. Laura Bailey is already on board before Critical Role. Or I think she was already under Matthew Mercer's game, but they weren't streaming their games yet, I think. So for that to be like, hey, yeah, just like D&D, we're playing. Alright. Haha, funny. And I guess D&D isn't patented, right? Or like copyrighted or whatever. You can actually say D&D. But Dungeons and Dragons, the full thing, is something that you can't like... I'm surprised they could say D&D. I guess it's not... I guess you could freely use it.
The idol we're here to help is named Asterion.
And you know who that is, right?
No. Should I?
That's the Minotaur's real name. You know, big bullhead, horns, lives in a giant labyrinth.
Pan did not mention that.
Why am I not surprised?
This Minotaur. You don't think he might be dangerous, do you?
Well,
Dads and
traditionally he
dads.
eats people, but he was also supposed to have been slain by the hero Theseus.
Well, not so slain after all. Pan says he has a problem with his love life.
Maybe he needs to stop eating all his girlfriends? Okay, I need
Dim
that
sum and
more.
dumplings.
Do you know anything about this Hecate? It's not a name that rings bells.
Let's see. Well, she was the goddess of witchcraft, the really dark kind.
Oh.
But she's never really portrayed as evil. She was more of an outsider, lived alone, off in our little corner of the underworld. Do you think that's where we could be? Oh, that is so cool. Oh, I bet knowledge is important to her. It could be an angle if you talk to her.
That sounds good, yeah. Hey, Hecate! I love your library. So much knowledge! Wow.
I bet you'll really appreciate a quality smartass.
I brought you for a reason, right?
We make a fine
The
team.
focus is all over the place.
We should go inside instead of standing out here in the fog.
It's more of a mist, really.
A mist potentially full of monsters.
In we go, then. Are you really planning on doing that favor for Pan?
Not really. I'm here to talk to Hecate.
Oh, appeal to the goddess of dark magic for aid. I like it.
I really worry about you sometimes, Freddy.
And I'm not even the one on trial for my life.
Oh. And then you pat and she becomes the next muse. Probably unintentional foreshadowing.
I guess the Titan thing is literal, huh?
Mortals within the reliquary. Who permits this intrusion, this sacrilege? This knowledge is not meant for the likes of you. I shall grind you into the dust from whence you came!
All red playthrough. Back off, lady.
Listen, lady. I don't care who you are. One more word and I'll have you dancing a jig until your giant feet fall off.
Grace...
No! I've had it with being threatened. Just once I'd like to go somewhere and not be challenged to a fight.
You... are... Grace?
Then Calliope is dead. Is that now? I thought that was not for another 11 months yet.
Yeah, that's now. Or very recently, anyway. I guess you don't get much news here in... wherever this is.
It is between places, crafted by my own hand from the ether. Here in the books are written all things. Past, present, and things that are yet to occur. Yes, it's right here. Calliope joins Grace's band. They become friends. Months later, there is an automobile accident and...
An accident? No, that's not what happened.
Are you saying the books are wrong?
They're wrong about this. Calliope was murdered just a few days ago.
That is impossible.
I don't know what to tell you.
You will explain.
Is it ever
We
explained
will both
why?
sit and you will explain. There will be tea.
Like, did they ever explain
Curious.
why the Book of Fates were
It is
so
clear
wrong?
something unanticipated has occurred. Something outside the realm of fate.
Is that even possible?
It is, but I must follow the threads back to their source to find the origin of the deviation. It may take years of research.
Years? I don't have years.
Years of
is
research.
unfortunate.
Not within the scope
If
of the
there is
story.
nothing else, I must ask you both to leave so I may begin at once.
What if you don't try to help Asterion? How does that change things? But I guess, okay, Red Grace is more... Well, okay, this isn't working out. If I help Pan, maybe he'll help me.
Actually, I came here to speak to Asterion. If, he is here.
A visitor for Asterion? How strange.
Yeah, but Athena commanding the Furies. Oh, did they ever explain why she was able to do that as well?
Oh, are we doing guests? Is that a thing? I didn't know.
Wow, okay. Freddy was right.
As if there was any doubt.
My old friend, this is Grace. She is our muse from the line of Calliope, and it is she who asked for you.
That's right. I'm here to improve your love life. Or so I'm told. Did I say something wrong?
No love life needed here. Now you've got the wrong man. Man bull.
There you have it, Grace. I believe now is the time when you leave.
But there must be some mistake.
There is no mistake. Not this time.
Are you sure about that? Because I'm not going.
It is written.
Did you hear that? Pan sends me all this way and Asterion won't even talk to us?
Maybe there's another Asterion?
Yeah, more likely Pan's got me chasing my tail. This was pointless.
Well, I don't think we're getting back inside. Do you have another plan?
I prefer the one where Freddy was like, she's gonna say it. I wonder what triggers that. In my playthrough, Freddy was like, she's gonna say it, she's gonna say it. And he goes, it is written. They mentioned that Furies are kind of outside the laws, so it's one of those. I guess they just kind of hand waved it. Like Athena may have control from a certain loophole, some from a certain perspective, maybe some authority passed down to her. It's Athena. I'm sure she found a loophole somewhere.
I don't know if my powers will even work on Hecate, but it's worth a shot.
Ooh, a musical number. Do you think this one could be... do you hear what I'm hearing?
Oh, you still here? I had to run the entire... Oh, that's a long way, innit? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to send you away, alright? I just couldn't tell you, not in front of Kate.
Kate? You don't mean...
Oh, that is so cute.
I heard what you said about Calliope. I can help you. I really, really can. It has to be you. I am so in love with my dear sweet Kate. I just don't know how to tell her. Please, help me tell her.
If you weren't a fan of Red Asterion song, what do you think we should go? Full blue, full green? I think we did a lot of green last time.
Okay, so you're in love with Hecate. What is it you think I can do?
A muse knows about poetry and the heart and how to make words beautiful. All I want is to ask her, but I need good words. You know, please say you'll help me.
I do this and you'll help me in return, right?
Athena made Kate swear she's not allowed to say anything about what happens at the tower. But she never made me swear. Maybe she never thought anyone would ask. But I'll tell you, even if Kate doesn't like it, I'll tell you.
If I do this first.
If you help me, any trouble will be worth it.
I can't say I'm exactly sure what to do.
Can't you just, start the music?
Yeah, but to do what?
Oh, leave that to me. I am so excited about this, I can't even stand it.
What exactly did you have in mind, Freddy?
I'll set up a vibe and you go for it.
I'm not great at words, I'm more of a dancer.
Just speak from the heart. Be honest. You can do it.
You cast a spell on me. Not literally, obviously. But I feel in summary, you and me are meant to be. 'Cause you put a hex on me. You didn't do it to me directly. I'm not blaming you specifically.
Let's go full red.
Just that metaphorically. Shit, can someone help me?
I love it. You got this. Don't lose your nerve.
I'm too excited, it's hard to describe. I got a bull in a China shop vibe. Just breathe and take it slowly. Tell her you love her only and she can... I'm thinking out loud, aren't I?
It's okay, just tell her what you want.
You rock my world and I'm telling you, Kate. You already know I'm the perfect housemate. I've never been wary, 'cause nothing is scary. I'm big and I'm hairy and my head is on straight.
I have one question. From whence comes this confession? Surely you know I know so little of feeling. I've been so alone. It's all that I've known. This idea you want more has left me quite reeling.
What do now?
Chorus.
You've cast a spell on me. It's a feeling that's killing me. but let's say categorically.
Oh, okay. I see why.
It's just you and me.
You're doing great. Give it some confidence.
Remember, Katie, that I've got your back. If ever this tower was under attack, I'd hunt them down like the old days. I'd chase them down your ways. But we could do it your way. I'm not some maniac.
It seems you desire a trial by fire. You believe I require a guard just in case. I'm a titan, you see. Such attackers would flee with but one look at me. Terror on each face.
You're not terrifying. They don't know you like I do.
That's not what she meant.
Hecate, please cast a spell on me to forget this whole embarrassing catastrophe. Underneath this bullhead's fur's a red-faced wannabe. Seriously, I'm freaking out. Grace, somebody please rescue me. This is a disaster. Grace, help me.
Say if you don't mind, I'll take the floor because I feel obliged to help this minotaur. He's a bit absurd, he gets stuck on a word, but he flies like a bird when you walk in the door. Could the love of your life be right under your chin? Well, there's no need to guess, he's already moved in.
Weird.
Please understand, Grace, it's not him I can't face. My heart is a difficult place to admire. Hot coals at its core, burned so many before, yet he carries this torch, unaware of the fire.
Hey, will you dance with me? Oh, never mind. You know, this isn't the first time I've pretended to dance with you.
Yes, twirl!
Who thought a ball could live under a shell? I don't need your answer, you know me too well. This love is my truth, and I know in my soul that the magic in here is beyond our control.
It's true, there's a part of me that yearns for more. If I had my pick, it'd be you I adore. Not all is written, powers greater than fate give meaning to what the world puts on our plate. Yet, even so, this could all go astray.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
He's bared his soul, so what's the debate? Will you let him in before it's too late?
Yeah, red is all like.
Very well, Asterion. I accept your proposal.
Can you lead? I ain't prepared for this.
My heart is a shiver, so hard to describe. These feelings I feel coming up from inside. It's unexpected, I barely know what to do. All this seemed impossible, yet now it's come true.
I feel like our story's about to begin. Coming out of the shadows has changed everything. To you, Grace and Freddie, how do I thank you?
I think you just did.
You trod the path well.
Okay.
You cast a spell on me.
Wow.
Yeah, that's weird.
Diverting.
Diverting.
You felt this way the entire time, Asterion, and you said nothing?
I didn't think I was worthy. I mean, look at me. I'm only, half a man.
You have been a devoted friend over the long and lonely years, Asterion. I only wish I had realized sooner we could have been more. As for you, Grace, I thank you for arranging this diversion, however it came to pass.
You know, there is a way to repay me. I still need to find out who killed Calliope.
I fear I am oath-sworn to discuss no matters that occur within these halls.
But all I need is...
If there are revelations from my investigation into the abnormality, you shall be informed. Come, Asterion, I wish to speak of this further, and find an appropriate outfit.
Hey, wait for me outside, yeah?
How long are we supposed to wait? It's been over an hour.
I'm sure it's fine, Grace. I doubt the Minotaur would break his promise. So, when I tell you.
Whew! You still here? I'm sorry. Kate had a lot to say.
We're still here because you and I have an agreement.
Right, so, I suppose you want to know how Calliope broke into the reliquary that night.
She did what?
No, we didn't know anything about that. Do you mean the night she died?
Oh, well, I thought you already knew. Yeah, the night Calliope died, she broke in somehow. Thing is, we know she didn't take anything or even touch anything. I just remember the alarms, and I chased after her.
You chased Calliope, but did you ever catch up with her?
No. If I'd have caught her, I'd have brought her back and Kate would have gotten answers out of her. All I know is that she was hurt, bleeding bad, but I don't know why. I wanted to help her, but she got away in the fog. Then I ran into Medusa.
Then you railroaded into Medusa.
Medusa? Here?
Yeah. Well, she's not normally here. I think maybe she was chasing after Calliope too.
Here, we use the bathroom really quick.
How could Calliope have been wounded?
I don't know. Maybe Medusa did it. Probably not, though. You know, I never saw Medusa near the reliquary, just out in the fog, so she never even got that close.
So whatever happened to Calliope happened inside the reliquary?
I guess. But we don't have anything that would attack anyone. Especially not an idol.
So someone else. But they did it inside the reliquary.
If so, they vanished after.
What was Medusa doing here?
She was chasing after Calliope too, I think, but she wouldn't say why. I asked.
Seems pretty convenient. Her just out there suddenly.
Yeah, that part's weird. I've never seen her near the reliquary before.
Couldn't Medusa have broken in like Calliope did?
Yeah, but I chased Calliope from the reliquary. If Medusa had been there, I would have seen her.
How do you know Calliope didn't touch or take anything?
Kate knows everything in the reliquary, right down to the last book. She's been looking, but she can't figure if anything was touched. It makes her so mad not to know. And it made Athena pretty mad too.
Athena got involved?
Yeah, when Kate finally told her, Athena wants Kate to keep investigating, but it doesn't look good.
Athena knows what happened here the night Calliope died?
Yeah, Kate told her a day or so later, I think. We didn't know Calliope died that night, though.
What? Athena didn't mention it?
Nope. Not that that's weird. She's not the chatty type, you know. She came in all quiet and cool, wanted to know who was here that night and what Calliope might have wanted. She swore Kate to silence. Not me, though. Guess she's not as smart as Kate.
Did you say the reliquary has alarms? Like burglar alarms, cameras?
Oh, no, nothing like that. It just has a lot of protections. You know, magic.
I don't know magic, actually.
Oh, it's just meant to keep the dangerous stuff from being touched. It was set off, so something happened in the reliquary. We just, don't know what exactly.
Those alarms don't go off if someone breaks into the reliquary? They don't detect intruders?
Well, normally nobody does that.
Calliope did. Someone else could have.
Yeah, but the alarms are just to protect all the books and relics. That's it. Whatever Calliope did here, it was enough to set off the alarms. That's all I know.
This means Calliope came here the night she died. This is where she was attacked.
But we don't know by whom.
Well, this is the second time Medusa's name has come up. That can't be a coincidence.
Well, she's super scary, but, you know she works for Athena, right? I thought maybe that's why she was here, but Athena said she didn't know about it.
That does seem suspicious.
If that's all you need, then I have to go. Kate will be so mad if she finds me gone. Good luck, Muse.
You okay there, friendo?
Honestly, I'm furious. Someone knew she was here. They attacked her here.
And got away without Asterion seeing them.
I might never find out, Freddy. What if I go to Medusa and that leads nowhere? What then? Someone murdered her and they might never see justice.
One thing at a time, Grace. You'll figure it out. I know you will.
I guess so. Next thing is to go back to Pan. Tell him his favor is done.
What an adventure.
Sorry?
You're just lucky, Grace. Luckier than you think. You go do what you have to, and I'll meet you back at the apartment, okay?
Pan! I hope you're here, because I don't know where else to look for you.
Of course I'm here, Grace. Where else would I be but amongst the trees and the wild things?
And also, what book did he... Pan's
I really
gonna play
must
big in the
thank
sequel.
You, by the by. Asterion is simply over the moon, and he's already repaid me with this select tome from the reliquary.
All right, this thing, yeah. He's probably gonna, if they make a sequel, they're gonna factor that in.
That's why you did all this? Because you wanted some book?
Not just some book, but a tome from the forbidden depths.
I doubt Hecate would be pleased.
Oh, most assuredly not. Neither would Athena, which makes it all the more delicious. I trust you got what you needed. More grist for the mill of your innocence, as it were.
You know I did. Don't try to deny it.
I'm fairly certain I've yet to deny anything at all.
Ugh!
Grace, if I didn't know better, I'd say you were being fresh.
Go ahead. Tell me it's a coincidence that you knew exactly where to send me.
You have no reason to be suspicious. I know nothing of what happened to Calliope at the reliquary. I suppose the question at the heart of this is, do you believe me?
Give me a reason to believe you, Pan.
You want the ever-elusive proof. If I had that to offer, do you think I would hesitate to share it? Alas, it is my burden to be forever condemned by my idle brethren. I've become accustomed to it. Truly. I've never lied to you, Grace, and I never shall. If you're looking for innocence, however, well, I'm afraid that's one thing I cannot provide.
And if I can't accept that? If I find out you're somehow involved in this?
You'll do what you do. And I'll do what I do, and we'll see where that takes us.
That's my cue to go, isn't it?
If you must. There are always alternatives, you know. You could live the high life, Grace. Throw caution to the wind. Embrace what you can before you...
Before I die? You don't have any hope for me, do you? You're just taking what you can get before it's over.
I've seen this story many times, Grace. I've told this story many times. And it always ends the same way.
What's the point of even getting to know me then? Right?
Back from your visit to the reliquary?
How did you know I was there?
Athena was ranting about it when I left her. She's none too pleased about you breaking the rules. Let's hope what you learned was worth it.
Everyone's breaking the rules.
Medusa was at the reliquary that night. You don't intend to confront her directly, do you?
I have to know why she was there. She could have been the one who attacked Calliope.
She could. And she could also attack you. I wouldn't put it past her. Still, while I hate to say it, confronting Medusa may be your best option.
You could come with me when I talk to her.
Trust me, if I'm anywhere within a mile, she'll have vanished by the time you so much as knock on her door. Just lie to me and say you'll be careful. On a different matter, I've had time to do some thinking. I may have been too dismissive after Aphrodite's party. You no doubt have many questions about the Eidolon and Calliope's memories.
Apollo told me a little about it. He did say I should talk to you, though.
Did he now?
This is new.
Is there anything you'd like to ask?
Will I feel different as I change?
When all these memories start to return, will I feel different?
First, you'll have dreams. Places you've never been, people you've never met. But unlike with normal dreams, these will linger. Then they will come while you're awake. Sudden flashes or snippets of déjà vu. And sometimes it will seem so real you'll swear you're hallucinating. If there's anything difficult about the process, is that it becomes hard to differentiate between your life and all these other lives you're now recalling.
It does sound confusing.
Confusing and often unpleasant, as not all the memories will be fond ones. But that will pass in time.
Will I still remember my own life?
You said it becomes hard to differentiate your life from the others. How hard, exactly? It'll still be me, right?
Oh, how do I explain this? Grace, would you say that you are who you are because of your experiences? The things you've lived and done?
I guess so, sure.
Well, all the things Calliope has done, and those before her, will now be yours. They will feel like a part of your life as well.
Oh, she says the same
Thus,
thing Apollo
they can't
does.
help but shape you. The Grace that is now will be and will have done so much more. Fortunately, you don't have to deal with every memory. Each time the Eidolon passes on, the oldest memories fade, and that helps.
How is fading memories a good thing?
Wait, how is it good that old memories start to fade?
Think of how old we are, Grace. If all those memories returned to you with perfect clarity, they would destroy you.
Yeah, but doesn't that mean you've all forgotten so much?
Well, far more than we remember. The further I think back, the more it becomes a bit of a blur, actually. You'll recall important moments. Some will be mixed up with the stories mortals tell, and you won't be sure which is the memory and which is the story. An idol's memory is a series of islands in a dark ocean, and they become smaller and smaller as they recede into the horizon. It sounds dire, but you become accustomed to it. It just takes time. And now you have all the time in the world.
How many times have you died?
How many times have you died? Can I ask that?
We call it passing on. I've lost track of just how many times I've passed on my Eidolon. A dozen? It's happened less often in more recent eras.
And the one you told me about, the woman married to that gangster, she was the most recent?
I don't think of Chastity as a she. That was me, just as the one my husband blasted with a shotgun was also me. It was one of the few times I wasn't able to prepare my successor. We were friends, yes, but I didn't know what Persephone was, and I had no idea what I'd just become.
That must have been difficult.
It was more difficult taking over my dead husband's territory. Women weren't often mobsters in those days.
You were really a gangster?
Were you really a gangster? I've heard it said, but it sounds...
Let me put it this way. I felt as if I'd been blessed by a dying woman who saved me from a prison of my own making. I didn't know what I was, but I was free. I felt more alive than I'd ever felt before, and strong enough to toss an ox 10 feet. Did I set out to become a mobster? Not exactly. My husband's friends thought I'd murdered him, however, so they came after me. And one thing led to another.
Oh, I see.
Athena found me just as my memories were starting to return. I wasn't permitted to continue doing something so noticeable, so I was carted off to Olympus. It's too bad, really. I was an excellent mobster.
Is it possible to die forever?
Wait, you said that Persephone passed on her Eidolon as she lay dying. What if she had just died?
The Eidolon will keep us alive for a time, even in the most horrific circumstances, in hopes that there's someone to pass it on to.
What if there isn't? What if Chastity had died before you were shot?
Well, then the line of Persephone would have ended then and there. Oh, there are some stories that say an Eidolon will go wandering, that it never really dies. And who knows if there's any truth to that. It's not exactly something we've had the opportunity to study. All we know is that many idols have left us forever. They've died, and that's how it happens.
It's a lot to consider. Assuming I'll even have time to worry about it, what with the trial coming.
Either the trial will end poorly, in which case all of this is moot, or it will end well, and you will have plenty of time to digest.
Yeah, thanks for the update.
I'm a realist, Grace. It's what I'm best at. Now then, unless you've something else to ask.
I'd like to know a little more about the idols. I am one now, right?
What constitutes a little more in this instance?
Well, what are we? Where did we come from? If an idol is a soul that moves from person to person, it must have started somewhere, right?
Ah, the big question. To which the answer is, nobody knows. I remember the original Persephone only vaguely. Indeed, I'm not even certain she was the original. Was there something before her? How did she get her Eidolon? I couldn't tell you. Evidently, we wrote little down in those early days, or were forbidden to, and our memories only stretch back so far. Anything beyond that simply isn't.
How can you not know where you're from?
Psst. Isn't it strange to not know where you come from? For all you know, the idols could be aliens.
Aliens? Grace, you watch too many movies.
Gods are okay, but aliens are just wacky fiction.
Fine, yes.
Aliens.
It is strange. No, our earliest days aren't the only blanks in our memories, however. We have many. And the last was the day Zeus called us all together to tell us Rome had fallen and we should prepare for war. But did that war occur? I couldn't tell you. The last thing I remember after Rome was 1,000 years later, in the 16th century. I was in a different body, feeling as if no time at all had passed. Athena calls that period the gap. That's what it feels like. All of us experienced it, and not one of us knows why or how.
Yeah, they're just dropping more. Maybe it's in a prequel comic or a prequel graphic novel or something. Tell me more about this gap.
The gap you mentioned. What was that like? Did you just wake up one day, or...?
I wasn't asleep. I lived. I had lives. I passed on my eidolon. I may have known who I was and what I was, but perhaps I was completely unaware. All I know is that one day, Athena came to my nunnery, near Trieste, I think. The moment that I saw her, all the old memories came flooding back. My life during the gap was wiped away in an instant, and it never returned. If someone did that to us, they were powerful indeed.
Right? Could
What
be
about
another
Athena?
pantheon.
I mean, she's the one who found you, right? She must have been aware.
Athena woke up on her own, or so she claims, and spent the next century rounding up those idols who remained. Zeus, however, was gone. What became of him, what happened in Rome, we've never pieced it together. It's troubling.
For some reason, it's the same. Okay, it's the same story Apollo told us, but the way Persephone's delivering it, or maybe the way I feel today, I find this more interesting. I find the way she delivers it. I'm more interested in the story. Maybe it's because I just did not really like how Apollo's voice acting was. Tell me more about the war. So the world building delivered by Persephone definitely has a bit more life to the delivery.
Tell me more about the war. It seems to have had a huge effect on all of you.
That's putting it mildly.
From Aphrodite's song, I know Ares betrayed everyone. What did you do?
Honestly, after my mother was murdered, I barely remember.
Your mother?
Oh.
Her name was Demeter. Not truly my mother, but an idol who had always cared for me since the early days. I thought we'd be together forever. Then Ares brought those filthy bastards down on us. Demeter was slain by bullets. By bullets. Until that day, I had believed we were untouchable.
Why did Ares do it? But I also want to know, how did that happen? But yeah, why did Ares do it? Why did he... who is Ares? What did he want to... Okay.
Why would Ares do that? Did he get anything out of it in the end, or...?
What he got was a final death. A few of us hunted him down and made sure he paid for his betrayal. He choked on his own blood.
Damn.
As for why he did it, who knows? He thought us a lost cause. He wanted glory. He wanted more than we had, living in secret. After that, I don't know. We went from hiding place to hiding place. I didn't even know what Hephaestus had done for us when I found myself on a boat. We might have been gods once, but after the war, we were just refugees, like so many others, fleeing to a distant land.
Was it hard to come to the New World?
Was it hard for the idols to come to the New World? It's just a place like any other, isn't it?
Well, it wasn't the place that was hard, it was the fear. We knew we were vulnerable. We knew mortals could and would kill us. Suddenly, there were rules. We had to be secret. We had to stay close together. We huddled in the shadows and quaked each time the mortals so much as breathed in our direction. We couldn't all live that way. Some of us drifted away, faded into the night without so much as an explanation. That's what's been the hard part. Our inevitable decline in a place where we don't belong. We can pass on our eidolons as often as we like, but it will never truly be home.
Tell me about Hades.
Are you willing to talk about Hades? If you don't want to, that's fine. I'm just...
Incredibly curious how I ended up murdering my husband?
That, yeah.
You know, one might think that my hatred of Hades began when he kidnapped me and forced me to be his bride. But honestly, that wasn't it. I hated my brothers and sisters for letting it happen, but Hades himself terrified me. He had a presence. I mean, one that forever made him the most important man in the room. And me? Oh, I was nothing in comparison. When Hades began doting on me, trying to earn my favor, I swooned that he might deign to think of me that way. For centuries, I actually thought I was in love, that the kidnapping was the best thing that ever happened to me. It's funny how our perspectives change.
What changed between you and Hades?
If you got along with Hades for so long, what changed?
I did. I grew up. I was a trophy for Hades. A conquest that he expected to remain meek and unchanging forever. He went out of his way to keep me small. I slowly realized that, he'd always been that way. Manipulation and arrogance behind the handsome sneer. We battled for centuries. I hated him, and I told him so, but he refused to part with me. He declared that I was his and would stay in the underworld where I belonged.
And that's when you killed him?
That's when I killed him, yes. The first time one idol had ever murdered another. Thank you very much.
He had it coming. You were punished for killing Hades, right?
I'm guessing the other idols weren't thrilled with you killing Hades.
Well, yeah, they didn't know what to do with me. And Athena was furious that the most powerful remaining idol had been lost. See, this was before the war and before all the new rules. The chorus had never once contemplated execution, but they certainly considered it then. In the end, they decided it was better to humiliate me. They ensured I did not benefit from Hades' murder, and stripped the throne I had wrested from his grasp.
Which you weren't happy about.
I asked them where they were all those years while I pleaded for help. I was held captive, and what was I expected to do? What, lie down and take it forever because Hades was more useful to them alive? No. I stopped doing what was expected of me the day I slit his throat. May he rot in Tartarus with the Titans for all eternity.
How did you end up running a nightclub?
How did you go from ruling the underworld to opening a nightclub named after it?
I won it in a bet with Dionysus, god of merriment.
Okay, there has to be a story there.
Well, the story is that he was a fool, but a charming one with many patrons. They built him a nightclub as his personal playground. And it was a grand old time for Dionysus in the 1970s, I assure you. But he didn't know how to run a business. By the time disco was ready to die, so was his stupid club. So I offered to make it profitable. If I succeeded, he would turn ownership over to me. He accepted because, frankly, all he wanted to do was drink anyhow. I was successful. The club became mine, and I kicked Dionysus out for never paying his tab.
Sucks to be him.
Dionysus ever sobers up, he might decide to be sore about it, but so far, that hasn't happened.
Yeah, so he's out there still somewhere. That also kind of hit close. Yeah, it's why it also feels so very personal for Persephone. And it's just so much more interesting than Apollo. She's just overall more interesting than Apollo, that I feel like my first playthrough would have been so much better if I decided to stay and choose Persephone and still be with Freddy. Like, have Freddy as the romance option, but choose Persephone as the companion. And this kind of feeds more into eventually, because you will be going to the underworld with Persephone. So there's more investment there. In my opinion, like, they build up towards the moment when you decide what to do with the throne. And it's kind of weird, like being with Apollo mostly, and then suddenly you jump into the underworld with Persephone when they drop by, right? So, you know, they get to build your relationship with Persephone a bit more, build it up, and then when you inevitably go to the underworld, you would have a stronger relationship with her. And Apollo being kind of too secretive, therefore it's like, since he's so secretive, he knows everything, I should have just left him as a side character. Like, he's not gonna tell us, he's not gonna talk to us, he's just gonna come in and help once in a while. And that's fine. But with Persephone, there's a lot of stuff about the old world as well, what they did to her. You know, old grudges, especially against Athena and her brothers and sisters. And yeah, it's just, and the way she's, down to the voice acting. She said most of the same stuff Apollo did about the secret world, about the secret history they had, the old world, what happened there. I was so much more invested listening to Persephone, listening to the way she told the story. So therefore, I found the world building more interesting this playthrough for some reason. Where in my first playthrough, I felt like it was just there. But then now you change the actor who delivers the story to you. Telling, of course, more than showing, because these are all optional dialogues. These are just about the past, nothing really to do with the main story, right? But it's more interesting coming from Persephone's mouth for some reason. Even if the screenplay is pretty much the same. But of course, they tailored it a bit more for Persephone. And then after that, we get more from Persephone when she talks about her time in Hades, which adds more color to the world. And since the brothers and sisters are still alive, it's also a bit more relevant to what's happening today and what her problem is with them, right? And that kind of fuels into more, what are you going to do with the throne? What are you going to do in the underworld? That, you have more buy-in in terms of Persephone deserves more. But is that the way? So, yeah. Like, I'm this close to like telling people who might be picking this up. It's like I would suggest choosing Persephone in that moment, because you will be locked out. Honestly, it's a difficult moment because emotions were flaring up, and sometimes you feel like you want to check on your friend who, you wanted to check on Apollo if he was feeling good. But then that locks you out of Persephone entirely. So to like just stay there and let Apollo stew, it depends on the person, of course. But anyway, so far Persephone's just been so much more interesting. What's the deal with you and Apollo? Speaking of Apollo.
What's the deal between you and Apollo? The way you two fight.
I've told you how he and the other idols stood by and let me rot with Hades.
This too.
Did I not?
It seems more personal than that.
Okay, there's an old saying that no one escapes the underworld. But that's not true. I did. Once. Not long after Hades kidnapped me. I was homesick, and I missed my mother. Charon took pity on me and allowed me across the Styx. And after that, Grace, I waded through darkness itself to get out of there. Hades chased after me relentlessly, but I evaded him, right up until I got to the very slopes of Olympus. And who do you suppose was the first idol I met?
Uh-oh.
Apollo stood there. I cried out to him, begging him not to let Hades take me, and yet Apollo did as he has always done. Absolutely nothing.
Because prophecy.
Hades was thrilled. And I knew then and there I could never rely on my so-called family for anything. Ever again.
You see, that's what also made me like, God damn it, I wish I didn't choose Apollo. But of course, yeah, you want to try and understand Apollo. He had the whole prophecy. He would have helped, but then prophecy preceded that. So he was like, this has to happen. So, yeah, I understand. But, you know, it doesn't feel good emotionally. And you also have to consider, Jesus Christ, everything Persephone has gone through. And that's what you do. Like, why not do something and break and challenge fate? So, yeah, Apollo could have done more, but he was too afraid of changing the fates or challenging the fates. So that's on him. And this also, that Persephone's tied more personally into Calliope's story, where they just kind of touched upon, they used to be like, Apollo used to be close to the Muses, and then they weren't. And then, as far as I understand it, then Calliope went to Persephone, a fellow idol who a fellow rebellious spirit, a fellow person who is not happy with the status quo. So that's why, at least most recently, she was probably their last relationship. And we get that scene in the underworld between Persephone and Calliope. So it's like, canonically, I can't see choosing Apollo as beneficial to anything. Like, I rarely say this, but to me, like, it actually might have been detrimental to my enjoyment of the musical. So I had that gut feeling. That I should have chosen Persephone, and I guess now, like, knowing what happens, knowing how the rest of the musical will flow, you were right on. Like, it's a good thing you chose Persephone for your playthrough.
Tell me more about Calliope. You and her were good friends.
Do not choose Apollo.
We were.
And
if you had told me a decade ago that I would become close to one of the Muses, I would have laughed.
See,
in your face.
this is interesting.
I always considered them Apollo's creatures. Calliope, Clio, and Talia. Vapid, frivolous gods who handed off their eidolon to any artist who took their fancy. Every time I met one of them, they were someone else. Apollo called them the Sisters of Beauty, no matter their gender. Can you imagine that? That's such a stupid name.
I never thought of that. Do idols change gender a lot?
Well, we tend to seek out successors like ourselves, but it happens. With the Muses, it happened frequently. Everywhere Apollo went, they surrounded him like a gaggle of ducklings, just like him to gather his own fans.
How did you end up friends with Calliope?
If you disliked the Muses so much, how did you end up becoming friends with Calliope?
She sought me out. She'd become more and more unhappy on Olympus, so she decided to leave just as I had, long before. Calliope asked for my help, and I laughed in her face. Go ask one of your sycophant mortals, I told her. I mean, surely one of them has some threadbare couch you can sleep on.
Wow.
Typically, she was undeterred. She didn't just want a place to stay. She said she wanted to learn how to be truly independent from an idol who had mastered it. What can I say? I mean, I am a sucker for a well-timed compliment. I took her in. Apollo was furious. He and Calliope were barely speaking, but he was certain she'd come crawling back to Olympus. It made taking her in all the sweeter.
You and Calliope became friends after you took her in?
After you took Calliope in, that's when you became friends?
No, not right away. I wasn't looking for a friend. What I was looking for was an opening act in the club. Calliope entertained here for years, and then eventually turned from performing to attracting new acts. She was in her element. She and I, well, we warmed up to each other eventually. She was more capable than I expected, and I adored her furious rants.
Calliope didn't seem like the furious type when I met her. That's hard to picture.
I can imagine
Oh,
it.
then you didn't really meet her. She was an idealist, and nobody could ever quite live up to her standards for very long. Her brothers and sisters, least of all. The idols needed to change, she said. They were withering away in the shadows, diminished and unwilling to save their own skins. When I joined the chorus, she expected me to change everything, as if I could single-handedly override Athena. I was to be her champion, and together we would bring revolution to the idols. Well, I was yet another disappointment. She left the club, but I gave her a place to live. We were supposed to stay in touch, but you know how it went from there.
What happened to the other muses?
What happened to the other muses? You mentioned 2 others. Were they lost in the war?
One of them was, though not like you think. The day we were to leave on the ship, Talia simply never showed up.
Do you know what happened to her?
We never heard from her again. Apollo thrashed about in mourning, but Talia had been fading away for years. It wasn't a surprise to the rest of us.
What about the other muse, Cleo?
Died long before. A victim at the hands of a mortal man, when she no longer possessed the power to bedazzle him. As I understand it, he kept her in a cage as a pet until her eidolon shriveled up and perished. He was dead before she was.
That was messed up.
That's pretty dark.
Yes, well, we come by our wariness of mortals honestly, Grace.
That's all I can think of for now. I'll see you around?
Oh, yes. That's where I'll be. Around.
And that totally changed, like, this playthrough for me. Like, I felt none of that. Like, it's mostly the same. I mean, like, the same topics with Apollo, but the power of having the right character deliver the information. Because, like, it's not exactly the voice actor's fault. It's Apollo is a character. It didn't serve one. Okay, I wasn't really a fan of the voice acting of Apollo, and 2, Apollo as a character was not helping the narrative because he's just not gonna do. He's not gonna do anything. He's literally just gonna nod and say, yeah, Grace, because he knows what's gonna happen. Like, knowing that about him, even more so, it's like we just signed up with the one person who already knew the truth, and he was supposed to be leading you towards the revelation of Athena. But I much prefer the vibe of Persephone and have Apollo take the back seat as a recurring character. Like, that's fine. He'll show up later to provide whatever aid. But as your main buddy alongside Freddy, man, suddenly I'm interested in the world. Like, whereas in the first playthrough, I just like, I'll just finish the musical. But now I'm interested about the possibilities that all the stories Persephone was telling us. I'm thinking more about like, oh wow, the old world, Thalia disappearing, Athena eventually looking for them at the end. Everyone spread out, what's happening? And then it's so much more, I'm so much more invested in it, especially because Persephone already has a really tragic backstory that you want to root for her. I didn't want to root for Apollo at all. He didn't give me any reason to root for him. He was just so sad. And I want to help out people who are sad. I'm not heartless. But at some point, you get to a point where it's like, don't you want to do anything except feel sorry about yourself? So we didn't get any change with Apollo because Apollo's whole character was not to change anything. Even if he makes you think that he's changing things, knowing that he just knew everything from the beginning, it just kind of bled into that character. It's just, yeah, Grace, okay, hey, see Pan. Oh, well, yeah, and I'm helping you now because, yeah, I'm helping. It just didn't resonate with me. So, 100% prefer this. Let's find out how red Medusa is, though.
This must be the Viper's Nest. Scariest part of town, no sign. Just that one dude glaring at everyone. Well, I'm here now. Just another day in the life of an idol.
Ugh, there you are. Man, this place
Freddy
is
shows up.
gross.
That's
I
cute.
think someone peed on me.
Freddy? What are you doing here?
What, you thought I wouldn't notice you skulking off? You didn't even bring any equipment, Grace.
You shouldn't be here.
Freddy, I left you behind for a reason. Don't you realize how dangerous this could be?
Do you not realize how dangerous this could be?
Yeah, but I'm an idol. You're...
Very enthusiastic.
Oh, Pan.
There are worse qualities in a mortal, I assure you.
Oh,
This is new.
It's you.
It is me. How exciting, no?
Pan, what are you doing here?
I'm the one who told you about this place. You didn't expect my curiosity to get the better of me?
I prefer Pan being here now. Because at some point, Pan just is totally sidelined after he gets the book. He becomes a seed for a sequel. Like, oh, what's that book? What does it mean? What's Pan's actual agenda? And you just don't see him until like the end. And yes, you were right. Like sticking to red, choosing neither. So you get both. You're right. It didn't... The way it was phrased, the options, how it was phrased, didn't give me the confidence that it wasn't a stop fighting option. It wasn't a... No, you're right. Basically, it was my life was on the line. Don't let me choose between you both. That is not what was phrased. You were absolutely right about that. It's like the way it was going, it makes you think that you're just going to be arrogant and petulant and push them both away. Instead of it being about Grace being in a desperate position and them fighting over her and her just wanting them to stop fighting. Kind of like with Persephone and Apollo. But with Persephone and Apollo, those are like non-negotiables because they really cannot work together because they absolutely, you know, Persephone especially hates Apollo for what he did to her, and Apollo's guilty, shame, cannot get over his guilt for what he did to Persephone. So that, you cannot get both of them. But with your best friend and this newcomer who wants to ingratiate himself to you, the options for me weren't presented well. It was really more, red felt like you get neither of them instead of pleading for both of them to help you out. It should have been worded that way. Like, can you stop fighting and help me come to a solution? Like, don't make me choose between you two. That, yeah, you're right. It should have been worded better. And then we get a scene like this now with Pan and Freddy kind of working together. The outliers in this story, the ones who are not really part of the chorus, who are not directly involved, they're just here with their own agendas. Freddy to help you, Pan to genuinely curious about you, and also maybe to make up for what because Pan also he didn't know about Calliope being there, but you know, I'd like to think that deep down is like, oh shit, I may have been an accessory to the crime without me knowing it. And then this is his way of maybe like either both being so curious about Grace and also as a way to, well, I fucked up. Let me help out Grace so she can owe me a favor. And it just makes sense. It just makes better sense that way. So yeah, I mean, I'm going to continue this playthrough because yeah, I'm feeling more invested in it than my first one. I like seeing the both of them here. But we're gonna be Red Grace here.
Why are you really here, Pan? The truth this time.
I need to have some dastardly ulterior motive other than to be of assistance. For shame, Grace.
You just don't get it, do you? The act is wearing real thin.
It's true. I am a bad man, and I spoke poorly.
And this is when he admits it.
That's it?
I'd hope even you, Freddy, could see that advice from an idol might be useful here.
I suppose.
If you have any advice, Pan, I'm all ears.
Well, I assume you know how Medusa became what she is.
She used to be human, right? And then Athena cursed her. Pretty unfairly, too.
Now, however, Athena hasn't the power to undo her own curse. Or so she claims.
That's gotta suck.
Medusa isn't happy about it, no. Yet she survives because she must. As do we all.
Asterion said Medusa works for Athena. Is that right?
A truer description, I'd say, is that she's more Athena's servant. Poor thing can't survive on her own. So she's become whatever Athena needs. Spy master, enforcer, provider of garden statuary.
That doesn't sound fair.
It isn't. But keep in mind, Medusa is no helpless maiden. She is as clever as she is dangerous. And Athena knows it.
And we're rewarded more background than Medusa.
Medusa's clever and works for Athena, but what's she really like?
She doesn't exactly come to the parties, Grace. Medusa is an enigma to most of us. If idols hide in the shadows, she lurks in even darker places. She's an outsider, and she loathes us as much as she needs us.
Is she dangerous?
Let's just say we're all rather relieved she stays away.
Can she really turn people into stone?
Medusa is the one who turns people into stone just by looking at them, right?
People, yes. Idols, not so much. Or that's my assumption. I'll admit to not knowing if she's ever turned her gaze on one of us.
Great. Is there any way to make someone not a statue, if it turns out she can?
Short of Medusa dying? No. Not unless she wishes it.
Oh, if Medusa dies, it reverses? Huh. It reverts? Let's see.
Okay, enough talking. Time to do this.
See? That's the spirit. Now there's simply the matter of getting you in before she's aware you're here.
You're gonna help her do that?
Why not? You're more apt to become a statue than to be any true help, my dear.
Knock it off, both of you. I have a plan for getting inside.
A word of advice before we proceed. Once you find Medusa, make the number a knockout.
What did we do? We used the distraction before, right? But this is Red Grace, so let's confront the officer.
Oh, you're not just going to... Oh.
Sure is. Just watch.
Hi there.
Viper's Nest is closed. Private party.
I'm here for the party.
Yeah, the private party is what I'm here for. Why else?
All the guests have arrived. Do you have an invitation?
I know who your mistress is.
Like, I know who the boss really is, and she'll want to speak with me. Isn't that invitation enough?
Go on in. I'll send word to the boss you've arrived.
Just like that? What kind of bouncer is this? Wait, what will red do to her? Well, we're committing to full red here, so let's see how it plays out. I was not very happy with Astarion's red.
Such a long day, dreaming of tonight, this sacred bite. Hello, who's that there? You've messed up my flow. Just get your drink, girl, and take your seat. Oh, it's the muse. There are sacred bites, and then there's this sacred bite. So wrong, so right. I'm really gonna hate myself tonight.
Right, let's play. I'm sure you can bite, okay. But you get a fight today. You're fighting Grace this time. And this time's mine. This time.
For centuries, these heroes got sent to me. Each one of them bent to me.
You're meant to be this time.
This time and all time.
This time's mine.
This time's mine. This time just
This
like
time
every time.
is mine.
Now look into me. Your body goes freely every time as it tenders, turning jelly as it.
We did this last time.
What'd you say, Grace? You okay, Grace? Where's the game face this time? You are currently experiencing something I like to call the preparation. Any questions or comments? That's right, it is widely known that I can turn folks to stone. But oh, I won't this time. Cause this time I find dine that oozy musy bloods my wine this time. Look into me. Oh, she's looking away. Hey, look
You flipped that hood. Then out came the snakes. Oh, you're so good. Finally, some steaks. Oh, the ice thing. What a difference an actual monster makes. Murdering muses.
helps me relax.
I should sound out Athena about your naughty night snacks. Me and Athena need to touch base. I'll say what I've seen.
I'm getting quite keen to chew off that face. Now look
I'm a killer?
Oh, snakes alive! I've killed few times, you see. I murder Calliope. Say, would you like to be the Murray this time?
This time is fine.
If yes, then fine.
I just said fine. You're
This
trying to buy time. You're lost, little girl. No more Hail Marys. We both know the meal is you. The killer's me.
You don't know, you don't know.
I do know that you didn't
Kill Calliope. So you know that it's true that I didn't do it.
No.
Yes, you do know, you know. Does that mean Athena knows?
No. Fine grace. I'll
To tell her that I'm what?
Well, at least you get Pan to play the flutes.
Ugh, no. Not the bloody charms.
And then Gray and Reddy.
You think you can turn me to stone before I burn your snakes off? I'm betting you can't.
The lighter was my idea.
Good thing you're here. Yeah, Red was off. I'm actually curious now. Like all of this, now I'm really curious about the actual, well, not the actual, the director's cut soundtrack. How do they mix it? How does it flow? That's kind of awkward for me. Also, feeling bad because, you know, Medusa is a victim of Athena. Good thing you're here.
Nice timing on the arrival, you two.
Ugh, this place is bigger than I thought. And creepy.
I was glad to have Freddy to protect me.
You ready to talk?
Oh, fine. Fine. What exactly is it that you want, pretty muse?
What did we ask before? We asked this one. Why we reliquary? Did you try to eat Calliope too?
You can start by telling me whether you tried to eat Calliope like you just tried to eat me.
Blast! This is why I didn't tell Lady Athena. I knew it would come back to haunt me. I only followed pretty Calliope to the reliquary. I never spoke to her, never even caught up to her. I swear it.
That's what Asterion told us, more or less.
But you were there that night.
Yes, yes, I admit it. Ugh, Lady Athena will have my head. She'll mount it on a pike. Whatever you might think of me, I had no part in the Muse's death. I did not even know she'd been attacked until I saw her fleeing.
Why are we following Calliope?
You followed Calliope to the reliquary.
Thanks for
Why
the
were you
suggestions,
shadowing
Vanua.
her at
Have a
all?
good evening. Have a good
I
night.
am Lady Athena's spy master, yes.
Guess we'll just finish this.
Calliope has been trouble from time to time.
So you were spying on her?
I keep watch over every idol who no longer lives
See
in
you for
Olympus,
Baldur's Gate 3.
but especially
next
Calliope.
this weekend.
When I realized she was headed to the reliquary that eve, I followed. I had a duty to Athena.
Did you find out why Calliope was there?
Did you ever find out why Calliope went there?
I was never close enough to ask. When I drew near to the reliquary, that is when I saw the muse fleeing. She was frightened, bloodied, dying.
A tasty snack for you to hunt down.
I gave chase, yes, but to discover the truth. I knew Lady Athena would wish to know.
That does make sense from your perspective.
I didn't learn the truth until later. And then it was far too late.
You didn't tell Athena?
You haven't told Athena any of this?
Do I need to light things up again? 'Cause I'll do it.
I told her Calliope was at the reliquary that night. I did not tell her I was also there.
Why not? Wouldn't Athena find out from Hecate anyway?
I was not thinking clearly. I panicked. Lady Athena barely tolerates my presence as it is. If she thought I was involved in any way, if she even suspected...
How can we believe you?
Why should we believe you? You did just try to eat me, remember?
I am telling you the truth.
Right, and not at all trying to cover your own ass.
You presented an opportunity. Oh, to taste the sweet, sweet blood of a hero once again. It's a problem. I've been working on it, I really have.
Oh, Medusa.
Well, what of you? The only reason I knew Calliope was going to the reliquary is because you informed me.
Dun, dun, dun.
Well,
Speaking of covering one's ass...
it is true. But Grace, I can explain.
I'll bet you can. Let's put a pin in that for the moment, shall we?
I am a monster. It's true. I do not deny it. It's still I did not kill the muse.
Okay, let's say we believe you. For the moment.
Whatever you do, pretty muse, I beg you. Do not tell Athena of my indiscretion. Show mercy. I know what I am horrifies you. It horrifies me as well. I cannot help what I am. I did not ask to be cursed like this.
Indiscretion, huh? That's quite the word for it.
I cannot apologize for my hunger. I can only apologize that I am so very weak in the face of it.
I'll think about it.
I am a lost and cursed thing. No idol. And if Lady Athena should learn the truth... I hope you find what you seek, pretty muse. And that we meet again someday. And sing a different song.
Then I think it's the reliquary and then the trial.
Okay, so that was fun. Grace, I'll meet you back at home.
Oh, and then we confront Pan
Now,
here.
before you say anything...
You knew.
Yeah.
Right from the start, you knew Calliope was there that night.
Well, yes. She asked for the key and I gave it to her. No questions asked. I never lied to you, Grace. I said I didn't know what became of Calliope at the reliquary, and I didn't. But I wanted to, so I nudged you in the right direction.
You sold out Calliope.
You sold Calliope out. Medusa said you're the one who told her where Calliope went.
Well, it was worth a favor.
So, the moment Calliope walked out the door, you were on the phone selling her location.
I am trying to help, Grace. In my way.
In my way?
What do you mean, in my way? What way is that?
The way where I don't take all the blame.
What else will I discover, Pan? I'd rather learn it now than later.
I wish I could tell you, Grace. I truly do.
I forgot, like, when do you confront him in... Oh, I think you jump here.
Oh, if it isn't, the lovely Grace?
Okay, that's
you
weird.
You knew. Right from the start, you knew Calliope was there that night.
Oh, this is weird.
Well, yes.
Why is it repeat? Why is it giving us the same scene?
No question.
This is what they got in the previous playthrough.
I told you I didn't know what happened to Calliope, and that's the truth. I did not.
See?
So I nudged you in the right direction.
This is weird. Why do you do that?
Why?
Take two?
Is there some reason you need to know what happened to Calliope?
Is that so strange? Don't we all desire justice?
You sent me to the reliquary because you wanted justice.
Medusa learned that Calliope was going to the reliquary because I told her. Now, before you say anything, I had no idea of the fate awaiting our dear muse. And you yourself said Medusa was not responsible. I simply had to know if I'd inadvertently, rather innocently...
You sold her out.
Sold her out? She came to you for help, and you gave her whereabouts to the highest bidder.
I am trying to help, Grace. In my way.
This
What do
really
you,
is like
what
a
do you
take
mean,
two.
in my way? What
Oh,
is
the
what?
managers were us.
What way is that?
The way where I don't take all the blame.
What else will I discover, Pan? I'd rather learn it now than later.
I wish I could tell you, Grace. I truly do.
That's so weird. Why did it trigger the two different Pan confrontations?
Back again so soon, Grace? You're practically a regular at the club. Did you end up finding Medusa? Or did she vanish the moment you came near, like she does with every other idol?
She definitely did not vanish. Maybe I better explain what happened.
I knew it. We never should have brought that monster to the New World. Athena's a fool to think Medusa can be controlled. You're fortunate to have made it out in one piece. It could have gone very poorly for you.
If only you'd been there. But that's a hard option. Okay.
You're right. I should have brought you to protect little old defenseless me.
Ah. If I'd gone, you would have found nothing more than an empty building, I assure you.
Because you're so big and scary.
I'm glad you appreciate my finer qualities.
At any rate, Medusa might be in the clear. Pan, however, is not.
I don't imagine you've confronted him yet.
He admitted to selling out Calliope, but not to killing her. I don't know if I can believe him.
Nor I. Pan would do anything to save his own skin. Allow me some time to consider our next move. Now then, unless you've something else to ask?
No, not really. I'll see you later, Persephone.
Oh, hi, Grace. I can just call you Grace, right?
That's my name. Where's Freddy?
She went out to get snacks. We were gonna watch TV while we waited, but, well, here you are.
You know Freddy?
What, you and Freddy are friends now? When did this happen?
When I came looking for you. Friday has this movie that I've never seen. Super cool, right?
Uh-huh.
Oh, would you rather not share your mortal friends?
Huh?
Anyway, I guess Athena wants to talk? I can zip us over to Olympus anytime, if you're free.
Do I have a choice about seeing Athena? I'm not in the habit of being at anyone's beck and call.
I mean, I guess you could say no, but I wouldn't. If Athena wants something, she's gonna get it eventually. She had that look in her eyes, like she really wants to talk to you.
She could always come here. Everyone else does.
Athena enter the mortal world? And now she doesn't do that ever. Can you imagine?
Athena never leaves Olympus?
How does Athena manage never entering the mortal world?
She doesn't have to, I guess. Everyone brings her everything she needs. And that creepy owl of hers? Apollo says it's her eyes out in the world. It's everywhere. Watching.
So what, she just never leaves the building?
She'll go to the reliquary and places like that. Just never where mortals are. She wears a toga and calls cars iron horses.
I suppose there's no point in putting it off. Do your thing. Take me to Olympus.
Okay. Oh, when you see Freddy, tell her I'm sorry I couldn't stick around for the movie. And mind if I say something?
Sure.
You've changed. I mean, from the person I met when I first came here. When, you know, you got it together really quick.
Thanks, I guess.
This was when, like, she was too much of a villain here. Everything was like, yeah, Athena's the true villain. Oh, no wonder. We get to choose, like, two different ones. So we had... Oh, that's why. I was wondering why I had an option to choose charming. I forgot about the second trait choice. Well, we already did clever and charming. Kick-ass and... How about kick-ass and charming? I don't know if that really matters. We're doing a full
There you
red
are,
anyway.
Grace. Do have a seat.
I prefer to stand, thanks.
As you like. You've certainly been busy, haven't you? Everywhere I turn, there you are. Including the reliquary.
Oh.
I'm uncertain how you got access, but even you must have realized it's off limits. Particularly for your mortal friend.
You know what happened there.
But you know what happened there! That's where Calliope was attacked!
Yet it's not where she died, Grace, is it?
So, because she made it all the way to my apartment, we shouldn't care why she was bleeding to death along the way.
You think our judgment was rash?
And she just avoids the question.
It was. In truth, I worried that giving you time, letting us all get to know you, would make it harder in the end. I am sorry, Grace. You may not believe it, but I care deeply. I care about what happens to you and to all the idols.
You don't care at all.
You care. About me? That's a laugh. You sit up here in your tower and whatever humanity you might have once had, whatever wisdom, it's eroded away to nothing. The only thing you care about is making sure it doesn't all shatter. Not on your watch.
Zeus was the first to leave. King of the gods.
And then she just goes
And
into this
we
whole
don't even
villain
know
monologue.
What became of him? Vanished into the ether. Poseidon was next, walked out into the seas, never to be heard from again. Ares betrayed us. Hephaestus saved us. Hades was murdered, and by one of our own. The list goes on.
Why tell me this? Oh wait, what did I think we chose this last time? Let's go different. Or did I choose this last time? I don't remember. So you add to it?
So you add to it. I show up and you kill me off because you can't be too careful.
We are dying, Grace. I don't mean diminishing or drifting apart. I mean our immortality is disappearing. Very soon now, the idols will be no more. We are a legacy that spans millennia, dating back to the very dawn of humankind. So yes, I care. I will do anything and everything in my power to avoid that fate, even if it appears unfair.
Now I'm wondering why she wanted to talk us in the first... Why did she even want to talk to us? That's it?
That's it? That's what you have to say? Sorry we're gonna kill you, but things are dire. Things are tough all over, Athena. Do you really think clamping down on your rules will make it better?
Those rules are our last line of defense against chaos, dear.
I know we've put a great deal on your shoulders, Grace. I do. All I called you here to ask is that you please not make my job more difficult than it already is. If you have any other questions or concerns, now's the time to bring them up.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. Like, yeah, I remember in my first playthrough, I was really thinking that this would be the time that, oh, this is it. This is the villain reveal. And then basically that's all she needed to say. Don't make my work more difficult. But then, like, how? Why? I'm trying to prove my innocence. What are you trying to do? You're so convinced I'm the killer already. I guess, you know, like breaking into the reliquary, going off limits, breaking the rules. Yeah, okay. I guess that's what she has a problem with. And she just called us to tell us that. But she's already convinced of our guilt. Well, of course we know that she's actually the one responsible. So knowing, with that knowledge, she's basically telling us about the prophecy. She has to do what needs to be done. Anyway.
I guess I'll get back to my investigation.
I am rooting for you, Grace. If there's another way to resolve this, any way at all, I will take it.
Will you? Really?
Good luck. Feel free to take a cookie on your way out.
Yeah, that from a world that's just an odd scene to me.
Don't take it personally, Grace. Athena's first instinct is to follow the rules whenever things get rough. As if she believes that if the idols don't blindly follow every rule to the letter, we'll dissolve into utter chaos.
Well, is she right?
Probably.
Are the idols really dying?
Do you think she's telling the truth about the idols dying out?
I'm not sure. If it is true, why hasn't she told the rest of the chorus?
It sounds like she doesn't trust you.
Well, the feeling is mutual. At any rate, I'm afraid we're going to have to disappoint her again.
Uh-oh. What now?
You need to go back to the reliquary, Grace.
To do what?
What for? Is there something I need to ask Hecate?
The one thing we do not yet know is why Calliope went to the reliquary in the first place.
Okay, I'll bite. How would I find that out? You think she left clues?
We can't ask Calliope what her plan was. But you might be able to remember what she was doing there.
Her memories? But I thought...
That it will take years, yes. But if you go somewhere important to Calliope, or touch something special to her, you'll get flashes, feelings.
Do you want Grace to go to the reliquary so she can have deja vu?
I'm willing to wager the place Calliope met her fate has left its mark in Grace's psyche. We have only to uncover it.
Last time Freddy and I were there, Hecate wouldn't let us into the reliquary. Not without Athena's permission.
I'm certainly not suggesting we ask Athena for permission.
Then you mean...
A week ago, I would have said breaking into the reliquary was impossible. Yet it appears Hecate can be surprised. If her book says she will be.
Let's hope the book says that again, I guess.
Unless you've some other plan. I'm all ears, as they say.
Alright, it's Persephone now, instead of... Apollo was here in our first playthrough. So let's see what Persephone has to say.
What about the alarms? I'm not eager to have Asterion chasing me through the fog.
Calliope snuck in without setting off any alarms. At least at first.
Well, I'll be following in Calliope's footsteps, won't I? What if I follow the wrong footstep and set them off?
Then they discover you and we apologize profusely.
Will not be a good look, though, just saying.
Are you sure about this? You want me to wander around hoping something comes to me?
I do know something about how memories work after the transition, but no, I'm not certain. You want certainty? Wait until your trial. Without discovering more, the outcome of that is certain.
What if Medusa is lying? What about Pan? We could look into him some more, couldn't we?
Oh, my, you're just full of ideas, aren't you? Do you have any suggestions regarding how we might go about doing that?
Deja vu it is.
Let's say I do this. What am I hoping to find?
Some memory of who attacked Calliope, or why she was there. Anything we could work with. I've spoken to almost all the idols, and every single one says they hadn't seen or heard from her. If she was keeping to herself, then why now? What started this? We're missing something important, Grace.
What if Grace goes there and the memory she sees is that she attacked Calliope? A Grace from the future.
This is new.
It'd be a twist.
There's no other way.
Is there really no other way? This seems a bit desperate.
That's because we are desperate, Grace. Either we take this shot at learning the truth, or we overthrow Athena and the chorus by force.
Yeah, why not?
Disregard this stupid trial.
She's joking, right? She's joking, right?
Okay, let's do this.
Right then.
I want to choose that
Back
option.
to the reliquary it is.
Revolution.
Any idea how you want to do this, Grace? Because I'm game to help.
Cool. I'm sure we can figure something out.
I can't go in with you. Hecate would sense me right away. I will, however, stay close by. If anything happens, I'll come. Hecate won't stop me. The Minotaur won't stop me. Nothing will.
There's no heart option. Is that the mistake? You care?
Gosh, it almost seems like you care.
Ugh, can we just get on with this already?
Maybe they forgot to put the heart there. We did Honest with Hecate the first time. Sneak in the back way. Freddy distracts Hecate. So Freddy joins you no matter what. So that's railroaded.
I fail to see what advice I could provide to you, Farishta Bandi.
It's just Freddy.
I'm unfamiliar with mortal affairs, Freddy. I do, however, have tea.
Then let's drink tea. And we can talk about books. You have a lot of them.
That would be acceptable.
Just like that. Okay.
Do not worry. It is written that I am not alerted to Grace's presence for another 14 minutes.
Oh.
Guess I'll keep talking then.
Okay, first part down. Now I finally get to see what the reliquary actually looks like.
They need to improve the lighting in this place.
Pretty impressive, innit?
Oh!
Don't wander around. Labyrinths are kind of my thing, but you'll get lost. Also, are you supposed to be here?
This is new. Please let me by.
I'm not, but I'm desperate. Can't you look the other way?
But Kate says to never, ever, ever...
I'm sure Hecate would understand you're helping only because you're the nicest Minotaur there is. I just need a little time. Please. I'm begging you.
Well... Alright, but be quick and don't touch anything. If Kate finds out...
We never spoke. Thank you. Thank you. They'll notice I didn't stay put and come after me. I don't think I have much time. First things first, how do I do this? Where do I even start? Calliope must have been here. She could have stood in this very spot. Maybe if I just... focus.
I like how they also kind of bring back Adrift for this.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, I've definitely been here before.
Okay. So I think you have to look at 3 objects before... What did I not look at before? I didn't look at the mask.
What did Freddy say about mazes? Was it always go left? Or go left and then go right?
Why was the mask that?
Is this an armory, too? Is that a weapon? A musical instrument? Maybe it's both. They should really charge for tours. It's kind of amazing.
Olive branch. Then you can look at the mirror, which progresses the story. But what did we not look at? Did we look at this?
I don't get any feeling from that. Will I know it when I see it? I don't even know what language that is. Freddy, are you out there? Can you hear me? What am I doing? All that'll do is tell everyone where I am.
That is weird.
Shouldn't that be in a museum somewhere?
And finally, this scene. Oh dear.
This is it. Calliope was here. She was standing right here. And she... Uh-oh.
So this is Athena, right? So Athena also tried to kill us. Here. What did I say last time? I think I asked this last time. Not that it matters.
I don't suppose there's any chance you'll put those knives away. Okay, then. What's happening? Why didn't it work? Grace? Freddy! We've got to run! My powers don't work on them, they just keep coming!
Still not staged well. They should have shown a dead end.
Freddy!
Okay, so that happens regardless.
Oh God. Oh God, Freddy.
By the gods. You summoned the Furies.
What?
Those beings were the Furies, beyond all our laws. Not idols, but the embodiment of retribution. How did you draw them here?
I didn't. There was a big mirror, but I didn't even touch it.
There is only one mirror of which you could be speaking. That used by the goddess Nyx to contact the Fates. Using the mirror would not have brought the Furies down upon you. Not unless the Fates themselves decreed it.
Or Athena. That's a loophole. Because fate prophecy, the way Athena interpreted it, perhaps the Furies obeyed because it's fate. The last muse ought to die, but why did they kill Freddy then? What did he choose last time? Obviously, what's urgent? We need to help Freddy.
Who are the Fates? Who are the Furies? I didn't do anything. I didn't touch anything.
This was no defense or spell of the reliquaries. I do not have the power to summon the Furies, and I know none who do. You should consider yourself fortunate, Grace. They do not desist until retribution has been exacted. But now is when you leave. Pray the knowledge you obtained was worth the price.
Oh, this might be interesting. Help you, Persephone. Maybe it'll call back to like how what Apollo did.
Persephone, we can't just... There must be something we can do.
She made her choice, Grace.
No! It's not right!
Come. There's nothing more to be done.
Okay, now I'm looking at this scene again. Why did she have to be left there? Why she left there? Huh. Okay. If I were to kind of stage that differently, I would make them, because they were still running, maybe maybe a couple more turns until they hit a dead end and there's really no choice. And then in a last ditch effort, Freddy throws herself before Grace, because I just didn't buy it the first time, and now this time I just really feel like it could have been staged better. I just don't like it when there's like, it doesn't seem to have a reason to, you know, it's just forced. It felt forced. So yeah, how do you make it seem less forced? I would have personally added a bit more beats to that scene to have them really backed into a corner, and it would have been last moment sacrifice kind of thing. But yeah, you could say Freddy took initiative to do what? To just, I guess, you know, you could say, yeah, she was taking initiative to block their way, stand in the way. I guess you could see it that way as well. She did. She literally just stood there. I won't let you get to her. But with so much room to still run away, it clashed with what she was doing, is what I'm trying to say. Or how I was reading that scene. So yeah, I would have built it up to, there's no other way, there's no path. Then Freddy will stand in the way and say, I'll not let you do this. And then you could have that whole dramatic tension, and then she gets stabbed. But yeah, they were in the heat. They were in the middle of the running. That's how it looked like with the staging as it was presented. And that's just another qualm I had with it. And now, seeing the scene for the second time, why did she have to be left behind? They didn't really explain it. I'm trying to rationalize why we would leave our best friend's body behind. Why it was so urgent to get away. The Furies were gone. They were under no threat. Hecate was upset, yes. But why would Hecate... What was she to do? Like, Hecate could have at least sent us the body for a proper burial. Or it just didn't... Like, there was no sense of urgency left. Because they already clarified... You're fine now. You're safe now. Furies got their blood. Done. So what was so urgent that we had to leave her body behind? Or why did we have to... whatever. Anyway. Nitpicking now, but still... Awkward staging. Adding to the list of like... overall, I feel like it's still a fun game. It's still a great game. It's just... Could it be better? Could be better.
I'm sorry it came to this, Grace. It's clear what your friend meant to you.
We left her there. Maybe this will describe it. Because last time we chose it should have been me.
We left her there. I can't believe we left her there.
We had no choice. Hecate will take care of her.
There, it wasn't really explained.
I should be taking care of her.
Grace, is that how Calliope died? Was she also attacked by the Furies? Do you remember?
Yeah. She meant to use the mirror, but she never had the chance before they came.
No doubt sent by the same person. Perhaps for the same reason.
Who could send the Furies after me? Even Hecate had no idea who possessed that kind of power.
No one does, not these days. Hecate herself would have been my guess. Zeus might have, in his role as king of old Olympus, but he is long gone.
Clearly someone can do it.
Unless they weren't summoned. They could have been responding to something you did unwittingly, something Calliope also did. And what that could be? I'm afraid I have no clue.
I know Calliope was there to use the mirror, but it was just a feeling. I still don't understand why.
There's only one use for that mirror, to speak to the Fates.
Yeah, okay, but why?
The Fates know all that is or will be. Destiny is theirs to command, or so it's said. One contacts them either to know one's fate, or to change it. Not that the Fates are likely to oblige.
I don't know what to do. We still have no idea why Calliope wanted to talk to the Fates.
Well, there is another way to ask them.
I wondered how long that would take. Hecate is
There we go.
enraged. She's threatened to close off the reliquary entirely and forever. Athena is beside herself.
How long have you been standing there?
Long enough. You just had to keep pushing, didn't you? Until you got what you wanted.
What?
This isn't about me. We're out of options, Apollo. And you know there's only one other way to contact the Fates.
Oh, how convenient.
Wait, what's this about some other way? What are you talking about, Persephone?
May I explain it to Grace, or do you have another option, Apollo? If so, now's the time. I thought not. The Fates will respond to the ruler of Hades, the true underworld and realm of the dead. What I propose is that we go there and take back the throne that was stripped from me.
Is that something we can do? Just go to the land of the dead and overthrow it?
Truth be told, there isn't much to overthrow. Few mortals still believe in Hades, and thus its halls have been nearly empty for eons.
So how do you...
The throne itself is the key, both symbolically and literally. Claim it, and Hades is yours.
But you can't claim it because you're barred from Hades.
By a rule that we would need to break were we to do this, yes.
How do we get to Hades? Do we need a key, like the reliquary?
Athena took my key, and the entrance at Lake Avernus was sealed long ago, which leaves only Hermes.
They won't take you.
They might, if you ask them to. Then why did you come, Apollo?
Yeah.
To gloat? To wish Grace well? Or to actually help? Get us there.
And remember, you
I'll
know
lead
that
us
he
to the
knows.
throne,
We know that
and
he
Grace
knows.
can speak with the fates. It's simple.
So I'm wondering why in this playthrough, why in our playthrough Persephone is the one that shows up, and it kind of makes more sense in terms of like Apollo being here and the Persephone saying you're not out of options, I know one. And that's when Apollo goes, here it comes. You want to reclaim Hades. What's he doing now? Is he warning us not to trust Persephone? Why are you here, Apollo? You're not relevant here.
Okay. No need to keep selling me on it. I'm in.
You are?
Yeah. I need to punch something really hard. Or overthrow hell. I'm good with either of those things.
Did you see that, Apollo? You see, that is what a backbone looks like.
I can't. I'm sorry, but this is a step too far.
And consider this, Apollo. Grace's mortal friend was slain by the Furies, according to the old laws.
Her soul is in Hades.
Isn't Hades empty?
Wait, what? You said Hades was empty.
Your friend may, in fact, be the first new soul to enter its halls in many years.
And thus could leave it. Fine. I'll get you into Hades. But I'm not going with you.
If
How
that's
is
what
he
you
gonna-
prefer, by all means.
I thought Hermes was the answer.
It's fine, Hermes. Get this over with.
Why do you need Apollo for this? Yeah, we just have to talk to
Shall
Hermes.
I wait here,
Why does he
or...
No. I'm not gonna lie to them. Hermes has always treated me fairly.
Okay.
Oh, hey, if it isn't Apollo and Grace and, Persephone. Wow, the whole gang, huh?
I'm afraid I have to call in that favor. I need you to take Grace and Persephone.
He's just there for a favor.
Oh, man, I don't know. Athena specifically said I wasn't supposed to take anyone, you know? No matter what.
This is pointless. They're never gonna help us, Apollo.
Can I ask what's going on? Nobody ever tells me anything, and you want me to get in huge trouble, but for what?
Come on, Hermes. How much trouble would you be in, really? What's Athena gonna do? Leave Olympus? Get her own dry cleaning? She needs you more than you need her.
Yeah, but Athena works so hard, and it's always for everyone else.
Sounds like someone else I know. Isn't there anything that you want, Hermes?
Oh. What I want is the truth.
Tell them.
Here's the truth. The favor's for me. If I don't go to Hades now, I'll never find out who killed Calliope.
And then Grace will be executed.
Okay. Signal when you need to come back.
You sure?
Yeah, feels like the right thing.
Be careful, Grace. And remember, the underworld doesn't give up its shades without a price.
I think I can tell her the rules, Apollo. Let's go.
Yeah, why do you have to... He doesn't even have to be here. Well, supposedly he had a favor, right? That didn't work out, so we just had to convince Hermes, who was willing to help.
Welcome
thankfully.
to the real underworld.
Wow. It feels so empty. So lonely.
It's not completely empty. Neither is the throne, for that matter. A bitter shade named Orpheus has been squatting on it since my exile. I fully expect he'll be waiting for us.
So there's gonna be a fight? Good. I need something to punch.
Don't get too excited, Grace. Orpheus is hardly a worthy foe.
Really? Even though he took your throne?
He took an empty throne after I left. That does not make him a king. Just someone else that's in my way.
In our way, you mean?
Yes, in our way.
Who is this Orpheus? The name sounds familiar.
It should. His is a popular tale among mortals regarding how he once came to the underworld to retrieve his love, Eurydice, and left with nothing. Hades tricked him, you see, and with Hades dead, the blame has evidently fallen to me.
So he's not a fan of yours?
He is not a fan, no. Not that it matters.
Okay, so there's an angry ghost sitting on your throne. Anything else about this trip you've neglected to mention?
Come. It's time to cross the Styx. The ferryman will come soon. As we are not dead, you will need to convince him you are worthy of passage. State your case clearly and with determination. I am Persephone, also known as Despoina and Kore Sotiera, once queen of the underworld, and shall be again. No, Caron, I did not bring you any cards. I am not here to entertain you.
We chose this last time. It makes sense also, you know. Save your best friend. I'm the last muse.
Hey there! I'm Grace, idol and last of the muses. Is that enough?
Of course she's a muse. Why would she lie about such a thing? He says he's always liked the muses, and that you're very pretty. No, she didn't. Neither of us brought games to play with you, Caron. Stop asking.
This is a fun option, but this is new.
Has he, always been like this?
Once he was as grim as the grave itself. Time has clearly eroded his gravitas. And it appears I'll have to find Cerberus as he's gotten himself lost. Wonderful. Let's get underway, Corone. It's a long ride to the throne room.
Oh no, Cerberus.
I wouldn't touch that. Way too much for you. Overload you. Blow a fuse. Every story, every memory winds up here in the water. I used to dream that this river would rise, swallow the anger, tears in my eyes. Then suddenly I was found alone. I destroyed Hades, but was denied his throne. Everything here is fading away. She needs her queen.
We're here for Freddy, too.
I killed the king fair and square. They had no right to take it from me. A child in a garden, a prize for a king, property, bound and gagged with silver and satin. I gutted a god. This hell is mine. Won't let it be forgotten.
Someone's coming. There's music floating through. Someone's coming.
Who voiced Orpheus? He sounds the
And
most
it has
musical.
me singing too. We have visitors. I think we all know what to do. To the throne room. This bard's about to meet a muse.
There's someone singing with us.
That would be Orpheus.
Is he a muse?
Oh, he's so much more than that.
Someone's
I didn't belong here.
A wolf is waiting in the
But that
That's why
belongs to me.
Orpheus is Broadway.
I can feel them howling at the moon.
Don't
forget why we came here.
There's a name here
I won't forget.
that reeks
But you
of
can
an
bet he
enemy.
knows someone's coming.
It's about time, Persephone.
Orpheus, I've been. What happened to the music?
I have been waiting for you, Persephone, for so long. And you brought a muse.
And you already see the stark difference. That's why when Orpheus also struck me as like above the rest, and no wonder why. It's Anthony Rapp. He was part of Rent, the musical Rent. Or no, the movie Rent. Is he the movie Rent? No. His breakout came when he originated the role of Mark Cohen in Jonathan Larson's production of the Broadway musical Rent. He can be heard in the original cast recording. So that is why the voice was so familiar. And why you can already notice immediately the stark difference from his performance compared to the voice actors here who did try to like sing.
Hi. Lovely tune, by the way. Can't remember the last time I collaborated with someone so talented. No offense, Betty.
Hey.
Welcome to my underworld. Let me treat you to a song, a welcome gift. I have the floor. It is mine, after all. Muse. Any requests?
All right. But I want to hear more of Orpheus.
What's your problem with Persephone?
Do, loop it. Do, do, do. I didn't do what I was told, didn't know that it was all a game. I didn't think that he would do it. Then Eurydice was gone. And Persephone stood right beside him and said, what a shame. He was always gonna kill her and you knew it. And I never got to have my revenge. My pain never ends. I see you now. Persephone won't turn my back. I won't turn my back on you again.
I beg your pardon. I wanna behave properly. It's not your song. You better stay open. She's a friend and a god. The throne is for me. I won't let it be forgotten.
Persephone, your part in this will never be forgotten.
Corpses in crowns, tangled and trapped. Eyes full of cobwebs, only looking back. Don't you see what I see? Looks all dead to me, are both the same. The same?
I like what you're doing, Muse, but I thought you'd be on my side.
The bard is to blame for the hell that he's been in.
Persephone, you're the reason I'm here.
Oh, this is
I'm
Red.
not here to give in.
Oh, you think I will?
If you're the greatest of all balladeers, you're wasted running down here. Needlessly strumming.
Right you are, yet nevertheless.
There's no point in reasoning with him, Grace.
Oh, my former queen, have you bothered to try?
We made a bargain. Now I count everything. Promise me you're not using me. I told you we're here for Freddy. We're wasting our time.
Child cannot see.
We can't let it be
You didn't do what you were told, but you won't face the fact that you're to blame. Persephone, you blew it. You must understand each other by now. All of this is getting kinda old. What a shame. There's the door, walk through it.
But I never got to have my revenge.
our pain never ends.
Our pain never ends.
Orpheus, I promise you now, belatedly, I won't turn my back. I won't turn my back on you again.
Yeah, we got more Orpheus lines there. he really is a cut above everyone else so far, singing-wise.
You're right. Yet, what about the throne? We can't just leave it empty, can we?
Yeah, this is why I chose this for the second playthrough. Take the throne for yourself.
Of course not. This hell is mine.
You dare. All this talk of being trapped by the past, and it was just a smokescreen so you could take the throne? You?
I wonder if this actually cuts off a romance path with Persephone. I'm not trapped by the past.
I'm not the one trapped in the past, Persephone. You are. You're obsessed.
I paid for that throne in blood, ground under my husband's heel for centuries. You have no claim. None.
I'm taking the throne because I can, just as you did. I don't see the problem.
You think that taking the throne will help you? Go on then. Please, show me your power, O great queen of Hades.
Oh. What happens if we don't call out for Freddy? Now, Red Grace would still call out for Freddy. I think it's an important plot point.
Freddy! Are you out there? Freddy, if you're here! If you're anywhere, please!
Problems.
Is there some trick to it? Or are you not gonna tell me now?
I'll let you in on a little secret, Grace. There is no bringing back your friend. There never was.
And the Fates?
Oh, they hear you. They simply don't.
Either way, they be ignored. Oh, and you can break up at this point, I think. So that's it. You sure fooled me. What did we choose last time? So that's it. You sure fooled me.
I shouldn't be surprised. I mean...
no, we chose this last playthrough. Oh well, whatever.
I believed what I wanted to believe.
And neither of us will get what we want today.
As opposed to your original plan, where that would have only been me.
At the very least, I had hoped we might find your friend's spirit.
Why? We can't bring her back.
Not without great sacrifice, no. No, the rules of death are clear. Yet, you might have spoken to her. I know what it's like not to get the chance to say goodbye.
Hey.
Freddy, you're here.
Yeah, I've actually been watching you since you arrived. It's not like there's much else going on.
Fred,
No, don't even start, Grace. I made my decision. I don't regret it one bit.
You shouldn't even have been there. I never should have gotten you involved.
Hey, no. You didn't get me involved. I got myself involved.
And look what happened.
I got to be the hero of the story. Just for one shiny moment. How cool is that?
This isn't a story, Fred.
You're wrong. It is a story. And you need to finish it. Without me. Hey, no.
I guess this is it, huh?
Almost. I found someone while I was down here. Someone you really need to meet.
Calliope? This... You can't be real. Your soul is inside Grace. Idols don't...
Is inside Grace. The rest of me... I'm here, Persephone.
This is real.
What did we choose last time? I'm still confused about the soul. Ah, okay.
I guess you two were better acquainted than you said. Huh, Persephone?
We parted ways years ago. Persephone couldn't take my lectures any longer.
I'd take them now. I miss them.
No, you don't. Think about how bitterly we argued at the end. Don't blame yourself. Not when there are so many fond memories to cherish instead.
We need to know what happened to you, Calliope. How did you die?
Why didn't you come to me? If you were in trouble, I would have protected you.
I know you would have. But I couldn't let you be drawn into Apollo's prophecy as well.
Apollo's prophecy?
He didn't tell you? No. I don't suppose he could have. It's a long story.
Ah, we were able to choose this last time.
Start with Apollo. How is he involved in all this?
Apollo delivered, with great reluctance, a prophecy that said I needed to die.
And who did he deliver this prophecy to?
Athena.
No.
Then she sent the Furies after me when I went to the reliquary. I barely escaped. I fled back to the mortal world. To you.
Why come to me? Of all the places you could have run to...
Oh, I chose this last
why
time.
come to
Whoops.
my apartment?
Oh, well.
Because I was dying.
But I couldn't save you. I barely even knew you.
I was wandering the streets that night, wondering if I should go to the reliquary or just flee. And I heard you singing. I followed you home after to see where you lived. I didn't know what would happen to me, but I thought, just in case, I knew I had to hold out until I reached you.
I wish you hadn't. You didn't give me any choice.
I wanted to. I thought I would at least have time to explain.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have believed you.
The Furies, they kept coming. It was all I could do just to reach you. I am so sorry, Grace. I truly did not mean for it to be like this.
Why did you go to the reliquary? We know about the mirror, but...
You wanted to annul the prophecy.
And the Fates are the only ones who could, if they would even help me. I doubted it, but I was desperate. I never got the chance to ask. Someone told Athena where I was going, and she must have realized what I meant to do.
But how did she get the Furies to attack you? They aren't pets. You didn't break any of the old laws.
I don't know. Maybe it's something the ruler of the idols can do. But you'd have to ask Athena.
Apollo hates using his power. Why would he have given a prophecy to Athena?
Because she demanded it. She was desperate.
How did you even find out?
Apollo was horrified after he delivered the prophecy, and he refused to stay silent. And he came to warn me. He was torn. Telling me meant I was locked into it. I still think he did the right thing. Though I expect he disagrees.
What was the prophecy? Surely I need to hear it.
If I tell you, you'll be locked into it. Just like me.
But the prophecy doesn't just say you have to die. There's more to it, right? They always require interpretation.
Apollo told Athena that. He begged her not to jump to conclusions, but maybe she was right.
I don't believe that. Athena's got tunnel vision. She must be wrong.
Athena wanted to know if there was a way to save the idols. The answer was this. The idols cannot continue so long as the last muse lives.
And I'm the last muse.
And now you know the prophecy.
You went to Pan for the key to the reliquary, right?
Yes. He's the reason I knew about Nyx's mirror, actually. He told me about it long ago.
He told Medusa where you went. She, I expect, told Athena.
Oh. Pan couldn't have known what it would mean. I didn't explain.
That's it. You forgive him, just like that.
I'm sure he feels guilty enough, my love.
Athena will pay.
Athena's gonna pay for this. She will pay.
She wanted to save the idols. And I wanted that too.
You weren't about to kill anyone to get it. It isn't fair, Freddy. This isn't how it's supposed to go.
Oh.
So many years
Oh, okay.
of history.
Subtitles were wrong.
Fights the highs, the miseries. I'm so proud of you, but it's time to go.
I never truly saw before how trapped we were, so far from shore. Great at the time, but it's time to go.
It's time to
Subtitles are off.
How can I let go now? I won't. It's just not fair. We took our first steps together. Now you'd have me walk alone.
We're delayed.
You were always there for me, from heartbreak and through injury. We'd do it again, but now it's time to go. It's time to go. If I could bring you back, I would give it all to you, my best friend. If I could choose a muse,
You would give up godhood to bring her back.
any day, every day.
Wait, if it's an all red option, red is I need you to live. Well, we're gonna choose differently, I guess. I hate it. But I guess, well, I like the outcome with making her the next muse.
Grace, I know that this is hard, but I made a choice for my part. Hurled a lot of 20s, but it's time. It's time to go. It's time to go.
I can see an all red playthrough, and you get everyone in the end. Everyone lives in the end in an all red playthrough.
And I see Freddy isn't with you. I'm so sorry, Grace. Did you at least get to speak to the Fates?
No.
Then what happened?
We know what happened. We know about the prophecy and Athena.
Oh.
That's all you have to say? Oh? You knew. You knew the truth this entire time. Even when you said you were helping Grace.
Yes. Yes, I did.
Is there more you haven't told me? Did you know about the Furies as well?
No. I didn't know how Calliope died.
But you knew Athena was behind it.
I thought I could nudge you in the right direction. Help you find the truth without learning about the prophecy.
Well, you failed. We know it now.
Then it's done. You're locked into it.
Isn't the prophecy open to interpretation? Couldn't you be wrong about how it ends?
When am I not wrong, Grace?
Oh, we got the achievement though, saying goodbye.
That's right. Leave. It's what you're best at.
But interesting. So I learned that if you do an all red
I don't know how this will
playthrough,
affect your trial. We could tell
get
them
everything.
what we've learned. Even without proof, it makes enough sense that Athena couldn't just brush it off. But if she believes you need to die in order to save the idols, if she truly believes that, it won't matter what anyone says.
Then I'll just have to stop her, won't I?
You want to challenge the leader of the chorus in front of everyone.
She isn't giving me much of a choice.
Well, I dare say she has more of a fight in store for her than she would ever expect.
Is that a vote of confidence?
I intend to keep my promise. We go to the trial and I'll help you, even if it means overthrowing Athena. Calliope would approve.
But what about...
Just so you understand, our chances aren't good. I suggest you do whatever necessary to prepare.
I wonder if you can actually fail.
Great.
Yeah, but it's better with Fredishta. Better with Freddy. Because it's very important when you grapple with the whole, you actually, she gave up everything for you, and then you give up everything for her. So I guess, it's like, yeah, I prefer how it develops with Freddy becoming the next muse. Roleplay wise, we already talked to Persephone and Apollo. Why would we confront Pan?
Pan? Are you here? Pan! All right then. Guess I'll just head off.
I thought you didn't want to see me anymore. You're not here to yell at me, are you?
Is that a problem? Is the mighty Pan too sensitive to withstand a little yelling?
It's less the mighty Pan and more the naughty Pan. Perhaps even the delightful Pan?
Bah! That's right! Bah!
Ah, you've learned something. Something not altogether pleasant, I'm guessing.
That is weird.
Tell you what, Grace. Let's indulge in one last transaction. Relay what you've learned, and I'll see if I have any advice to offer.
So this is basically getting them to help you. But we already have enough to win, I guess. I think they just require a minimum of 2. They already give you 1 by default, either Apollo or Persephone. And if you helped Aphrodite, you could get Aphrodite to support you. We help... Actually, they give you already all the pieces to win, I think. I'm not sure if there's any way to lose. What if we don't tell Pan this playthrough?
I really shouldn't. With the trial so soon.
And who knows what part I'm to play in it, yes? Well, not necessarily in your defense.
That's not what I...
Of course it is, Grace. No need to be coy. You've every reason not to trust me, after all. Whatever comes, Grace, I do hope it works out for you. I want you to know that.
Oh, it's you. Paul comes in, mopier than his usual mopey self, and won't say a word about why. But of course, it's you.
I'm not responsible for Apollo being upset. As usual, he's done it to himself.
And you're here to, what, rub his nose in it? You think he needs more of that? Look, I'm not stupid. I don't buy into this god crap, but I know Paul and the rest of you are not on the right side of normal. Even so, Paul is a good guy. Leave him alone. He doesn't want to talk to you.
It's all right, Oracle. I think Grace and I need a moment alone, if you please.
Oh, sure. Don't mind me. It's not like I was in the middle of anything.
You're angry. You have every right to be.
Of all the people who've lied to me lately, I least expected it from you.
It made so much sense at the time, but now it's almost a relief to have it out in the open. When I first became Apollo, I was so sure I could help people. Help the world. I ignored the warnings. You have no idea how many lives I ruined before I stopped. I never should have given in to Athena. This one time, I thought that maybe it will be different.
I haven't given up, prophecy or no prophecy.
Neither should you.
You're right. You're right. I know you're right. I hope you can forgive me, Grace.
I chose this last time, I think. There's nothing to forgive.
Yeah, I get it. It's not easy, but I get it.
I suppose I'll see you at the trial, Grace. I wish you all the best.
No outward declaration of support. Interesting.
Did you forget something, Grace?
It felt like we hadn't quite finished our conversation.
It seemed pretty finished to me. What more is there to discuss?
After what we did in Hades, I'm not sure.
How about us?
You took my throne for yourself. That about wraps up us, wouldn't you say?
None of this works out for you. So I guess, yeah, if you really want the... obviously, like, why would she stick with you after that? And I did betray her trust. I did betray her trust. But she also lied to us. I don't know. It had to be done.
I did what needed doing. I figured you, of anyone, would be impressed by that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really. It's not me you're angry at anyhow, is it?
Annoyingly, you're right.
Oh. Can it still work out then?
I'm the one I should be angry at.
Weird.
I drove Calliope away. I wasted all that time being stubborn. And now she's gone.
Well, all red playthrough, right? But no, all red would have had Freddy with us. Interesting though, that you get everything if you just stick to red. I wonder if you get everything if you stick to... I think the game makes you auto-win at some point. It's probably just the same story throughout. There's no way to fail it. No fail states at all. I don't think there are any fail states. Well, I'm wondering what the worst ending is now, quote unquote.
Self-pity from the great Persephone. That's a new look.
How dare you? This isn't self-pity, it's... Perhaps you're right. Perhaps I should be angry at Calliope instead, for leaving.
How about don't be angry at her either?
I don't know if I can do this. Us.
Not enough points. Is it because of the throne?
Why? Because of the throne? Does it still mean that much to you?
I keep wondering, do I like you because of you? Or because Calliope is a part of you? As you gain her memories, will you become more and more like her? Will you think of me as she did? You deserve more than that, Grace. I wouldn't blame you if you wanted no part of it.
And what if I still want this? Us? What then?
I'd say you were a glutton for punishment. Is it any easier out there? Do you miss being immortal, Grace?
It's been a week, Persephone. If I live past the trial, I'll let you know.
Yes, the trial.
It's a whole thing, I hear.
Whatever happens, Calliope will approve of us defying Athena.
Well, this playthrough definitely went faster. Vanna was right, around 6 hours. Damn, we extended a lot. I was just supposed to demo the few songs for the people who came in on the raid, but here we are. Full, more or less full. Well, I can't say it's a full red playthrough anymore, because we don't have Freddy. That is a red choice.
So this is it.
To keep Freddy.
All your new friends have lied to you, but somehow they're gonna get you through the trial, right?
Mm-hmm.
I wish Freddy were here.
Yeah.
Like a boat lost at sea, with no sails, not a breeze. I am drifting cold waters, no star to be seen. I'll embrace the fire as it burns deep inside, bright enough to guide me an ocean.
Oh, this is different.
But as I burn, they've all turned away one by one. In the end, am I alone? Like a boat lost at sea, with no sails, no breeze. I am drifting cold water, no star to be seen. In your heart,
Oh, this is different.
we remain. You do not sail in vain.
Ah, right, because we are Muse still.
My heart, you'll remain. I do not sail in vain.
Right. In our first playthrough, we were no longer the Muse. Freddy was the Muse. We did not get any of that chorus. So that actually, I like that scene.
Here we go.
So with or without Freddy, actually, it kind of works.
Hello?
Oh, Grace.
Angry
there you
Grandma,
are.
hello
Everyone's
there.
already waiting for you on Olympus.
Thank you for the follow. We are about to enter the final act of our second playthrough. We actually finished our first playthrough, our very first playthrough, like hours ago, but I just got so sucked into it again. I wanted to see a full red playthrough, and there's more or less all red except for Freddy. But welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. And hopefully, well, again, huge spoilers ahead. This is basically like the ending before we start wrapping up. But thank you so much for being here. If this is your first time, I'm Mikey. I'm a freelance filmmaker, tabletop RPG game master, and variety streamer on Twitch. And you're just catching us now at the tail end of our... We're gonna conclude our playthrough of Stray Gods, the role-playing musical. and then we'll be playing Baldur's Gate 3 over the weekend, and I'll probably be moving on to another narrative game. We like playing narrative-focused games here. With... Oh, thank you so much. Excellent playthrough. Good to beat you. Good to beat you as well, Angry Grandma. Very apt for what we're about to do, because we've been playing a very angry playthrough this time. I'm not... Have you played this game before? Have you finished it yourself? And what do you think about it? But yes, we're gonna commit to this. Here we are, entering the final act. Final musical number.
I thought this was Olympus.
Not this office building. My word, no.
But again, I will say the experience is just so much better with Persephone.
Welcome to Old Olympus, dear.
Let's see how this shakes out. Oh, you're playing it this weekend. Oh, well. This is the final trial. This is the ending. Hope you don't mind spoilers.
Real place?
But it's worth playing. And if you love musicals, it is really worth playing.
Which for us is the same thing.
And I said it before and I'll say it again. I want more visual novel musicals. I really hope this opens the floodgates.
Shall we?
It's such a good opportunity to experience a musical in this way.
Brothers, sisters, everyone. Look around you. We few who remain fled to this new land to escape the war, but we are not out of danger. I waited to tell you until I was certain, and now I am. The idols are dying. It will not be long before even our immortality deserts us. The time for extreme measures has arrived.
I'm also looking forward to the red option. You'll see it. We'll finally get to choose it for this. Let's go straight into it. Red!
Extreme measures, such as murder.
Yes!
Would you sacrifice idols to save them, Athena? Seems counterproductive, doesn't it?
It is not unknown for a physician to cut off a limb in order to save the patient.
Yo, she doesn't even
that's
deny
what you
it.
are? The heroic doctor, out to heal the poor, sick idols?
I am trying to save us! I will do anything and everything in my power and beyond to save us from extinction.
Oh, Anon, thank you so much for the gift.
You'll do anything?
Enjoy your ad-free viewing and cat-free emotes, and welcome to the table. And thank you, Anon. I'm so excited to do the thing in the last musical number. Let's keep up with the accusations. You had Calliope killed.
Tell them. Let them know what that anything includes. Tell them about the prophecy Apollo gave you, and how you've interpreted it. The idols cannot continue so long as the last muse lives. Isn't that how it goes?
It's true.
I'm feeling extra today. You've become a monster!
If there's any threat to the survival of the idols, Athena, it's you. I'm willing to bet this isn't about the prophecy. No, really. This is about you staying in control.
How dare you!
How dare me? Who murdered Calliope? Who tried to murder me? Why keep it all a secret? Tell them.
Yes, it's me.
Overall,
It's
red
me.
has been a great choice.
Of course, it's me. The one who gets it done. Don't you see? It had to be. You all turn away when I got the fish. Then you cry, hooray, once it's on the dish. That's how we do this. Yes, we. Yes, you and me. I have always cared for you. I'll always do all these things for you. All these things that you are not prepared to do. You say you care, Athena, look around. The way you care grinds these idols down. From up above, you played your puppet show. You called it love. Athena, did you know you're turning them to ghosts? Sorry, little bird, time to wring your necks. Little girls, they dream up a future.
Persephone.
They're sure how they feel, sure their vision's true. I fought for that throne and then didn't take it. And that was okay. Could it be for you too? Of course you would make it all about you. Still, Athena, I'm glad you were here to see how someone grew. None of you see. So it's down to me. It's fine. I'll take all the blame. I'll take all the pain. Think you see it all? You just see a scrap. You wanna make the call. You need to hold the map. You cloistered children. It's time for you and all who stand with you. Yes, you too. Form a queue. Time to follow through. This lost little girl, she's got a few tricks now. She's taken some punches, she's made some friends. Here's 3 more little friends. Meet the Fury. Yeah, we've met. Nice to see you. Oh, that's a brave face. We all know how this ends. Such cute pets. I'll take this. We all know how this ends.
Who do we choose this time? Oh, okay. Automatically Persephone.
I didn't know how lost I was until you found
Who next? Who next? Hermes.
Terribly sorry, but I'm afraid I'll need to stand
Okay, I like this.
here too. I really need to. Please do accept my apology.
Grace, I love you. Oh, not in that way. I just meant to say you're great, Grace, and I'm with you. Well, I'm not with you. I'm just you know
Okay,
what I mean.
Asterion.
this prophecy would come to be. My Olympus is gone, and you're all looking on at a stranger wearing my face. My Olympus is gone. Now I'm some other one. Just how long has she been in place? You can talk about your journey, honey, I don't care. The only thing that matters is you put yourself there. There was a voice in me that shouted, Athena, you be strong. Be strong. No cost is great enough. It was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong, and now I don't know what the right thing is.
Red top shirt.
Leave it up to you what to do with it.
This is why we did a second playthrough.
That's for me. And this, Calliope. Now we're done. Say bye to everyone. You're off to take a new exciting role in some dark hole.
Oh, judgment already.
There you go. Now it's yours to drive. Let's see how long you stay alive.
Whoa, Where's letting her leave? Oh, okay. Hermes sent her to prison or something. There, talk to the hand. We got an achievement for punching. Well, this is more a slap. Can we have a cookie now? Oh, right. The ending will be very different. Because we don't have Freddy.
Are you finished? You've been talking forever.
We're done, yes.
And?
Because we're gonna be the muse.
So you're in charge now, I'm guessing.
If I can't have my throne, I suppose this will do for now. But I won't be sitting here for long.
What does that mean?
It means we are disbanding the chorus. Not only that, we have decided to reveal ourselves to the mortal world.
This is what Vanna was talking about.
You're planning to tell everyone what we really are? Isn't that risky?
It won't be right away, so those who are too fearful can go into hiding. But it's time. No more laws, no more secrets.
In our previous playthrough, we had a bit more discussion, but it ended up this way also. Also, I'm still scratching my head as to it's a bit much, right? Like, they already have their anonymity. Like, what's the point of telling the world that, hey, we're gods and we're here? What are they gonna do?
What about Athena? Is she gonna stay gone, or...?
As far as we can tell, yes.
Her things were already gone when we returned to Olympus. She didn't even ask Hermes for transportation elsewhere.
Good.
If she did return, I wouldn't worry. Athena can never be to us what she was before. That's over.
You all agreed to this? No argument?
Oh, we don't do anything without argument, dearest.
Wasn't it you, Grace, who said we should stop living in the past?
Well, sure, but I didn't think you were listening.
What can I say? I'm trying something different. Plus, this is what Calliope was fighting for.
Calliope would definitely approve.
If there's no chorus, does that mean idols just do whatever they want?
As much as anyone can.
What about Medusa? I hate to think what she's gonna do.
Medusa has offered to live in the reliquary. Frankly, I think she's relieved.
Oh, okay.
As for the rest of us, we'll be subject to mortal authorities and their laws.
These authorities. Do you think we could ask them about Hephaestus?
Yes. Yes, I imagine we could.
Oh. More seeds for the potential sequels.
Yeah. I can't believe you're so ready to give up that chair.
It won't be a hardship. Athena wore the fabric rather thin.
You know what I mean.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I would have been proud to serve in your course, sister.
Thank you, brother. Truly. I'd like a moment alone with Grace. Well, you did it, Grace. The trial has come and gone, and you're still standing.
Can we say I wish Freddy were here? And damn right. Oh well. Red.
Was there ever any doubt?
Is that a serious question?
Okay, maybe there was a little doubt. How about that last song, though?
I can't say I ever imagined Athena would be defeated by a peppy musical number.
Why not? Worked on you, didn't it?
Bellissima, welcome in. We're wrapping up.
You told me you wanted things to continue between us. Now that things are finally resolved,
This is basically the ending. Epilogue.
Understand if you feel differently.
It ended up becoming a very long stream because I got so sucked into the second. Like, I was supposed to stop after the we already finished, actually. We finished our first playthrough. When the VOD comes up, we can actually see my very first playthrough 6 hours ago. It already ended. But some raiders came in and I wanted to show them how the game worked. And I just got sucked into the musical again. And then we got to the point where we chose Persephone. And it was so much more interesting than our first playthrough that I just kept continuing. And overall, aside from like one major thing I would change, I prefer our second time. Sorry, Persephone was saying, thinking about us. What about us? I want to continue it. See, this is why you need a text log. You nearly died for me.
When we met, you said you'd help me. To a point.
I did.
And then at the trial, you stood by me. Even when Athena said she'd kill anyone beside me.
I wasn't gonna lose you two. Whatever it took.
Then I can safely say, I don't feel any differently.
Ready to go out and
Wait,
face the
was that a
music,
bug?
Grace?
Always.
Did they forget to update the art to a kiss? Because I got a kiss with my love interest for our first playthrough. That is a bug. The art was supposed to shift to kissing.
Of course you're both here. In my apartment. Why wouldn't you be?
We were waiting for you.
I'm told the concert went well. How do you feel?
I'm exhausted.
Somehow the Oracle has managed to get a recording of every show you've done. I believe she's a bit starstruck.
You can tell her it's okay to come in person. She's on the list.
That would require her to get out from behind her screens.
Everyone here has also been busy. Would you like to hear the latest?
All right. Did the pictures change? No, the pictures are the same as our first playthrough. Oh wait, is it? Actually, I don't know. Ask about Athena.
Has anyone heard about Athena? It's been a while.
I was having her followed for a time. After the idols went public, however, she vanished off the map completely.
You had Athena followed?
Well, you're far more trusting than I, brother. We can't count on Athena laying low forever now that the song is over. Last I heard, she was heading back to the old country. On a ship, like it was the 19th century. Why? I have no idea.
If I had to guess, I imagine she went in search of Zeus.
Whoa. Could he even be found?
If Zeus is out there, Athena will find him. If she does, I guarantee we haven't seen the last of her.
Interesting. That's a different flavor. In our first playthrough, it is clear that because we weren't as hard on Athena. We did a mix of blue, yellow. We mixed the colors. And what we got at for Athena's epilogue was less possible revenge and more her wanting to make amends by finding the scattered idols in the old world. Or so she said. So in our first playthrough's epilogue, yeah, it is more Athena's kind of, that's her way of trying to make it better. Because there are a lot of scattered idols out there. We don't know where Zeus is. We don't know where a lot of other gods are. So Athena took it upon herself to help us in that way. Anyway. It's also nice. We didn't get a musical number with Hermes, but so that's why I included them in the in the last musical number. So that is the only line that Hermes sings, as far as I can tell.
Is Hermes still around? I'm surprised they're not here with the rest of you.
Well, we've barely seen them of late.
Hermes has been busy. They've become a social media darling, or so the Oracle tells me.
The truly amusing part is that they're not even trying to be famous. They simply can't help it.
I mean,
Hermes likes to people please. It's
so
true.
endearing.
Hopefully it won't backfire on them. Fame is a double-edged sword.
Hermes lives a charmed life. Never fear.
Well, it's odd seeing their face on so many billboards, but I agree. Let Hermes have their fun.
What about Pan? I haven't seen him since the trial.
No one's seen him.
Should we be worried? It is Pan, and what he does will reflect on us all.
Pan is harmless.
Mostly harmless.
As far as I can tell, he did regret his involvement in Calliope's death. He'll lay low. At least for a time.
He'll be back with some new scheme to make us all groan.
You're not wrong.
Is there any word yet on Aphrodite and Eros? They left the city a while ago.
This one's concerning.
Eros sent word, yes. Aphrodite has started a spiritual retreat in the mountains?
Let's call it a cult.
Whatever it is, he says it's been helping her. Being the goddess of love to the world once more has at last brought her peace.
I thought for sure they'd go into hiding. Aphrodite fears mortals more than any other idol, doesn't she?
Hence why she surrounded herself with only those who shower her with adoration.
As I recall, sister, you also headed several cults across the centuries.
The Eleusinian mysteries weren't about shoring up my ego, Apollo.
What about Venus? Did she go with them?
The mortal? I don't believe so. Last I heard, she opened a gallery. Aphrodite's become her patron.
Venus has painted most of the idols. I sat for her last week, in fact. It's made her rather successful.
What about Hecate and Asterion? Are they still at the reliquary?
Hecate leave the reliquary? I'd sooner believe the sun would go out.
It doesn't hurt that they seem enraptured with each other's company.
Asterion is all Hecate is willing to discuss. Do I need to know every detail of his sexual prowess? I do not.
Didn't Hecate say it is written that she and the Minotaur would eventually break up?
Well, eventually, for Hecate could be centuries from now.
In the meantime, she gushes about her new boyfriend like
Ditsy,
a
welcome in.
schoolgirl.
I couldn't help myself. I did a second playthrough.
His gushing puts hers to shame. I'm happy for them both.
Oh, damn it. That's the wrong Ditsy. Don't dismiss. Okay, whoops. That's the wrong shout out. This random person named Ditsy is going to wonder why we shouted them out. Sorry about that. Yeah, Ditsy, please go check out Ditsy's channel. A really cool, chill VTuber and a treasured member of the community. Welcome to Ditsy. Yeah, it's like 7 a.m. here. I'm not even sleepy. Long story short, I was just supposed to show some raiders the game. Because we just finished the game and we got raided right after we finished the game. So I played it again to show a few numbers. And then here we are. Because I started enjoying my second playthrough even more. So this is actually the ending. So yeah, like major spoilers. We're just like, these are the epilogue cards basically. We're wrapping up. Because, yeah, it's 7 a.m. here. But I would recommend this game. I would love people to support the game so we'll get more musical visual novels like this. I think it is a great start and they can really improve the formula and make great games that make you feel like you're part of a musical. So I want more of that.
And Medusa? I take it she's no longer at the reliquary.
She was. For a few months.
There was an incident involving Hecate's new cat.
No! Oh no.
Medusa was
worst
beside
ending
herself with apologies, but needless to say, she moved on rather quickly. We're not certain where.
Meaning what? Medusa is roaming the streets?
Thank
doing
you,
whatever
Ron.
she likes?
Not quite.
Medusa believed she might not be able to control her appetite, so she asked us to put her in contact with the mortal government. They took her somewhere.
Oh, that's so scary.
It was her decision. The government is grateful. They even suggested we might see Hephaestus again.
Hephaestus is
Aphrodite's husband? He's alive?
So it appears. Who knows what he's been doing for the mortals since the war, but it would raise all our spirits to see him again.
Who did he inhabit after? Well, if he truly did inhabit Oppenheimer, if he didn't pass on the Eidolon, he should still be alive and walking among the mortals. Long story. Hephaestus, a husband of Aphrodite, there was a whole history with World War II, and then Ares started World War II, sided with the Axis. Hephaestus decided to inspire mortals to create the atomic bomb and stop the war. So, I'm not sure about the details, but it's a whole thing. But man, it's like, oh, I like, also like you can choose the emotions you want to give into the songs, right? So there's actually, the whole soundtrack is on Spotify right now. It's on Spotify right now. It's called the Pantheon Edition soundtrack, and it is actually a mix curated by the creators of the game of, I guess, how they imagine the songs to play out. I listened to a track. It flowed really well. It sounded more like a musical. Because one of my problem here is with the game was sometimes it didn't really flow very well. It sounded very awkward. The mixing doesn't really help it as well. But if you listen to the songs on Spotify, I think they flow even more. And if you really want to see also a full kick-ass red, all the songs that are red, all the songs when they're blue, all the songs when they're green. They're also releasing 3 soundtracks with each color flavor. So there are many ways you can experience the songs here, and that is part of the pitch of this game, which is it's not a very long game, but like my first playthrough feels so different from this second playthrough. Not story-wise, but simply because of how the songs made me feel. The kind of Grace we played. Grace, the main character here. So, yeah, it's like choose your own musical adventure. And it's a great format that I really wish more people will expand on. But for some people here who were there to listen to, for me, one of the best musical performances here was actually Orpheus, who was such a minor character. And it's no surprise because I found out Orpheus is actually, as far as I know, the only one from Broadway with the musical experience in this game, at least among the cast and the supporting cast. I may be wrong, but Anthony Rapp from Rent was Orpheus here. And you can see the world of difference from someone who is musical theater trained versus all of these A-listers who are voice actors. They are very talented voice actors. No qualm about that. But when you try to make them sing the songs, there's not as much presence as you would get from compared to like Anthony Rapp as Orpheus. That was just, I was enraptured by every time he would sing. Like songwriting aside, that's another qualm I have with the game. Imagine this with more experienced musical theater actors, and this becoming a new format, like being part of a musical. And I think it could open a lot of avenues to people who may want to put on a musical, but it is difficult to put on a musical. It's difficult. Theater is difficult, chat, but video games are difficult as well. But I'm also imagine this as like a potential avenue for people who, love visual novels, RPGs, musicals, and just collaborating with like-minded artists and bringing more stuff like this to life. It just makes me I'm just excited. Like I would give this game, I played it twice now. I literally played it twice. I'd give it a 7.5 or anything. But in terms of the possibilities, not just for this game and its possible sequels, but what it could inspire, what it has proven, it is a great proof of concept. And it would be a shame for this to die out with just this one game. And I really would see more visual novels like this. Playable musicals. Like, I have never experienced something like this before. At least in terms of a game. Story-wise, character-wise, it's a nice, heartfelt story. But mechanically, format-wise, it may not be exactly mind-blowing. But come on. A playable musical. And I want to see how others can experiment with the formula of how do you change the songs. How do you think about unlocking verses? And you can go into a whole game discussion on game development for these kinds of things. And I feel like it's actually genuinely new. Like, we have a lot of awesome AAA games out right now. We have Baldur's Gate 3, but those are RPGs. They're amazing, but we don't have much of this, if at all. I know there might be some obscure musical RPGs. I think there were some Japanese role-playing games that were actually like musicals. But like this, like, correct me if I'm wrong, this may be one of the first, at least, that had this much exposure. And it's very niche. I understand it's very niche. A lot of people do not like musicals, but a lot of people do. And I think it's a great entry point to people, like, for visual novels and for people who love musicals. And my initial impressions still stand in terms of what could be improved, how I think things could have gone better. But overall, I'm still very happy. Having played it twice, the second playthrough being an entirely red kick-ass playthrough, still the same, problems I had. But my biggest change with the second playthrough was okay, I will have to say, if you have to choose between Persephone and Apollo for the mid part of the game, Persephone was just so much more rewarding to interact with during that segment of the game. I'm not gonna spoil too much if you want to play it yourself, but beware, I guess. Like, if you feel for Apollo, sure, but just overall, I much prefer the second playthrough, having chosen Persephone to be my companion, not as a romance option, as you could choose between certain characters to help you out, and I just ended up with Apollo in my first playthrough, and now I'm comparing the two. Man, like, I can imagine like the musical I would love to watch. And that's a great thing to feel at the end of this game. You can people have different opinions. People will love a charming green playthrough, some maybe with a dash of blue cleverness and maybe just a sprinkle of kick-ass red emotions. Some people might prefer the entirely different way, right? And Vanwa, for example, did a full red playthrough and loved it. For me, overall, I enjoy the red playthrough, but I actually overall like the songs in my playthrough. For some, I definitely prefer the red, but for others, I like the bit of blue, a little of green, and it's like that. The feeling of that I helped direct, quote unquote, direct this musical as it was happening. You'll get that kind of experience here in Stray Gods. It's not as much as it could be, but it's like it's touching it's like touching the lower slopes of Olympus. It is like that, and you could tell that there's something beyond all that. There's something above for this. I may be hyping it up, but I feel like you feel like there's something at the top. Olympus is beyond the clouds, and this game has not really soared. It will not soar, but it may be a chance to see the clouds up there and see what lies beyond this kind of game, a playable musical that you participate in. And this is also just me as a I already mentioned this so many times. I've always wanted to be part of musicals, which is why I entered theater before during my college days. I was on stage plays, but I cannot sing. So it is nice tickling that fancy. It brought me back to my theater days, and I felt like I was on stage in a way, like, just imagining ourselves as Grace on stage and doing those musical numbers. It felt powerful. It felt empowering, and the cherry on top was, it was wrapped up in a very beautifully drawn set, with beautifully drawn people, and it is a relatable story about, to live is to suffer. How do we move on from a terrible past? Each god had their own grievances. How do we find a new way forward together? And so it is Grace moving through this, inspiring everyone as the muse, and it is a very heartwarming story. So to be part of that, not just watching it, again, to summarize everything, I would love to experience more musicals in this format. I love musicals. I love watching musicals, but this is something else, to play it. So that's all I can really say about the game. And to wrap it up, we'll just deal with a few epilogue cards. We'll ask about Persephone, Apollo, and then we'll get the credits. We'll drop the curtains.
I'd like to know what you've been up to, Persephone.
I've been thinking about selling the club, actually.
The underworld? Really?
I don't need a substitute for the real thing. That's all it ever was, and I'm fine with having neither.
Plus, she's been busy helping all the idols remaining at Olympus. Quite unexpected.
Why is it unexpected? I was the last leader of the chorus. This is my responsibility. Also, I wanted to free up some of my time. For you, Grace.
For me?
You've been on tour so much with your concerts, I thought perhaps you could use some company.
I want to tease.
Being away from you so much has been the hardest part. I would love that.
And you were worried how she'd react.
I wasn't worried, I was concerned. Anyhow, I'm glad you agree. It'll be good to try something new again.
But they robbed us of the kiss. It is a glitch. I'm pretty sure the art was supposed to be a kiss. Because we got a kiss with our previous, with our first playthrough's romance option. But the game glitched. And then the art didn't change. I don't know if it was supposed to change. Because they were teasing that kiss in the middle in Act 2. But we didn't get it. So they robbed that of people who choose Persephone. Wow, Anon, thank you so much for the tip. All donations, all tips, all your support, all your presence is just helping grow the channel. And I just really hope I can keep... What does Kratos say? It's all about being better. And I hope I can give you a better show. Actually, Jesus, it's August 16. I think 2 years ago, we had our very first stream. 12 minutes. I think it was also on August 16. Was it? Yeah, I'm so curious. When is your stream anniversary? Do I even have it? First stream, social media post. I have like a record of like stream history. Where's my stream history? Yeah, when was our very first stream? Oh, wow. Our very first stream was August 26. Okay, not exactly. Well, 10 days. August 26 was our very first stream. No. August 19 or August 24. 20-something. Because I forgot to make a VOD because I was new back then and I didn't know you had to like enable VOD recording. So this was like our second debut. Cool. Basically, it's almost been 2 years since we started streaming. Wouldn't have imagined being here with all y'all. So thank you.
What about you, Apollo? Still planning on leaving the city?
Soon, I think. All the attention on the idols is proving rather taxing.
Ooh, running away again, brother.
I suppose you could say that. Really, I just came by to see Grace and apologize one last time.
I told you you don't need to keep doing that.
Yes, well, I'm glad things worked out as they did. You'll all be fine without me.
He said it. He really didn't have anything
One
to
day
do.
you will learn, brother. Not today, but someday.
I'm actually thinking if you take Apollo out of the story, I don't think that would have changed anything really. Well, no. He was there to like serve you some initial leads, so he had his purpose. That's all I want to ask about. Tego, welcome in. We're actually just about to end. And this is actually the end of our second playthrough. I just ended up playing through the musical again because I wanted to see the red, quote-unquote, red playthrough. And I actually prefer this second playthrough for different reasons. Rule Troy. Oh, that's a lot. That's pretty harsh. Actually, I don't know. I don't know Troy Baker. I don't know what controversies surround him or whatever. But he was definitely like, if we're gonna go into that, I was just talking about how this time I chose Persephone for the second playthrough. Oh my god, world of difference. I actually was more interested in the world story being told to us through Persephone rather than Apollo. There's just something about Apollo and Troy Baker's delivery of his lines here that just I just realized what a stark difference it was to have Persephone instead, giving us the lore, telling us about her story. I was just so much more invested in Persephone as a character. And I just also found out that the reason, like, my first playthrough and now, it just hit home. I was wondering, why does Orpheus sound so amazing? Like, compared to everyone singing voices, why did Orpheus stand out to me? He's such a minor character. So I Googled it and I just found out that he's Anthony Rapp from the Broadway musical Rent. So that's why the voice was so familiar. Like, wait, this sounds like the quote-unquote typical musical voice. And you can really tell Anthony Rapp compared to everyone else's singing in this game. No comparison.
I still can't believe it's all over.
Oh, it's scarcely over, Grace. Now that you've toppled the castle, it's barely just begun.
Oh, I didn't do that.
On the contrary, you absolutely did.
Perhaps we should leave you alone, Grace. You must be tired from your trip.
Perhaps a round of drinks at the underworld, in Calliope's honor.
And Freddy.
Like that, actually.
Apollo, perhaps we could meet you there?
Yeah, of course. I'll go on ahead.
Kai Leng. He was Kai Leng? I remember Kai Leng.
Something I'd like to say.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, okay, wait.
Forward often comes with heartbreak, leaving the fears you nested in.
Bonus musical number.
Take your broken pieces and assemble a life that you are proud to live. We do not seek absolution, you and I, you are queen of the underworld, and I was a constellation of injustice, remade myself from flesh to bone, and now that you've a crown in your dominion,
Right, that is a thing.
I will submit to you alone. And I, Grace, together victorious. There's nothing to stop us now.
Oh, there! Sorry, this is where you get the kiss. I was worried that it's a glitchy art change. Okay, there we go. I was totally wrong. Because there's a scene where they were also looking into each other's eyes. That was just a tease. It is still a tease. So you get the payoff there at the end for the relationship. So I was wrong. That is better. The kiss was better there during the musical. Anthony Rapp has been doing New York musical theater since 1982. Yeah, he was basically he was the musical veteran here. And you can really tell. You can really tell. So like Orpheus was basically like a cameo for Anthony Rapp. And you could just really tell. Like, yeah. Like in my first playthrough, when we were going up against Orpheus, I'm like, dude, he's so good. But, you know, that's not to like discredit everyone's efforts here. Overall, like, they did okay. Like, yeah, like Laura Bailey from start to finish as the main character, all right. But, you know, putting her singing against someone like Anthony Rapp or some of the other stronger performers here, obviously you can like tell. But just like a real musical, right? You know, you watch a musical, there are stronger and weaker performances, just the fact of it. But I'm just choosing to focus here like on the bright side of things. I've already kept talking about it over and over. Like, I think actually, yeah, before you came here, Tig, I was just saying like, yeah, overall it's pretty average, but I want to experience more musicals in this format. Like, they could really tweak the formula. They could do their own thing. I'm just remaining hopeful and optimistic that, especially with all the A-listers here, it will get more attention and it will inspire more studios to perhaps, and also perhaps even theater companies to look at this as a potential stage to get the audience involved in a way, writing their own musical in the moment and really refining this formula. I want more of that. And if you have the capabilities or something, like, damn. If I could write musicals, if only I could sing, I would love it. But hey, that's it for today. Oh, thank you for the follow, Bella VTuber. Yeah, the unfortunate truth is that it will likely depend on the sales, and it's not doing well, which is it's a shame. It's very niche to begin with, but yeah, it would be a shame if this would be the only one. Like, if the studio, they already set it up for possible sequels and everything. I don't know if they're gonna explore this world even more. Yeah, they didn't foresee it. And they also actually moved it a week later, right? One of the dev blogs for Stray Gods was saying we wanted to give people a bit more time to have fun with Baldur's Gate 3. And then, yeah, and it's caught in between Baldur's Gate 3 and Starfield. And in the middle of all that, Armored Core 6. And, I mean, yeah, maybe there isn't much overlap with people who enjoy those games and people who enjoy a musical like this, but you're right. The promotional oxygen, as you call it, it's just not helping out the game. But I really hope it sees the time of day, and I really hope, like, I don't regret backing this almost a decade ago. I kind of believed in what they were trying to do when I backed it, and now that I'm finished playing it twice, I mean, it's very rough around the edges. I cannot excuse the terrible audio mixing for the dialogue and some of the songwriting, but this can't be that. This cannot be it. I'm doing okay, Bella VTuber. I'm more concerned with how all you are feeling. Sorry, I think I missed the message. Any romance Grace pursues is very beautiful. I think it lacks a bit of oomph and specificity, but I think that's a consequence of a gay man writing a sapphic story. Well, I've only experienced 2 of the relationships so far. I loved the Freddy route. I loved also choosing... There's a whole thing you can do with Freddy, whether and you can have her make her... Basically, you can decide Freddy's fate. I really enjoyed that part of my first playthrough. I just wanted to try and do things differently here, but I don't feel like it's complete without... If Freddy doesn't go through that development and transformation. I think Freddy deserves that. So, I have this idea in my head how... And that's part of the magic of it. Like, I have the version of this musical that I would love to watch, and I could actually choose the different colors for it. And it's also interesting to see that the soundtracks that are all out about it all have a different flavor. Red, green, blue, and mixed. Mixed by the production team itself, the creative team itself. So we listened to a song from it, and they chose the flavors for us to make the songs in the soundtrack. And it is pretty good. It's pretty good. Janine Gavankar, Freddy's actor really gets a breakout role soon. Hopefully. Speaking of twice, now in your second playthrough of TDH Exocolonist already, that is quick. You saved 2 characters previously who died. Ah, yes. I think I know who you're talking about. I at least played up to saving that person again, because, man, not knowing or not being able to in the first playthrough, that kind of sucked. But being able to do it again, it's part of the story. Multiple playthroughs are literally baked into the lore of I Was a Teenage Exocolonist, which is a game I also would highly recommend to people who have not played it before. But that concludes your first playthrough and second playthrough, unexpectedly, of Stray Gods. It's sad to see that the sales are not doing so well. And are you talking about, yeah, Battlefront 2, right? What's her name? Verso. Yeah. Wow, how could I forget her name? Obviously Star Wars-y sounding name. Something Versio. Inferno Squad. Leader Verso. Aiden Verso. There we go. Yeah. I enjoyed Aiden Verso there. Overall. But it doesn't hit... Actually... Well, it is a very average campaign overall, Battlefront 2. But it helped me to actually have read the prequel novel. I decided to actually read the prequel novel before getting into the campaign. And it made a bit more sense. But isn't that the problem with a lot of the Star Wars we've had? Which is like, oh, you didn't read the comics, or you didn't read the novels, or the visual guide to fully understand the movie. It is kind of like that. Anyway, yeah, Freddy was great. All of the characters were great, except for Apollo. I was not happy with Apollo, but understanding Apollo's role, he was so much better as a side character. That I think it is a problem that they allowed him to be one of your main companions. Because knowing what we know about his character at the end of the story, it's like no wonder why he was not... It's like... It's dead, just flat. Like, in character-wise, he just also literally was not doing anything. Could not do anything. Because, prophecy and all that. Anyway, there's a lot more energy, fire, and forward momentum with Persephone as your chosen companion. So that, for me, was a huge improvement for the second playthrough. Not choosing Apollo. That is a big thing. And other than that, everything else is the same. It didn't really change much. That is really the only major thing. Who will deliver the world lore to you, and who will help you get invested in it. And you ended up rooting for Persephone more than... Like, I didn't really care about Apollo. So it's, oh, he's sad. I hope I can try to make him happy. But no, compared to like Persephone, actually rooting for Persephone, I felt that was very important to help carry on Act 2. My first playthrough, the weakest point was Apollo in Act 2. So that's just that's my personal preference. Take it what you will. But if you do play through it again, I'd love to hear your thoughts about it. But you wouldn't be the first time a role was expanded needlessly because Troy Baker took the voice role. Yeah, I think you're going to go into that about, yeah. Again, I'm not aware of whatever controversies he's been a part of, or if he's been handed roles that were very unfair in taking the spotlight away from other actors. I don't know any of that. But I do, of course, I love this performance as Joel, but I don't really remember much of his other performances, honestly. Because I wasn't aware if it's Troy Baker or not. I know he's in a ton of games and anime, but I just know him as Joel. And Joel was great. But not here. If we're talking about singing voices, okay, I could give that to him. He acted a bit more in Apollo's main songs compared to some other actors. But they've all had their shining moments. They've all had their shining lines that they delivered. They acted well. They sung it well. And I felt invested in it. But again, come on. You get to Orpheus. No wonder why they didn't give him a bigger presence. Because if they made Orpheus a main character and not just a cameo for Anthony Rapp, he would have just overshadowed everyone. So they knew, they balanced it, and they played to their strengths. And we got some memorable numbers. And it may not have been memorable song pieces for me. It may have been just song dialogue, not very good. But I actually have hopes. I'm going to dive into the soundtrack. I'm going to dive into the pre-recorded, mastered soundtracks. And perhaps it'll be a much better experience hearing the songs in that format. Because honestly, they need to patch the audio mix of this game. And admittedly, there's the constraints of mixing emotions. You will get weird flows sometimes. That's part of the game. And I guess you just have to accept that with a format that they chose. But being able to participate in the musical, for me, like, outweighed the roughness of some of the scenes. But again, I listened to one song from the Spotify soundtrack, the Pantheon edition, which is a mix chosen by the creators themselves. And yeah, that is it. That is it sounded so good. And I'm talking about the pan sequence. The mix that they chose, the way it was mastered, the way it flowed, it wasn't broken. And I actually feel like now, Suspect, the audio mix is so bad here that it also trickled down, sadly, into some of the musical numbers. Because there were some abrupt stops. It felt like they forgot to put an audio transition in between the lines and the rest of the song. It absolutely felt like that at times, which subconsciously, because, good audio design is usually not noticed. Great audio design may be noticed by people who know about it, but terrible audio design is noticed by everyone. And we had people coming into the chat as well saying, why do they sound so different? Like, why the dialogue itself to begin with, why is it so off? Or why do the sounds feel so, why do some of the song transitions feel so broken and abrupt? It's like, it wasn't just me. So they need to do another pass. But try it out. The one on Spotify, they don't have the other editions yet. They're releasing it later this week, I think. The full red, full green, full blue soundtracks. Right now, they have the Pantheon edition soundtrack on Spotify, which is the director's cut, so to speak. So try out the songs there. Maybe it'll help you. Maybe it'll entice you to direct this musical your own way. Because I will say, sure, the story doesn't change much, but the feelings of the songs, it is so different choosing a pure red one compared to our mix of blues and greens. Tony Rapp is a professional, absolutely fine with being a part of it. Yeah, and exactly, he knows what it needs to be. He knows, and that is a sign of not just the talented they're talented actors that don't care about who like to outshine. No, but I will always respect really talented actors who also uplift their fellow actors on the stage. Because I've absolutely seen it being behind the scenes in college theater, not professional theater, but being in college theater myself, seeing, those people who want to steal the spotlight, who, you're acting with someone in the scene, but you're not listening to them. You're not bringing out most of them. But here, I could tell, like, Orpheus, Anthony Rapp, he knew Persephone, Gavin Carr, of course, amazing voice actor, but maybe not that talented musically. But it wasn't like, totally overshadowed. You could tell Orpheus was a class above everyone else, but story-wise, they even wrote it into it. Like, this is Orpheus. He's like the biggest bard in Greece. And they already established it beforehand that Orpheus is a very talented musician. So that helps sell the fiction that, damn, it sounds good. But then we focus more on Persephone's story. I'm here to reclaim my throne. And we focus on that and the emotion. So that's great. Looking at these posters makes you want to play The Wolf Among Us again. You're not the first one who said that, Tego. Actually, wait, no. When we were in the Underworld bar, the color palette reminded Paolo J. Cruz, who was here earlier. He was also pointing out, oh shit, hey, this is the Wolf Among Us color palette. So yeah, the art style reminiscent of a lot of different things. Like, as Paolo said, also Wicked and the Divine, the graphic novel written by Kieron Gillen. Paolo was saying he was getting shades of that as well. Though I haven't read it personally, so I can't compare it. And he saw a lot of other similarities. So we will always see similarities, especially if you've consumed a lot of media. It just depends on your exposure to that. But overall, I just felt like this, based on my own experience, it can barely stand on its own, but at least it does. Maybe not with 2 legs, but with 1. And I just really hope, despite you saying that it's not selling well, I just hope it succeeds, because I want to see more like this. And that fully concludes our playthrough. I'm just like on a broken record right now, but it's great to see everyone, all the regulars just dropping by and coming in and supporting the channel. I did not expect, this is 10 hours, chat. Like, I am awake at 7:45 a.m. This is not healthy. I will not do this often. But I just got so sucked into the second playthrough. It is absolutely worth it playing the game right away again, choosing Persephone this time. And everyone shows up when you try to wrap up. That happens. Earlier, this started because we got raided after we finished our first playthrough. I'm not blaming anyone. I totally loved it. I enjoyed it. I was just supposed to show people how the game was like, and then I ended up getting sucked into it and playing it again. So I guess that's a testament as well to how much, overall I enjoy this game. Willing to just play it again and see what happens for the second time. Also because Persephone, I will not get over it. If you must choose Apollo, fine. But I will say most people will probably get a better experience choosing Persephone. Anyway. Karen Gillen contributed to Race Apocalypse keys? No way, that's awesome. Oh shoot, speaking of which, oh my god, did I ever submit the backer survey? Oh shit. I'm gonna have to check that. I backed Apocalypse keys, but I'm not sure if I... Oh no. Oh, this is me forgetting everything. But anyway. What? Oh shit. I think it's because I didn't submit... Wait, okay, that's my problem. I'm gonna have to contact and check. Okay, yeah, that's... Oh shit. Okay. Anyway. That concludes our playthrough. Oh no. No wonder why. I was waiting for the shipment at some point, and then it just... Oh. Okay, so that's on me. That's on me for not... It's hard to keep track of all the Kickstarters, honestly. But that's entirely on me. Don't worry about it. That's my problem. I'm gonna solve it. I'm gonna contact the publishers, see if I can. Yeah. I thought I submitted the backer survey already. We'll figure it out. That's just another thing entirely. But yeah, thank you everyone for being here. Thank you for the raids, all the new followers we got, helping us meet our follower goal. Could not have imagined being here playing musical RPGs, visual novels with you all. Thank you for the follows, Bella VTuber, Angry Grandma. Hope you enjoy your playthrough as well. 760, whoever you are, those numbers. Mayu and Miri, Sixto D, and everyone who rated us, Vetra Kale, Premier Avenue for dropping by as well, Do the Deer for dropping by, and I should have a record of who rated us. But thank you. Anon for the gift subs, for the donations, all of that is going straight into the channel, putting a little nest egg for future collaborations. To compensate artists who we're going to work with, artists and writers and everything. And the channel continues to grow, and I hope to be able to deliver better content for everyone. I just want to make people happy, but you're all making me happy. So thank you. Ditzy as well for dropping by. Belenissima. Vanoa, of course, for suggesting. Actually, Vanoa was the one pushing us to do the Red playthrough because he really loved the song Ritual. I think it's Ritual. It's Aphrodite's song. He really loved the Red version of that. So if you can find it, I highly recommend checking it out as well. The Red version of Aphrodite's song. That is pretty good. I really loved it. I much preferred that version over the version we directed in our playthrough. I think I'm getting everyone. That's it. If I forgot, it's just because it's 8 a.m. and I can make an excuse about that. Thank you everyone for being here. I'm really gonna have to pass out now. I'll see you all on officially Friday for Baldur's Gate 3 weekend. We're done with Stray Gods. So what I have lined up is for Tuesdays is the Expanse Telltale game. If I am able to catch up with the series. That's a big if. If not, we're going to jump into another narrative adventure. Remains to be announced. But tentatively, pencil booking the Expanse Telltale series for our next Tuesday game to follow up Stray Gods. So clap, clap, clap. Curtains. Bow. Clap for the audience. Oh, we streamed Citizen Sleeper, Tego. We already streamed that. I loved it. I absolutely loved Citizen Sleeper. If you have not played Citizen Sleeper yet, highly recommended. Play it. It is such a great tabletop-esque experience inspired by tabletop mechanics such... I think they noted it themselves, inspired by Forge in the Dark. But the system's not important. The stories... Well, actually, the gameplay, the system is important. Anyway, the stories, you played for the stories. It is so good. And it's about you as a... How do I sell this? I should just read like the back of the box thing. Basically, you play as a sleeper who, you know, the game doesn't deserve my half thought out log lines at 8 a.m. Before we leave. Yeah, I highly recommend Citizen Sleeper. If you like visual novels, Citizen Sleeper, Scarlet Hollow, which is an early access. I highly recommend Scarlet Hollow. It is such a good visual novel. If you really want dialogues that are written well, that allow you to really roleplay and feel like your dialogue roleplay-wise has an effect on the story, it's magic. Scarlet Hollow is still early access. They only have 4 episodes right now, but it is so good. I was a teenage exocolonist. Those are like the recommendations I think of right now. But that's it. Thanks everyone. Good night. I'll see you all on Friday for Baldur's Gate 3 and Sunday for Baldur's Gate 3, Tuesday for The Expanse. For those who maybe still be lurking, if you did enjoy this content, please do consider hitting that follow button and checking us out on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. Our Discord is also open 24/7 in case you want to discuss more and rant and rave about things. And we're small, slowly growing, and hopefully I can continue to entertain you all. So thank you all. Thank you. That's all I got. I'm really grateful for your presence. And as always, welcome to the table. Have a great one. Good night. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's it. Bye-bye.